Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Damn it, damn it, damn it. Black Zetsu's dark and gloomy face no longer had the confidence that he had everything under control, but instead was filled with panic and helplessness. Obito, you idiot. The Uchiha clan are just like Indra. They are complete idiots. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu used the Mayfly technique to travel underground at high speed, seizing every opportunity and rushing to an underground base. After casually fusing with a White Zetsu, Black Zetsu immediately nervously gave orders. Quick, save the life of that be asterisk 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 D Obito first. We must not let him die here. At this time, Uchiha Obito's image changed drastically. The mask that originally covered his face had fallen somewhere, revealing his half-horrible and half-intact appearance. On his waist and abdomen, there was a horrific scar with a very neat cut, which was caused by a sharp blade. If it weren't for the many White Zetsu who risked their lives to fill it, Uchiha Obito would have died long ago. Shihouin Naraku's move was extremely brutal. It was equivalent to cutting Uchiha Obito in half. White Zetsu cried out in pain. Obito's body is still burning with fire, and his internal organs are severely damaged. We can't go on like this. He can't die. Black Zetsu's gloomy voice sounded. Use the spore technique to fill Obito's damaged internal organs and extract the flames. If the injury is too severe, use White Zetsu's body to replace it. Following Black Zetsu's orders, White Zetsu appeared around Uchiha Obito, transformed into soft tissue like plasticine, and merged into Obito's body, maintaining the functioning of his internal organs while extracting the flames from his body. Time passed little by little, and without considering the losses, Uchiha Obito, who had consumed a lot of White Zetsu, finally had no more burning flames in his body. Black Zetsu watched this scene with worry, knowing clearly that Uchiha Obito was not completely out of danger yet. Looking at Uchiha Obito lying on the bed, his life or death unknown, Black Zetsu was almost about to curse. What's wrong with the Uchiha clan? No matter if it's Indra, Madara, or that loser Obito, none of them know how to be cautious. Every time something goes wrong, I have to clean up the mess. It just wants to rescue its mother. Is it that difficult? Its teammates never understand its difficulties and always create various accidents. Just like Uchiha Obito's thoughts, it can never be understood. Shihouin Naraku is fighting against Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy, so just go ahead and fight. It would be best if you can kill one or two of them, or die together. White Zetsu summarized this information to Uchiha Obito in order to let him know the news and see if there was anything he could use it for, rather than having Obito go out and fight Shihouin Naraku directly. But Uchiha Obito did just that, and the consequences of doing this made Black Zetsu responsible, which made him crazy. Of course, Black Zetsu might understand something now. Hatake Kakashi has arrived at the Imperial Court. If Uchiha Obito can defeat Shihouin Naraku, it means he has surpassed Hatake Kakashi. This is a very good opportunity for Uchiha Obito, who has always been very awkward and called Kakashi trash. After all, Hatake Kakashi is a very important person to Uchiha Obito. Black Zetsu witnessed Obito going to Konoha every once in a while to secretly visit Noara Rin, even though her body was not found in the grave. Every time he saw Noara Rin, Uchiha Obito would go look for Hatake Kakashi, calling him a waste, but he never stopped taking action. Based on Black Zetsu's understanding of humans, it is somewhat confused as to whether Uchiha Obito likes the dead Noara Rin or the living Hatake Kakashi. At least Uchiha Obito's very important Mangekyo Sharingan has always been with Hatake Kakashi, and even though Black Zetsu persuaded him many times, Obito did not take his eye back. So perhaps to prove himself, or perhaps due to other complex emotional factors, Uchiha Obito finally found Shihouin Naraku, and then the current ending came about. Okay, let's go. Seeing white Zetsu covering Uchiha Obito like a coat, Black Zetsu immediately took Obito to the base that Uchiha Madara once built. The base there is fully equipped with medical facilities and has things that can save Uchiha Obito's life. If Black Zetsu wasn't worried about Uchiha Obito dying on the way, he would have gone directly to the base. Using their own abilities, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu traveled through the underground network at a very fast speed, and it only took them half a day to reach another base. How is it going? Uchiha Obito's life force is rapidly fading. If he doesn't think of other solutions, he will die sooner or later. Listening to White Zetsu's answer and looking at Uchiha Obito lying on the bed, Black Zetsu directly took out the test tube that was stored in very good condition. What is stored in the test tube is the cells of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, which are precious materials left over from Uchiha Madara's research. Puff! A needle was inserted into Uchiha Obito's body, and Senju Hashirama cells were injected into it. An unknown moaning sound came out of Uchiha Obito's mouth. Puff! In an instant, a large number of branches grew from Uchiha Obito's body, as if he was hit by the piercing technique. This is the horror of Senju Hashirama's cells. If you can't withstand it, you will directly turn into a plant. No, you will definitely die if he continues like this. Black Zetsu noticed that more and more branches appeared on Uchiha Obito's body, and some of his limbs had turned the color of the trees. We must take him to the land of rain as soon as possible. Only the Gedo statue can keep him alive now. Next, Black Zetsu instructed White Zetsu to keep a close eye on the intelligence of the Rain Country, especially the whereabouts of Nagato and Konin in the Akatsuki organization. After the Gedo statue was summoned by Nagato using the Rinnegan, it was placed in a secret base of the Akatsuki organization. Unless a plan to collect the tailed beasts was started, few people would go to check it out. And Black Zetsu is going to use the Gedo statue to maintain Uchiha Obito's life. When Uchiha Madara was about to die of old age, he used the energy of the Gedo statue to sustain his own life. It was not until the appearance of Uchiha Obito that he severed the connection with the Gedo statue and extinguished the fire of life on his own. Just like that, silently, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu brought the half-dead Uchiha Obito to the base where the Gedo statue was stored. Tick! Drops of water fell from the top of the cave, making a soft sound. An extremely huge and ferocious monster statue stood in the center of the dark base. The monster statue somewhat resembles a giant human figure, sitting cross-legged on a huge lotus seat. It has 9 tightly closed eyes on its forehead. Its body is like a dead Kachiki, and there are 10 column-like protrusions on its back. This terrifying and hideous monster is the Gedo statue. Or rather, it is just the shell of 10 tails with all the chakras completely extracted. If one day, the dried-up body is refilled with the chakra of all the tailed beasts, 10 tails will be resurrected. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu brought Uchiha Obito, whose life or death was unknown, to the Akatsuki base where the Gedo statue was hidden, and no one knew about this action. Black Zetsu breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the wires extending from the Gedo statue and connecting to Uchiha Obito. Although it is still unclear whether Uchiha Obito can survive, with the existence of the Gedo statue, at least his chances of survival will be higher. Puff! Black Zetsu directly took away Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan and handed it to a special White Zetsu individual beside it. A Fei has to help Obito recover from his injuries and cannot leave his body. From today on, Yin, you will pretend to be Uchiha Obito. Leave it to me. As White Zetsu spoke, it reached out to Obito and absorbed a small amount of chakra. Then its pale body began to change, and in a blink of an eye it became exactly the same as Uchiha Obito, but compared to Obito himself, its transformed face had a strange smile. White Zetsu Iron removed his right eye and installed Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan on it. A puff of green smoke spread, and the replaced eye returned to its normal appearance. Don't do anything out of line that might cause Nagato and the others to notice something is wrong. Don't worry, I'm much smarter than Obito. White Zetsuian put on the same mask as Uchiha Obito, and then put on a black robe. At this moment, he really looked like Uchiha Obito. Black Zetsu took a satisfied look. White Zetsu's transformation technique was the strongest in the ninja world, and no other ninja could match it, so it didn't think anyone could find out there was a problem. But you still have to be careful, especially when facing people like Nagato and Uchiha Itachi. If you're not careful, the other party will find something wrong. Uchiha Obito is in this half-dead state now, and there is no way to strengthen the control of the fourth Mizuki Jigura. Fortunately, I am familiar with Madara's control methods. Next, you must quickly master the illusion, and then go to Kirigakure to cast an illusion on Yagura. As for Nagato here, if you need to see him, I'll go with you. You don't need to worry about Uchiha Itachi for now. We can talk about it after Obito wakes up. Black Zetsu sorted out the things that needed to be rearranged next and became even more frantic. Once Uchiha Obito fell, there would be too many troubles. What's even more frustrating is that while it had to do all these things, it also had to keep a close eye on Uchiha Obito's injuries. So, why are you going to Shihouin Naraku? Black Zetsu wanted to grab Uchiha Obito and asked this question loudly. But what's with Shihouin Naraku? There's something wrong with his strength. The Shihouin clan shouldn't have any outstanding bloodline limits. But where does he get his strength from? Just in case, Black Zetsu asked White Zetsu to start collecting information on the Shihouin clan and Shihouin Naraku, and at the same time listed Shihouin Naraku as a key target of attention. On the other side, Shihouin Naraku had already set out on the road back to the village with his two awakened subordinates. But at this time, Shihouin Naraku was also wondering why Uchiha Obito suddenly came to him and why he fought with him. As for his fights with Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy, they were sparring matches, although Shihouin Naraku was a bit ruthless. The battle with Uchiha Obito is a fight of life and death, and if you are not careful, someone will die. It's a bit strange. At this stage, Obito and I don't have any conflicts. After all, his plan has not yet begun. Thinking with some doubt, Shihouin Naraku returned to Konohagakure with his subordinates. Shihouin Naraku had no intention of hiding the matter from his two subordinates, mainly because they were defeated by Zetsu and passed out shortly after the start of the battle, and did not see the rest of the battle at all. However, there's one thing that is very important. These two subordinates were defeated by Ju using Wood Style, and they did discover the existence of Wood Style. Shihouin Naraku didn't care about this. He just knew it. Even if he reported it to Sarutobi Hiruzen, it wouldn't be a big deal. Indeed, it was not surprising for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen first expressed that he was satisfied with the results of the work that Shihouin Naraku had done outside during this period of time, and then asked about the information about Wood Style. It is indeed the Wood Style, and I found that the opponent's Wood Style is somewhat different from Tenzo's Wood Style. I don't know the details, but I can clearly tell that the enemy's Wood Style is stronger, and it is more than just a little stronger. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly became serious. He thought for a long time before saying, "So, I understand. You said before that there is another enemy, and that the enemy has a Sharingan." Shihouin nodded and said what he had organized in advance. The enemy is wearing a mask, so we can't see his specific appearance. But the Sharingan can see clearly, and he is not Uchiha Itachi. This will cause some trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and continued, "Submit the mission report for this outing as soon as possible." "Okay, you must be very tired, so go and rest. Oh, by the way, Kakashi is still in the hospital. If you don't come back to check him, I won't let him go directly. It's too late today. You should go see him tomorrow." Shihouin Naraku agreed and left the Hokage's office. After he left for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly showed a sinister meaning. "Is that you?" Tenzo, the Wood-style ninja, was snatched from Danzo by him, so he was somewhat suspicious whether the newly appeared Wood-style enemy came from Shimura Danzo. As for the reason for attacking Shihouin Naraku, it was obviously because Shimura Danzo was eyeing the position of Hokage, so he wanted to eliminate the threat posed by Naraku in advance. As for the enemy who possesses the Sharingan, it is not difficult to guess their origins. Back then, Shimura Danzo personally led people to surround the Uchiha clan's territory and even participated in the fight. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself didn't believe that Shimura Danzo didn't have the Sharingan. I thought Danzo knew when to advance and when to retreat and knew how to keep a low profile, but it seems that he did a lot of things in secret. Someone notify Umbu to gather. Yes. The base of the root organization is naturally no secret to the Hokage. Soon, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with many Umbu members, surrounded the root organization. What are you up to? Shimura Danzo, leaning on a cane, slowly walked out of the Akatsuki base alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, but there was no smile on his face. Danzo, Umbu went out to complete a mission and accidentally encountered enemies who can use with style. One of them even has Sharingan. You know what this means? I can let you do a lot of things, but there are some things you absolutely cannot do. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words became more severe as he spoke to the end. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes. He really didn't know anything about this matter, so he said with certainty, "It has nothing to do with me. I didn't do that. Danzo, if you did anything, tell me now. It's not too late." Sarutobi Hiruzen still wanted to give his old friend a chance. After all, so many years had passed. If the other party was willing to confess, he would not really do anything. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth, full of hatred in his heart. He said word by word, "I said, that was not done by me. Tenzo is the only wood-style ninja in the root organization, and you have taken him away." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Since Shimura Danzo was so sure, there was no need to ask further. Search thoroughly to see if you've missed anything. The third Hokage waved his hand, and many Umbu immediately poured into the previously silent root base. "Monkey, do you really want to do this? If you hand him over, none of this will happen." Shimura Danzo stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen opposite him with one eye, gritted his teeth, and said, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't forget, we decided to start the wood-style experiment together. If you were not soft-hearted, I would have succeeded long ago." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his old friend who was still unwilling to turn back, and sighed. The village was in a very dangerous situation at the time, so I agreed to start the wood-style experiment. But too many excellent ninjas died in the experiment. If we continue, Konoha village will collapse before the enemy appears. What experiment was successful? That's just your wishful thinking. I know you haven't stopped the experiment. I'll remind you one last time. Give up the wood-style experiment. Shimura Danzo almost couldn't help but turn against Sarutobi Hiruzen on the spot, but in the end he just snorted coldly and ignored him. After waiting for a while, the Umbu members who were searching the root organization appeared. "Hokage-sama, we found some information, but we didn't find any other key evidence." Taking the information handed over by the Umbu subordinate, Sarutobi Hiruzen examined it carefully. But looking at Shimura Danzo, standing calmly next to him, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that this search would not find any answers. As expected, the information Sarutobi Hiruzen had was just some unimportant intelligence. Knowing that he would not find the answer today, Sarutobi Hiruzen took Umbu away directly. Before leaving, he wanted to give Shimura Danzo some advice, but he opened his mouth and left without saying anything. This is really too much. Shimura Danzo can't wait to bring his men to fight Sarutobi Hiruzen right now. He had been trying hard to suppress his anger and was almost about to take action. However, Shimura Danzo believed that if he really took action, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's ruthlessness, he would definitely take him down on the spot. After countless thoughts flashed through his mind, Shimura Danzo finally gave up the idea of turning against him. Leaning on a cane, Shimura Danzo returned to the root base again. He was going to write a letter to Orochimaru immediately to ask about the wood-style ninja. According to the agreement between the two, Shimura Danzo secretly provided research funds to Orochimaru, and the research results belonged to Shimura Danzo. Tianzong is such an example. Shimura Danzo not only provided funds to Orochimaru, but also captured a number of children and handed them over to him as experimental materials. However, except for Tenzo, who was successful, the other children all died in the cruel experiments. Now, Shimura Danzo suspects that Orochimaru has successfully created a ninja with style talent, but the other party has not handed over the results to him. There's nothing good to watch. Go back and have a rest. In a dense forest outside the Root Organization's base, Shihouin Naraku stood on the dense crown of a large tree and stretched lazily. After reporting the matter of the wood-style ninja to the third Hokage, Shihouin Naraku knew that something like this would happen. So he arrived outside the Root Organization base early, waiting for the show to begin. It was indeed worth it that he waited for so long. Seeing Shimura Danzo so frustrated was also a gain. It's a pity that Shimura Danzo doesn't dare to turn hostile, otherwise there would be even more exciting scenes to play out. Shihouin Naraku returned home happily. The next morning, it's okay. Although I was quite ruthless, Kakashi, you have a good recovery ability. Your injuries have healed. You could be discharged from the hospital now. Shihouin Naraku came to Konoha Hospital early in the morning to check on Hatake Kakashi and confirm that he had fully recovered. Hatake Kakashi simply packed up his few belongings and said, "Although I have left Umbu, I am still a little confused and don't know what to do." Hatake Kakashi has become accustomed to the busy Umbu career over the years, so after leaving Umbu, he was a little at a loss. Confused? What's there to be confused about? Shihouin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi left the ward, and then reminded with a smile, "You should know what the third-generation old man is planning, so now think about how to be a good instructor. Don't be like before, where you finally became an instructor, but in the end, no students in the ninja school could graduate from you." Hatake Kakashi has been working in Umbu for most of these years, but there was a period of time when Might Guy discovered that Kakashi had a very serious mental knot, so he repeatedly begged the Hokage to let him leave Umbu. At first, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not agree, but because Might Guy went to the Hokage again and again for his good friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally agreed to let Hatake Kakashi try to return to normal ninja life and serve as an instructor to teach the genin. As a result, after becoming an instructor, no ninja school student could graduate from Hatake Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen once thought that Hatake Kakashi was slacking off, so he went directly to him and asked for details. Only then did he know the whole thing. Because of his own experience, Hatake Kakashi has strict requirements for students. In addition, he attaches great importance to teamwork, which makes it difficult for students to gain his recognition. After this incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to transfer Hatake Kakashi back to Umbu again. There is no other way. If Hatake Kakashi doesn't leave, few students in the ninja school will be able to graduate. But it seems that even after experiencing it once, Hatake Kakashi does not intend to lower his requirements. If they really can't meet the requirements, even if they let the students of a ninja school graduate, it may not be a good thing for them. Hatake Kakashi answered very seriously. This was his opinion. If his requirements could not be met, no one could do it. You are a very brave old man from the third generation. Knowing your character, you dare to put Naruto under your control. Shihouin Naraku raised an eyebrow at Hatake Kakashi and asked curiously, "What if Naruto really doesn't meet the requirements? If he can't graduate, all the ninjas in Konoha village will go crazy. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki cannot graduate from the ninja school. This joke will top the list of jokes in the ninja world for 100 years. Hatake Kakashi was very firm and said straightforwardly, "My bottom line will not change. Everything depends on him. And there's another question. My test is coming later. Do you think Naruto can pass the ninja school graduation exam?" Oh yeah, I almost forgot about this. In the morning, Shihouin Naraku was still discussing Uzumaki Naruto's graduation with Hatake Kakashi, but at noon, he was called to the office by the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed no signs of conflict with Shimura Danzo last night, and spoke directly. Kakashi has left Umbu, but Umbu can't be without a captain for long. In this case, Naraku, you will be promoted to Umbu captain, and Tenzo will be promoted to vice captain. Just as the third Hokage's appointment was completed, Shihouin Naraku heard the familiar system prompt tone. Ding! Host is promoted to Konoha Captain General. Congratulations to Host for winning 4 draws. The remaining draws are 4. Friendly reminder. It is more likely to get magical items when you draw 10 times in a row. This time I was promoted to Captain, but I didn't qualify for the maximum 5 draws. Only 4. Shihouin Naraku was a little disappointed, but then he thought it had only been a short while since the second 10 draw, and he had already accumulated 4 draw qualifications, which meant that the third 10 draw would be soon. This is your first mission as the Umbu's chief captain. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed over a document and motioned for Shihouin Naraku to take a look. I have already instructed Yumino Irika to confirm that the graduation exam for this ninja school is the clone technique. You knew that this was what Uzumaki Naruto was least good at, yet you still arranged clone technique as the graduation exam. Understood. Shihouin Naraku flipped through the information. There is the least information about Naruto and the most information about a teacher named Mizuki in the ninja school. He is despicable, cunning, and jealous. He is suspected to be related to Orochimaru. We should just arrest him and at least find out what happened between him and Orochimaru. Shihouin Naraku looked at the information and directly suggested that Mizuki would soon induce Uzumaki Naruto, who failed to graduate, to steal the sealing technique. However, Mizuki, who was trying to stalk the cicada while the Oriole was waiting, ended up with nothing. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head directly. He knew his disciples very well and did not think that Orochimaru thought highly of Mizuki. Mizuki was just treated as an insignificant tool by Orochimaru. He could hardly dig out any information from him. I see, it's just recycling. Shihouin Naraku closed the information and said thoughtfully, I understand now, you don't intend to let Naruto graduate from school so easily. But before Shihouin Naraku could finish his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled out a huge scroll from under the table. You have observed Naruto training before, and you know where his problem lies. The disruption of Nine-Tails chakra makes it difficult for him to control his chakra. So the normal clone technique is not suitable for Naruto to learn, but with his excellent physical strength and abundant chakra, learning the multiple shadow clone technique is very suitable. So, I'll give you the Book of Sealing. You come up with a plan. I only want one result, and that's for Naruto to learn the multiple shadow clone technique. Really? I don't believe it. Shihouin Naraku didn't believe at all that the scroll in front of him was the sealed book, because he had seen the real Book of Seals and had made contributions to Konoha Village. He was allowed to learn several ninjutsu in the Book of Seals. First of all, if you want to open the sealed book, you need a special seal to open it. If you force it open, the sealed book will spontaneously combust into ashes. After using the seal to open the sealed book, you will find that the scroll is blank without a single word. At this time, you need a new seal to reveal the content of the ninjutsu you want to learn before you can learn it, and the seal for each ninjutsu is different. The key is that these seals can only be used once, and they will become invalid after use, and you can only use new seals next time. This is the real sealed book. What's interesting is that if you want to learn the ninjutsu in the Book of Seal Ninjas now, you don't need the Book of Seal Ninjas at all. Instead, you will directly get a new scroll with the ninjutsu written on it, which was copied by Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for the Book of Seals, Sarutobi Hiruzen had hidden it somewhere long ago. So Shihouin Naraku was very sure that what was in his hand was not the real Book of Seals. Especially after he opened it, he saw the first ninjutsu recorded on it. Multiple shadow clone technique. The content of the ninjutsu on the scroll was recorded in the most easily understood and simple words. The person who wrote it wanted to put the shadow clone technique directly into the mouths of those who were learning it. Awesome! Shihouin Naraku couldn't help but give Sarutobi Hiruzen a thumbs up and praised him. As expected of the third Hokage with the title of Professor of Ninjutsu, you described the shadow clone technique in a simple and easy-to-understand way. I believe Naruto will definitely be able to learn it. That's right. The content of the ninjutsu and even the wording and sentence structure on the scroll are all in accordance with Uzumaki Naruto's language habits. Or maybe he is the third Hokage. His ability is so strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking his pipe with a smile on his face. His eyes showed clearly. Don't you see what I do? Shihouin Naraku pretended to think for a while, then made his own plan and reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, I have carefully read Mizuki's information, and it is indeed worth using. This is what I think. In fact, the plan that Shihouin Naraku mentioned is what happened in the original plot. Of course, the theft of the sealed book in the original plot was also full of doubts, which seemed like a big script that had been arranged long ago. Just do as you say. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it and said seriously, You will be in charge of this matter personally. Remember, be careful of problems with Mizuki at critical moments. You can train Naruto appropriately, but his safety must be guaranteed. Clear. Shihouin Naraku became busy again, and everything went on in an orderly manner according to his plan. Konoha Village afternoon. The ninja school was over, and Mizuki, as a teacher, watched with Irika as the students left the school one after another. Teacher Irika watched Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke rushing to leave and sighed with a smile. Naruto's personality has become much more cheerful recently, and his relationship with Sasuke has also eased, but his clone technique is still. Yumino Irika really cares about Uzumaki Naruto. He is not only worried about Naruto's life, but also always concerned about Naruto's studies. Mizuki stood aside with a smile on his face, but a closer look revealed that his smile was extremely stiff. He looked down upon Irika's current behavior. Why are you pretending? Your parents died because of Nine-Tails Demon Fox, and you still care about Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I'm afraid it's because he wants to please the Hokage. How disgusting. This is Mizuki's true inner thought. He is very jealous that the serious and responsible Yumino Irika is liked by everyone. Shuimu, let's go eat together. It's my treat. No, I have something else to do today. Mizuki directly rejected Yumino Irika's invitation and went to the pub to drink alone. Why can Irika become a lecturer, but he can't? It's just to complete the task and kill the injured companions with his own hands. What's the big deal? Shuimu drank alone while thinking about his troubles, and the noise coming from the table next to him made him feel even more annoyed. If the guests at the next table weren't also ninjas, he would have turned hostile long ago. Because of his depression, Shuimu drank more and more wine, and before he knew it, he lay on the table, muttering to himself in a daze. At the same time, the voices from the next table came into his ears one by one. The two ninjas at the next table seemed to be lamenting the weakness of their own strength. The young ninja's voice sounded, Alas, it's a pity that I'm only a chunin. If I were a Jōnin, I would definitely be respected by everyone. Another ninja with a hoarse voice answered, Don't just eat the food, drink the wine. You want to be a Jōnin, I still want to, but you don't have the talent. Well, I know I don't have the talent to be a Jōnin. The young ninja seemed unconvinced and said, If I can learn more powerful ninjutsu, I believe I will be able to stand out and be respected by everyone. It's not that easy. Yeah, it's not that easy. The dazed Mizuki agreed with what the hoarse-voiced ninja said. He also wanted to become a Jōnin, wanted to learn more powerful ninjutsu, so that everyone would look up to him. But who would teach him? Thinking of this, Shuimu felt even more uncomfortable. The young ninja retorted, TSK, who said it's not easy. The village's sealed book is full of powerful ninjutsu. If you learn even one, you can become a Jōnin. You're drunk. I'm not drunk. Not at all. You don't know, today when I went to the Hokage building to deliver some information, I saw that the Hokage seemed to be sorting things out, and he sent someone to put the book of sealing in the first room at the corner of the second floor. And there was no one guarding it. Shut up, what if someone hears you? Oh, no one's here. The guy at the next table is already drunk. Look, he's been lying on the table for quite some time. Then you shut up too. Okay, I know. Mizuki, who was lying on the table in a daze, was awakened in an instant, and all the drunkenness in his body disappeared. Book of Sealing Hokage, sorting powerful ninjutsu. A series of messy things flowed through Shuimu's mind, and an irrepressible greed rose in his heart unknowingly. Anyone else might notice something is wrong, but for a guy like Shuimu, who is eager for quick success and often jealous of others, he will only see the benefits he can get and will not care about other issues. Suppressing his inner ecstasy, Mizuki kept lying on the table pretending to be asleep until the two ninjas at the next table paid the bill and left. Then he sat up. The sealed book. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I absolutely cannot miss it. After hastily checking out and leaving, Mizuki still relied on the last bit of his rationality and found the home of a friend who also often frequented the Hokage building. But in fact, this so-called friend is an UNBU member who is specifically responsible for investigating Mizuki's abnormal behavior. The two of them became friends because the UNBU ninja deliberately approached them. "Shuimu, why are you here?" The UNBU ninja, who had received the order long ago, pretended nothing had happened and looked at Mizuki, who suddenly came with some confusion. Shuimu pretended to be concerned and said, "Oh, I was planning to treat you to a drink today, but I heard from others that you have been very busy recently, so I came to see you." The UNBU ninja nodded. "It's been busy indeed. Recently, the Hokage has been organizing and storing the documents from the past few years, so we've been busy too. I've been in and out of the Hokage building several times in the past few days, and each time I've been sending a bunch of documents back and forth." "I see. The work that the Hokage-sama ordered is important, but you also need to make sure you rest." Mizuki continued to chat with the UNBU ninja, and after chatting for a while, he took the initiative to say goodbye and leave. Yes, the Hokage building is indeed organizing the information. In other words, the sealed book is really in that place. Soon after Mizuki left, Shihouin Naraku came out from the darkness. The UNBU ninja stepped forward respectfully. "Captain General, well, you did a good job." Under the orders of Shihouin Naraku, Mizuki's every move was monitored. The two ninjas who leaked information while drinking and chatting in the tavern were also arranged by him in advance. In this way, Shuimu completely fell into greed and coveted the sealed book. In the next few days, the ninja school graduation exam was held as usual. Uzumaki Naruto failed as expected and did not successfully graduate from the ninja school. Even afterward, when Irika-sensei treated Uzumaki Naruto to his favorite ramen, it didn't cheer him up. What's even more surprising is that, perhaps because of the tree-walking training and ninja sparring during this period of time, Uchiha Sasuke was too proud to mock Uzumaki Naruto, but instead showed his concern in a somewhat awkward way. Originally, after the fierce battle between Shihouin Naraku, Hatake Kakashi, and Might Guy, Uzumaki Naruto had been enthusiastically looking for Shihouin Naraku in the village, wanting him to teach him powerful ninjutsu. But now that he has failed in graduation, Uzumaki Naruto is too embarrassed to meet Shihouin Naraku. He finds it too shameful. Just like that, when Uzumaki Naruto was extremely depressed, Mizuki came up to him, pretended to be concerned, and revealed the existence of the Book of Sealed, and told Naruto that if he learned the ninjutsu in the Book of Sealed, he would definitely be able to graduate. Uzumaki Naruto, who was already worried about graduation, immediately took the bait, and then used his transformation technique to take out the sealed book in front of many ninja guards, both overtly and covertly. "Yes, take it. Not stealing." Shihouin Naraku was afraid that Uzumaki Naruto might be short-sighted, so he wrote the 4 characters Book of Seals clearly on the scroll. So a pursuit that many people knew about began. Yumino Irika is anxiously searching for Uzumaki Naruto. Fully armed and full of pride, Mizuki, the third Hokage, seemed worried, but he was actually sitting in his office playing with a crystal ball and watching a movie. With a group of well-trained and powerful UNBU members, he can never catch up with Uzumaki Naruto's Shihouin Naraku. What a great show! Shihouin Naraku used to watch anime, but now he is actually watching this drama that plays a decisive role in Uzumaki Naruto's life. Shihouin Naraku and the UNBU members stood on the tree, hiding their identities, and watched the touching scene unfolding in the open space below. Irika is indeed a good teacher. The Umbu members around nodded in agreement. This was also their opinion. His parents died at the hands of the Nine-Tails demon fox. Even though he once harbored resentment, Irika eventually reconciled with himself and truly regarded Uzumaki Naruto as a relative. It is even fair to say that Uzumaki Naruto's father, in a sense, is Yumino Irika. Even Konoha village has to thank Yumino Irika. Without his care, who knows what Uzumaki Naruto would be like? It is hard to say whether a large, spiraling attack will be launched on Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in the Hokage's office, was also very satisfied with the good teacher he had chosen for Uzumaki Naruto. Multiple shadow clone technique. Irika's firm approval boosted Uzumaki Naruto's courage, and the moment of shouting arrived. In an instant, shadow clones appeared everywhere in front of everyone. The clone technique, which Uzumaki Naruto was once least good at, has now become his best shadow clone technique. Congratulations, Naruto, you've graduated. Yumino Irika took off his ninja forehead protector and put it on the forehead of the bewildered Uzumaki Naruto himself. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned for a moment. Then he held the ninja forehead protector and smiled happily. The morning sun passed through the leaves, seeped into the forest, and a ray of light sprinkled on the forehead protector. At this moment, the strongest Jōnin of Konoha is born. Pa pa pa. A burst of applause sounded in the woods. Uzumaki Naruto and Yumino Irika turned their heads to look over, and Shihouin Naraku appeared out of nowhere, slowly walking toward the two of them while clapping with a smile on his face. Oink oink. Several masked Umbu members landed silently behind Shihouin Naraku and followed him. Brother Naraku. Naraku is adult. Uzumaki Naruto was a little embarrassed at first, but when he touched his forehead protector, he realized that he had graduated and didn't have to hide anymore. Brother Naraku, I'm graduated. Ha ha ha. Uzumaki Naruto happily put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. His smug look was beyond words. Naruto, be polite around Naraku-sama. Irika patted Uzumaki Naruto on the shoulder and told him to stop being so cocky. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto's smug look, Shihouin Naraku couldn't help wanting to hit him. So he reminded with a smile, Naruto, have you forgotten one thing? Why is the village's seal book here with you? The originally happy Uzumaki Naruto was stunned, and then realized that he seemed to have gotten into big trouble today. Just a reminder to you, the Hokage-sama can revoke your ninja status and take back your ninja forehead protector. Shihouin Naraku's words were like a thunder that rumbled down, leaving Uzumaki Naruto with his mouth wide open, completely dumbfounded. After hitting Uzumaki Naruto, Shihouin Naraku signaled his subordinates to capture Mizuki, who was lying on the ground, and then had someone pick up Yumino Irika and prepare to send him to the hospital. Uzumaki Naruto was also very nervous. Although he was still a little worried about his identity as a ninja, he still happily came over with the Book of Seals and wanted to hand it to Shihouin Naraku. I don't want this thing, so you keep it and come back with me to see the third Hokage. Grandpa Hokage will definitely not take back the ninja forehead protector. Thinking of his past interactions with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uzumaki Naruto also realized that it was Shihouin Naraku who was trying to scare him. How's it going, Irika? If it's serious, I'll take you to the hospital first. Shihouin Naraku asked as he looked back at Irika lying on his subordinate's back. Uzumaki Naruto also looked at his teacher with concern. Yumino Irika simply shook his head and said, It's okay, Lord Naraku. It's just a minor injury, mainly to my back, so it's a little inconvenient to move. Okay then, Yin, take Irika to the hospital for treatment. Shihouin Naraku patted Uzumaki Naruto's head and said, I'll take this guy to see the third Hokage. Yes. Brother Naraku, why is teacher Mizuki gone? Uzumaki Naruto suddenly found that Mizuki, whom he had knocked down, was gone, and he shouted worriedly. He's gone where he's supposed to be. Okay, let's go. Shihouin Naraku brought Uzumaki Naruto to the Hokage's office, handed him the task, and left immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen would handle the rest. But he did not rest. Instead, he took advantage of this period of rest to start honing his strength. After mastering the sun breathing, Shihouin Naraku's physical condition is improving every moment. Although the increase is very small and even difficult to detect, the improvement accumulated over a few months is already very considerable. Shihouin Naraku even had a feeling that his physical condition had reached a critical point and could break through at any time. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed. Crack! Boom, boom, boom. A huge rock suddenly collapsed, debris flying all over the sky, and a group of trees in the forest fell down in unison, revealing a very smooth cross-section. Ooh! Shihouin Naraku slowly calmed his rapid breathing and regained his composure. Glancing at the devastated training ground number 27, Shihouin Naraku randomly found a stump of a tree he had chopped down and sat down cross-legged, holding the Kurikara with its scabbard tightly in his hands on his knees as he meditated. After more than 20 days of training, Shihouin Naraku felt that his strength had increased again. He has completely digested the rewards from the 2 10-draw streaks. Simply put, he was definitely not his current opponent more than 20 days ago, and would even be defeated in the shortest time. System: open my attribute panel. Name: Shihouin Naraku. Gender: male. Age: 26. Constitution: S. Spirit: S+. Soul: Kurikara. Chakra control: S+. Chakra amount: S+. Already more than 99% of the ninjas in the ninja world. Chakra attributes: fire, wind, thunder, water, earth, yin, yang. What is this? How come there's an extra soul that is the attribute of Kurikara? And why did the word spirit on the panel turn red? Oh, there's an extra chakra control. Also, the physique was upgraded from A to S, but the chakra volume increased so dramatically. Shihouin Naraku originally just wanted to see if his physical fitness had broken through, but he found that there were other changes in the attribute panel this time. It was not surprising that the physical fitness that was originally A grade was promoted to S grade. It's nothing to have a chakra control, it's normal. But the panel actually showed the attributes of a soul, and the key point was that the attribute was marked with Kurikara. Thank you for your support. What's even more strange is that the text or numbers on the attribute panel were originally black, but now the word spirit has turned red. System, what's going on? Am I going to have mental problems? Zanpakuto Kirigaro is made based on the host's soul. The appearance of Kirigaro increases the host's soul strength. It is unique in the ninja world, so it is named after this sword. The soul affects the mind. The increase in soul strength directly leads to a significant increase in the host spirit and a greater increase in the amount of chakra. The change in the spirit means that this attribute has the possibility of a breakthrough. After the breakthrough, the host will obtain the strongest spirit attribute in the ninja world, and thus will gain super strong resistance to illusions. The ninja world will no longer have illusions that can affect the host. You can also gain super strong learning ability. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusion can all be learned and mastered in a short time. And it will also enhance observation haki and other abilities, which need to be discovered by the host. I see. I was wondering why chakra would increase so much if it was just the physical strength that improved. Shihouin Naraku had a new question. He asked directly, System, I can indeed feel the improvement of chakra, but it is not as much as I imagined. I see. Shihouin Naraku's improved physique and spirit caused the amount of chakra in his body to surge in a very short period of time, but he did not notice that, whether in battle or performing medical ninjutsu, he was still refining chakra on his own. He did not immediately realize that the speed of refining chakra had become much faster. Without the help of the system, the rapidly surging chakra in an instant would directly damage his meridians and organs. Therefore, the system directly intercepted the terrifying amount of chakra and only slowly increased the total amount of chakra in Shihouin Naraku's body. Understood. Shihouin Naraku knew that the system was helping him. Just think about it. Among the ninjas in the ninja world who have huge amounts of chakra, which one would have a bad physique? Even if he is Uzumaki Naruto, he has the genetic constitution of the Uzumaki clan and the support of Nine Tails. Of course, ordinary ninjas will not have problems like Shihouin Naraku. If they have poor physical fitness, they will not have so much chakra. The key point is that Shihouin Naraku is different from ordinary people. His spirit or soul is too strong and too outrageous, which directly leads to his body being unable to withstand the surge of chakra. After realizing this, Shihouin Naraku himself felt troubled. It turns out that the body can't keep up with the speed of the spirit's improvement. Being mentally strong brings many benefits, but also many troubles. Shihouin Naraku never imagined that one day he would be troubled by a certain quality of his being too strong. Of course, this can also be considered a happy trouble. System, according to your calculations, how much chakra can I withstand at most? 50%. At most 50%. That means unless my physique grows, the remaining 37% of chakra cannot be absorbed anyway. Yes, if I were to absorb it all at once, how much chakra can I take at most? 32%. However, the host meridians will be slightly damaged, and the body organs will also be burdened. And within 1 month, chakra can no longer be absorbed. Shihouin Naraku thought that he could withstand such consequences, so he said directly, "System, I want to accept 32% chakra infusion now." Ding! Do you want to accept the 32% chakra infusion? Yes. Boom! As soon as Shihouin Naraku finished speaking, he suddenly felt an extremely huge amount of chakra suddenly born in his body. In an instant, Shihouin Naraku's face turned red. The organs and meridians in the body continued to transmit a feeling of swelling and pain, and a huge amount of chakra was rapidly flowing in Shihouin Naraku's body with great momentum. Crack! The tree stump where Shihouin Naraku was sitting cross-legged suddenly developed obvious cracks, and then it collapsed. Trying hard to endure the burden on his body, Shihouin Naraku stood up. With him as the center, the violent momentum instantly created a storm, and the ground of the training ground cracked into cracks like a spider web. The strong wind blew the flowers and plants close to the ground. The dense trees were bent under their weight, and the leaves in the sky were blown high into the sky. The crazy momentum stirred up clouds of dust, which spread rapidly in a circular shape in all directions. After a long time, the surroundings of Shihouin Naraku, which had received a large amount of chakra infusion, gradually returned to calm. Feeling the surging chakra in his body and his rapidly growing strength, a smile appeared on Shihouin Naraku's handsome face. It was then that Shihouin Naraku was surprised to find that he could not see the ground. Within 100 meters around Shihouin Naraku, the hurricane created by the violent momentum directly cracked the earth, and a huge deep pit was formed on the ground. Why is it so exaggerated? Is it because of absorbing too much chakra at once? Shihouin Naraku felt somewhat embarrassed and endured the slight pain in his body as he walked out of the pit step by step. There was a slight sound under his feet. Shihouin Naraku looked down and saw that he had stepped directly into the ground, leaving a deep footprint. The improvement is too great. We need to quickly adapt to our current strength. Shaking his head and controlling the power under his feet, Shihouin Naraku walked out of the deep pit and began to practice with Kurakara in his hand. It took 2 days for Shihouin Naraku to adjust to his current strength. This also means that his strength has risen to a new level again. On this day, Shihouin Naraku was working out in his private practice field to improve his physique. Shihouin Naraku, with his upper body exposed, wields the Kurakara and practices swordsmanship with every blow. Drops of sweat slid down, and the delicate and well-proportioned muscle lines under the sunlight showed the beauty unique to strength, making people want to reach out and touch it. Although Shihouin Naraku was simply practicing swinging the sword with the Kurakara in hand, he concentrated all his attention and exerted all his strength every time he swung the sword, and the pitch-black tip of the sword always landed in the same place. This is enough to prove Shihouin Naraku's superb swordsmanship and control over his own strength. Crash! From the big tree outside the private training ground, there was the sound of turning pages. Hatake Kakashi was sitting sideways, leaning against the tree trunk, reading the little imperial book in his hand. Shihouin Naraku had already noticed Hatake Kakashi, but he didn't say anything and continued to practice with full concentration. After a while, he finished his exercise and walked outside the training ground, then picked up a clean towel and wiped the sweat off his body. While wiping the sweat off his face, Shihouin Naraku asked, "Why are you coming to me instead of being a good instructor? I heard that Naruto and the Uchiha Sasuke ninja team passed your test. What is it like to be Naruto's instructor?" Hatake Kakashi put away the little imperial book, looked at Naraku, and said, "What do you feel? It should be boring. But Naruto and the other three are really good, and each of them has their own advantages. During this period of time, we have been taking low-level missions every day. The ninja team has become a little impetuous, especially Naruto, who has been pestering me all day long, wanting me to teach him powerful ninjutsu." Although Sasuke didn't say it directly, the meaning in his eyes was too obvious. As for their other companion, the girl named Sakura didn't realize what a ninja is and was still a little naive. Shihouin Naraku watched Kakashi talking nonstop and found that he had changed in such a short time. It seemed that becoming a mentor was indeed a good thing for Kakashi. "So, why did you come to me? Just continue to be your instructor." Hatake Kakashi spread his hands, his dead fish eyes revealed a trace of helplessness, and said, "Naruto and Sasuke have seen our fight, especially after seeing your performance. They are now very arrogant. All they want to do is learn powerful ninjutsu. I want them to seriously lay a solid foundation, but they really don't listen. What's even more exaggerated is that Naruto has caused trouble again. He has been jumping up and down all day to promote your strength to his friends and companions, and then showing off the multiple shadow clone techniques he has learned, making this year's ninja school graduates very impetuous. I went to ask the Hokage-sama, and the Hokage told me to come find you." Shihouin Naraku frowned as he listened to Hatake Kakashi's explanation. He had not expected such a turn of events. In the original plot, Uzumaki Naruto never did anything like this. Maybe this is the butterfly effect caused by the battle between Shihouin Naraku, Hatake Kakashi, and Might Guy. Uzumaki Naruto is causing trouble, Uchiha Obito is raiding, and so on. The impact that Shihouin Naraku has had on the ninja world is slowly becoming apparent. All the genins in the entire ninja world always hate complicated, troublesome, and tiring low-level tasks the most. In the genin's initial fantasies, becoming a ninja is just their first step. The next step is to learn powerful ninjutsu and other abilities, and then become famous in the ninja world and gain the admiration and love of everyone. But the reality is that the first step after leaving the ninja school is to face dirty and tedious low-level tasks with no end in sight. Digging rivers, picking up garbage, catching cats and dogs, etc. These low-level tasks quickly dampen the enthusiasm of the genins. But they don't know that these low-level tasks are the most suitable tasks carefully selected by seniors and senior management for the growth of genin. First of all, the complexity and dirtiness will immediately make the naive genin realize the reality and understand that being a ninja is never so glamorous. The appropriate dangers in low-level missions will allow the genins to gradually develop vital vigilance. The low-level tasks that require going down the river and climbing trees are to help genin lay a solid foundation. If you want to complete the task of climbing a tree to collect information or catching cats and finding dogs, you will definitely need to stay on the tree for a long time. This is tree climbing practice. If you want to go down to the river to dredge the river or pick up garbage, if you don't want to get yourself wet and become embarrassed and want to complete the task faster, it is best to step on the water. And this is treading water practice. These carefully selected low-level tasks are meant to train genin. While laying a solid foundation, if one can discover the tricks by themselves, it means growing faster than others. So in a way, many genin are unqualified, including Sasuke and the other three, and they need a teacher to arrange training for them to understand these tricks. Of course, Those who can discover the problems here will have a very good future, even if they are not geniuses. Because all instructors like such smart and quick-witted students and are willing to train them. When such a genin grows up, when completing various urgent and dangerous tasks, he will find solutions in the shortest time possible. And because of such abilities, they will become top leaders of every ninja village. So this is why Shihouin Naraku frowned when he heard Hotake Kakashi say that the genins of this generation have become extremely impetuous. These genins are destroying themselves. This is a very serious matter. No wonder Hotake Kakashi appeared in front of him. So you mean, I need to figure out a way to solve this problem? I didn't expect a fight with spectators would cause this kind of trouble. Shihouin Naraku rubbed his brows and thought about a solution. This matter really has something to do with me. Should I arrest them and scold them? Beat them up? I don't think it will work. After that, few people will probably change. However, Shihouin Naraku suddenly remembered something. Because of the changes in his soul and spirit, an ability he awakened this morning seemed to be very suitable for the current situation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening Conqueror's Haki. Facing the morning sunshine, Shihouin Naraku was originally practicing on his own when he suddenly heard a reminder from the system in his mind. He actually awakened Conqueror's Haki by himself. Originally, Shihouin Naraku thought that both Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki would need to go through a system lottery before they could be awakened. After all, Haki doesn't exist in the ninja world at all. But the system told Shihouin Naraku that after winning the observation Haki in the lottery, he had the qualifications to awaken Haki. In other words, even if he didn't win the other two types of Haki through the lottery, he could still awaken himself. Although he didn't understand why Conqueror's Haki awakened first instead of Armament Haki, the current situation was really suitable for him to use Conqueror's Haki to scare the naive genins. It's just a bit unfair that Conqueror's Haki, a king's talent that only one person out of millions can awaken, appear for the first time in the ninja world, but was used to scare children. You can drive a single sheep, or you can let a flock of sheep go. Since you are all so impatient, why don't you all experience what despair is? Kakashi, go inform the other instructors to bring all the genins from this class here. Oh, and if Guy's team of genins isn't on a mission, bring them here as well. Let me think about it. Let's just skip the meal tomorrow at noon. This will prevent them from vomiting out of fear. Hotake Kakashi stared at Shihouin Naraku blankly. Although he didn't know what he was going to do, he knew from a few words that it was not a good thing. You should take it easy. After all, they're the future of Konoha Village. Besides, some of them may be the future patriarchs of ninja families. It would be bad if something goes wrong. That's none of my business. If you fail here, you don't have to become a ninja and can be a civilian. Otherwise, dying in the hands of the enemy would be a waste of the resources used to train them. Also, tell those brats, if they pass my test, I'll teach them all kinds of powerful ninjutsu, and they can even become Jōnin. What a huge investment. This is the carrot hanging in front of the donkey. Hotake Kakashi understood, and he couldn't help but feel sad for the blow his student was about to suffer. But then he thought, it's not a big deal, and immediately it didn't matter. Okay, I got it. Let's go inform them now. As for Guy, I saw him running handstands around the village last night for exercise. I guess he didn't take the mission. Let's call the genin from that team as well. After saying this, Shihouin Naraku unsheathes the Kurakara and returns to the training ground to begin his boring training once again. Seeing this scene, even Hotake Kakashi was moved. With such powerful strength, it was still so hard. No wonder Naraku and Guy were so powerful. It was natural that he was not as good as them. It seems I have to work hard too. Otherwise, when Naruto and the others grow up and surpass me, I will feel a little embarrassed as an instructor. Hotake Kakashi touched the little imperial book in his pocket, but ultimately did not take it out. While thinking about how to improve his own strength, Raikiri is gradually moving away from it. What? Naraku is going to discipline those kids. That's not necessary. Genin have all gone through this before. As they grow older, they will figure it out on their own. I think this is a good idea. Shikamaru is always lazy and has trouble with his missions. Choji can't control his mouth, and Ino doesn't even think about serious matters. Although some of this is due to the influence of the family, if this continues, these kids will definitely suffer a lot before they wake up. Yeah, that's my opinion too. Let these kids know the cruelty of a genin, and then they will seriously improve themselves. No problem. Xiao Li and the others will definitely be fine and will definitely pass Naraku's test. Don't be so confident, guy. You all know Naraku. He will never let you down. Haha. Let's see the talents of these kids. A group of instructors gathered together, and except for being a little worried at the beginning, they spent the rest of the time discussing with great interest whether anyone could pass Shihouin Naraku's test. From time to time, these Jōnin instructors would have malicious smiles on their faces. In the early morning, Konoha, waking up from a quiet night, began to become noisy. Uzumaki Naruto yawned, rubbed his eyes, and joined up with his companions Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. Little Sakura. The moment he saw Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto immediately perked up. His original sleepiness disappeared, and he immediately greeted her with vigor and energy. Hi. Compared to before, after becoming teammates, Haruno Sakura also began to respond to Uzumaki Naruto's courtesy. Of course, more importantly, Haruno Sakura wants to maintain her image as an innocent and beautiful girl in front of Uchiha Sasuke. Snort. Uchiha Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, snorted indifferently. His eyes never fell on Haruno Sakura. Apart from maintaining his cold expression, he would occasionally look at Uzumaki Naruto. This team of three formed a perfect spiral. Why hasn't Mr. Kakashi come yet? Uzumaki Naruto tried to please little Sakura, while saying gloomily, he's always late. If I hadn't seen Kakashi-sensei fight, I wouldn't believe he was a Jōnin. Uchiha Sasuke nodded in agreement. He and Naruto had seen the crazy fights between Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, and Shihouin Naraku, and had a rough idea of the strength of these three Jōnin. So Uchiha Sasuke is quite satisfied with Hatake Kakashi being his instructor, but it's a pity that it's not Shihouin Naraku, because Shihouin Naraku is the strongest for Uchiha Sasuke, who has always had the idea of revenge in his heart. Shihouin Naraku is the most suitable to be his instructor, but he could only think about it. Naruto had already found out the identity of Shihouin Naraku from teacher Irika. He was a high-ranking official in Konoha, and it was impossible for him to be an instructor to teach them. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at the arrogant Sasuke with some dissatisfaction, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. He leaned in front of Sasuke and whispered, "Sasuke, today's mission is over. Should we go to the training ground to take a look?" Uchiha Sasuke's face flashed with excitement. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He really wanted to go and take a look, just in case he ran into Shihouin Naraku there. Haruno Sakura looked at Naruto and Sasuke, whispering with a suspicious look on his face, wanting to move closer to listen, but was too embarrassed to do so. For some reason, Haruno Sakura suddenly felt that although there were three people in the team, she, a beautiful girl, was excluded by two people and became the third party that no one paid attention to. It's like Naruto and Sasuke are a couple, and she's the one who's intervening. Haruno Sakura was stunned and quickly shook his head to drive this horrible thought out of his mind. In fact, given Uzumaki Naruto's personality, he would not hide the previous events from Haruno Sakura. However, Hatake Kakashi specifically warned Naruto and Sasuke not to leak the news of the battle between the three of them. After all, experienced people can analyze a lot of information from a battle, which is not a good thing for Naraku and the other three. So Naruto and Sasuke could only discuss this matter privately and did not tell little Sakura. The three of them chatted idly, but they waited from morning to noon and did not see Hatake Kakashi. It's outrageous. What kind of instructor would be so lazy? Naruto and Sasuke once again began to doubt Hatake Kakashi's identity as a Jōnin. If all the Jōnin in Konoha village looked like Kakashi, then the village would be ruined. Hey, good morning. Just when Sasuke and the other two were grumbling angrily, Hatake Kakashi suddenly appeared in front of them, raised his hand, and greeted them comfortably. Teacher Kakashi, it's noon. When can we go on the mission? As soon as Uzumaki Naruto saw Hatake Kakashi, he became so angry that he started to yell loudly. Hatake Kakashi picked his ears, looking lazy, and said, I always thought you didn't like doing low-level tasks, but I didn't expect that I was wrong. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists and glared at Hatake Kakashi angrily, wishing he could ram his head into him. Okay. Hatake Kakashi raised his hand to signal Naruto to be quiet for a moment, then said seriously, No need to do the mission today. Follow me. After saying that, Hatake Kakashi took the lead and led the 3 people to the village's training ground. What? Teacher Kakashi, what are we going to do? Hatake Kakashi glanced at the curious Naruto and smiled. You and Sasuke have been clamoring to learn powerful ninjutsu. Now's your chance. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were both stunned, then both secretly happy. There's no way around it. The 2 people who have seen the Jōnin fight really want to learn those dazzling and powerful ninjutsu. Looking at the 2 people's excitement, Hatake Kakashi didn't say much, but just mourned for the 3 students in his heart for a few seconds. They didn't walk far before they ran into other people. The 3rd team members brought by Might Guy, Rock Lee, Tintin, and Hyuganiji. Saratobi Asuma leads the members of Team 10, Nara Shikomu, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino. Kurinai Yuhi also brought along the members of Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. Of course, there are also Hatake Kakashi's 7th squad members, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke. The 12 Guardians of Konoha are assembled. Naruto, Choji, Shikamaru, Sasuke, Ino Pig. Stay away from Sasuke. You with a broad forehead should stay away. What a hassle. Kacha. Ugh. Naruto, you want to eat. Youth is burning. The 4 leading Jōnin stood aside, watching their subordinates chattering, completely unaware of what would happen next. Quiet. Hatake Kakashi stepped forward and looked at the Genins who had regained their silence with a very serious expression. Next, you will be tested by Konoha's high-ranking officials. If anyone can pass, there will be a reward. Various rewards, including but not limited to powerful ninjutsu, direct promotion to Chunin and Jōnin. You can even make requests yourself, and as long as they are not excessive, they will be granted. Now, gather at the training ground 100 meters ahead and wait for the test personnel to arrive. After Hatake Kakashi finished speaking, he left first and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The remaining 3 Jōnin looked deeply at the 12 Genins and then disappeared as well. In fact, they did not leave, but stood at the edge of the woods, looking at this side, etc. After hearing what Hatake Kakashi said, Nara Shikamaru's hair stood on end. Just as he was about to ask something, he found that all the instructors had disappeared. It's over. Something terrible is going to happen. Shikamaru looked at Naruto, who was cheering excitedly, Sasuke, who was secretly moved, and other companions who didn't react and felt crazy inside. At this moment, a gaze came over. It was Hyuganiji. He also found something wrong. What a powerful ninjutsu. What a promotion to Jōnin. They're all lies. How could a group of Genin deserve to be treated like this by the village leaders? Even with Naruto here, it's impossible. Nara Shikamaru knew very well that they would be in trouble next. So when Hyuganiji reacted and looked at him, Shikamaru responded with a bitter smile. As for the others, their minds were not here at all. I will definitely pass the test this time. Just wait for me to learn powerful ninjutsu and become Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto put his hands on his hips and shouted proudly. Inazuka Kiba held Akamaru's puppy on his head and said disdainfully, I am definitely the one who can pass the test. For my youth. In order to live up to Mr. Guy's expectations, I must pass the test. Tian quickly stepped back, saying that he didn't know the hot-blooded idiot in front of him who looked silly and had flaming eyes. Shikamaru covered his forehead helplessly, no longer planning on reminding anyone. It just depended on what else he could say in this situation. So he could only follow everyone into the training ground and wait. The sun was glaring overhead, and everyone had been waiting for a long time. They were getting a little impatient, but no one came. What's going on? Do adults like to be late? Uzumaki Naruto jumped and skipped, searching for someone everywhere, but no one showed up. Here it comes. Hyuga Niji, who opened his Byakugan, was stunned for a moment, then immediately shouted, "It's Master Shihouin Naraku." But, looking at Shihouin Naraku who appeared in his sight, Hyuga Niji always felt that there was something wrong with that look. It's Brother Naraku. Uzumaki Naruto immediately became excited, and Uchiha Sasuke, beside him, also perked up. Xiao Li and Tian even stood up straight, nervously waiting for Shihouin Naraku to arrive. The others stopped talking and laughing and looked at him curiously, not knowing who the person was. Only Shikamaru seemed to have vaguely heard the name Shihouin Naraku from his father Narashikaku, but he was also a little confused. Shihouin Naraku looked up at the training ground in the distance, where the 12 young warriors of Konoha were waiting for him. Shaking his head slightly, Shihouin Naraku raised his foot forward, then fell down. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled thunder exploded in the clear sky. Shihouin Naraku's eyes suddenly widened, and an extremely violent spirit instantly ignited from his body. The aura of a king that dominated the world rose up and spread out wildly. The strong wind swept in the dark clouds, blocking the sun that was radiating heat wantonly, and the sky and the earth suddenly became dark. The hurricane grew more violent, rolling up dark clouds, following Shihouin Naraku closely and covering him with a pitch-black cloak that blocked out the sun. With a whoosh, flames shot up into the sky and ignited the darkness, and beautiful sparks flickered on the black cloak. Shihouin Naraku exudes an aura of authority without anger, leading conqueror's haki like a surging ocean. Boom! What happened? The 12 young warriors of Konoha all showed panic on their faces when they saw Shihouin Naraku approaching step by step. The terrifying aura was like real pressure, continuously pressing on everyone, and soon someone fell to the ground and fainted. Shihouin Naraku approached slowly. His footsteps sounded like the beating of war drums. His eyes were cold and sharp. Anyone who saw him for the first time would feel a piercing chill. Where's the fun in that? How funny? Tell me what you were doing. What do you think of ninjas? Answer me. What do you think of ninjas? Stand there. Answer me. Shihouin Naraku's steps still did not stop. His pupils flashed with a firm will, and he whipped everyone with every word. Everyone looked at Shihouin Naraku in horror. They seemed to see a bloody and cruel battlefield behind him. The battlefield was filled with smoke, corpses were lying everywhere, the ground was soaked with blood, and countless ninjas were killed and wounded. Conqueror's haki released terrifying pressure crazily, and the shocking momentum crushed everyone's mind. Bang, bang, bang. The people in the training ground fell down one after another. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Niji, and Rock Lee gritted their teeth. Bloodshot eyes appeared in their pupils, and they couldn't move at all. At this moment, they no longer had the happy and excited expressions on their faces. Boom! A silver light flashed through the dark clouds in the sky, illuminating the dark sky. The overwhelming momentum came again, and the trees around the training ground were blown all over the place and even fell to the ground. The earth-shattering hurricane overturned everything, and gravel and wood chips were swept up, then dents were smashed into the ground. How did Naraku involve us? What kind of outrageous ability is this? How could its aura alone create such a terrifying scene? Several Jōnin, led by Hitaki Kakashi, stood in the woods with difficulty, trying to resist the terrifying momentum of Shihouin Naraku. How can I fall down? Uchiha Sasuke used all his strength to resist Conqueror's haki. Unconsciously, the pupils of his eyes turned scarlet, and the single Magatama was spinning in them. This is such a simple test. I will not back down, nor will I be afraid. For the sake of youth. Rock Lee roared loudly, raised his bandaged arms, and clenched his fists tightly. It is fate. How can I resist such a powerful force? Maybe the bird of freedom never existed. Hyuga was staggering under the overwhelming momentum, and the next second he fell to the ground with a thud, losing consciousness. I won't give up. Keeping my word is my ninja way. I will definitely become a ninja. Everyone will recognize me. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened, and he even wanted to move forward against the crushing Conqueror's haki, but he was pushed back step by step, and his body trembled slightly due to the huge pressure. Bang! 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 The last 3 people all lost consciousness and fell on the training ground. Shihouin Naraku had already walked to the training ground and slowly retracted the violent Conqueror's haki, and the surrounding environment gradually returned to calm. The hurricane that swept across the sky quickly dissipated, the dark clouds in the sky quietly retreated, and the terrifying pressure that crushed the surrounding trees also disappeared. Several Jōnin in the woods, not far away, finally breathed a sigh of relief. If this continued, they would not be able to bear it. The tangible pressure was so terrifying and unbearable, even mentally oppressive, that several Jōnin began to sweat. That is to say, Shihouin Naraku stopped in time, otherwise someone would definitely have been embarrassed. Kurenai Yuhi couldn't help but hold on to the big tree beside her, secretly took a breath, and wiped the sweat from her fair forehead. Her strength was the worst among the several Jōnin, and she was also the one most seriously affected by Conqueror's haki. Fortunately, Shihouin Naraku's Conqueror's haki was not aimed at them, otherwise it would be dangerous. Shihouin Naraku glanced over from the training grounds. In fact, the Jōnin didn't know that Conqueror's haki was mainly targeting a few of them. Otherwise, with Uzumaki Naruto and the others' current strength, there is no way they could have lasted so long under Conqueror's haki, and they would have collapsed and fainted long ago. The Conqueror's haki is not something the Genins can resist. Hatake Kakashi and the others saw that the test was over and walked into the training ground together. Looking at the students lying on the ground, they didn't know what to say. Although I knew Shihouin Naraku would find a way to teach these kids a lesson, I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. Just with the majestic momentum just now, half of Konoha village was affected, and I don't know what the situation of the village is now. Fortunately, the matter was reported to the Hokage in advance, and preparations were made. Otherwise, it would have caused another major disturbance. Don't worry about these little devils. Just let them lie there. When they wake up, you can take them away. Shihouin Naraku glanced at the genin lying on the ground, drew out his Zanpakuto, and went to the side to continue his training. For him now, the most important thing is to improve his physical fitness so that his body can accommodate more chakra to enhance his strength. Therefore, at this stage, it is most appropriate for him to practice physical skills. The Jōnin present looked at each other. Since Shihouin Naraku had already made the decision, there was nothing they could do but wait until Uzumaki Naruto and the others woke up. If you have something to do, go ahead and do it. I'll just stay here. Hatake Kakashi glanced at his subordinates. Sasuke and Naruto fell the latest, which made him feel relieved. Bang! Sarutobi Asuma lit a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and said, "Let's stay here. After all, we are instructors. How can we be busy with other things when our students are lying on the ground?" As he spoke, Sarutobi Asuma scratched his head in distress. None of his 3 students persisted to the end. Yamanaka Ino and Nara Shikamaru were the first to fall. The strange thing was that Akimichi Choji was the one who held on the longest among the 3. It seems that when I comfort the 3 people afterwards, I will treat Choji to barbecue to reward him. Sarutobi Asuma felt a little sorry for his wallet. It was really too expensive to have a foodie in the ninja team. He originally wanted to save money to marry a wife. Zaihong looked at her student with some softness in her heart, hesitated for a moment, and still did not step forward. My guy was still full of energy. After seeing that his student didn't have any major problems, he even wanted to train directly with Shihouin Naraku. In the test just now, the ninja team he was in charge of performed very well. Even Tenten, who was the first to fall among the 3, performed much better than the others, not to mention Niji and Rock Lee, who persisted to the end. So after finding out that the students didn't have much of a problem, Might Guy jumped up and jumped next to Shihouin Naraku, ready to practice taijutsu. Huh? What are you doing here? The students are still lying there. Shihouin Naraku looked at the energetic Might Guy and said, "Your 3 students are all good, but the one from the Hyuga clan has some psychological problems." Oh, Niji. Might Guy suddenly became a little dispirited. As an instructor, he was certainly aware of Hyuga Niji's problems. The conflict between the Hyuga clan's main family and branch houses is known not only to Kanagakur, but also to other ninja villages. But even if Might Guy knew about this, he couldn't solve it. Only the patriarch or Hokage of the Hyuga clan could take action to resolve the conflict. Anyway, this problem is definitely not something a Konoha village Jōnin can interfere with. After all, this is someone else's family matter, and it is really difficult for outsiders to interfere. Shihouin Naraku was just reminding Might Guy to pay attention to Hyuga Niji's problem, at least to avoid any major problems. Anyway, Uzumaki Naruto's ability of talking is quite powerful in the early stage, and he should be able to defeat his brother-in-law. After a brief chat, Shihouin Naraku began his own taijutsu training. In Konoha village, Might Guy is undoubtedly the taijutsu expert. His presence really helps Shihouin Naraku a lot. At least his taijutsu training is more efficient. Bang, bang, bang. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of fists and feet colliding and weapons clashing rang in my ears. Uzumaki Naruto opened his eyes dazedly, sat up, and looked around. He found himself lying on the ground, and not far away, Teacher Kakashi was chatting with a man and a woman. In another part of the training ground, Brother Naraku was fighting with the thick-browed teacher again. What is going on? Suddenly, a terrifying figure flashed through my mind. Uzumaki Naruto came to his senses, eyes widened, and looked at the Shihouin Naraku, holding the Kurakara with some fear. The bone-deep feeling of oppression and crazy momentum was so unforgettable that for a moment he didn't even dare to look past it. Several Jōnin also saw the awakened Uzumaki Naruto, and as Naruto woke up, the other Genins woke up one by one. In the end, the few people who did not wake up in time were still forced to wake up. However, most people subconsciously avoided Shihouin Naraku's location and didn't even dare to look at him. Uzumaki Naruto, Rock Lee, and others who had a good mentality and were not afraid of attacks gradually recovered from the threat of Conqueror's Haki and looked to be in their usual state. Okay, take your students and go first. Shihouin Naraku landed on the ground and signaled Might Guy to stop fighting. Might Guy gave Shihouin Naraku a thumbs up in admiration and put away his nunchaku. "Naraku, your strength has increased a lot since the last battle." Shihouin Naraku smiled, but said nothing, then watched the instructors Jōnin leave with their students. As for those students who were hit hard, that was something that instructors like Hatake Kakashi should worry about, and it had nothing to do with him. He only cares about killing and not burying. After the noisy group of people left, Shihouin Naraku continued his training. Meow. A cat's cry appeared outside the training ground. Shihouin Naraku stopped practicing, sheathed the Kurakara, and walked outside to see a pitch-black kitten calling to him. "Is my custom-made item ready?" "Meow. Tell Granny Cat that I'll get it soon." Shihouin Naraku poured some food out of the prepared bento and fed it to the kitten. The black kitten meowed happily, then quickly finished its food, meowed in gratitude to Shihouin Naraku, climbed up a big tree nearby, and disappeared after a few jumps. The ninja cats are more efficient than humans. No wonder the Uchiha clan likes to deal with them. In order to practice physical training, Shihouin Naraku specially customized a set of weight-bearing equipment for himself. Taking into account the factors of quality and time, he went directly to the Ninja Cat clan and spent a lot of money to have them customize equipment for him. Originally, the Ninja Cat clan and the Uchiha family had a very good relationship, and they often provided them with intelligence and top-quality ninja tools. The Uchiha family's ninja tools, from small kunai and shuriken to large weapons and various ninja tools, were basically provided to them by the Ninja Cat clan. Although the price is high, the quality is indeed top-notch. However, now that the Uchiha family is on the verge of extinction, the Ninja Cat clan has begun to accept a large number of outsourced orders. After all, they have to feed so many cats and make a living. In the past, the Ninja Cat clan would prioritize doing business with the Uchiha clan, while other ninjas would have to take a back seat. But now the Uchiha clan is on the verge of extinction, and the Ninja Cat clan cannot disappear with them. So they begin to accept a large number of orders from the Konoha village ninjas. The Ninja Cat clan, who have a wide range of friends, can not only easily find out a lot of secret information, but also have a very good relationship with the Kingdom of Craftsmen. The country of craftsmen is extremely skilled in crafting all kinds of ninja tools and accepts custom requests from ninjas for various reasons. Shihouin Naraku's weight-bearing equipment was handed over to the Kingdom of Craftsmen for manufacturing. Of course, the Ninja Cat clan was responsible for the contact, and they would charge an agency fee. This is mainly because it is quick and convenient. Otherwise, Shihouin Naraku would directly use Konohagakure's channels to ask the Kingdom of Craftsmen to make equipment for him. The 5 major countries would purchase various ninja weapons from the land of craftsmen. The price was not expensive, but it was troublesome, and the quantity was very large, so Shihouin Naraku did not get involved. For Shihouin Naraku, price is not an issue. The key is customization, and quality comes first. After finishing his training in the evening, Shihouin Naraku left Konohagakure. The Ninja Cat clan lives in the Ninja Cat Castle in the empty area, which is a ruin that does not belong to any country or force. If someone wants to buy ninja tools or get information, they will come to this ruin to look for the Ninja Cat clan. Arrive! Shihouin Naraku looked up at the scene in front of him, and a large area of ruins that looked like an unfinished building came into view. At this time, the sun was setting and the sunlight was gone. The ruins surrounded by the unfinished buildings were dead silent, which was really frightening at first glance. Walking alone in the silent, empty area is like stepping into a ghost cave. As Shihouin Naraku walked, he noticed that pairs of strange pupils lit up in those dim, unfinished buildings. Meow. You don't even need special effects to shoot ghost movies in this place. Shihouin Naraku complained, ignoring the strange-looking cats that appeared, and walked quickly towards the Ninja Cat Castle. These ninja cats that look like little tigers and foxes are not simple at all. Most of them have the strength of genin, and there are even some that are stronger than them. Who are you? Meow. Grandma Cat's guest. Come and get something. A white ninja cat that looked like a little tiger suddenly appeared in front of Shihouin Naraku. It squatted on the ground like a guard and licked its sharp claws. It was obviously a cat, but it spoke human language. Sniff! The white ninja cat shrugged its nose, as if it smelled a familiar scent, and stood up and said, "Welcome, guests. Please come in." Although he said please come in, the white ninja cat showed no intention of leaving. Shihouin Naraku took out a scroll from his pocket and threw it over. There is a freshly made Mu Tian Liao drink in it. Please drink it. Meow. Thank you for your generous guests. The white ninja cat jumped up, hugged the scroll with its front paws, and ran away happily. Oh, I forgot that there are guests at my mother-in-law's place. Forget it. This is a fresh Mushiangio drink. After hesitating for a moment, the white ninja cat couldn't resist the scent of the botanical gardenia and threw the scroll onto its back, turning around and disappearing. Shihouin Naraku watched the white ninja cat disappear and couldn't help but sigh that no matter which world the cats were from, they couldn't resist the attraction of Kitano Rio. Because he had been to the empty area several times, Shihouin Naraku didn't need the ninja cat to lead the way and just walked forward. At this time, the ninja cats who were hiding in the dark and on guard saw that the guards did not stop Shihouin Naraku, which meant that they were not enemies, so they gradually disappeared one by one. Just after entering the Ninja Cat Castle and before stepping into the corridor leading to the Cat Granny's residence, Shihouin Naraku heard footsteps coming towards him. Are there any other guests at this hour? Shihouin Naraku reacted immediately, and the white Ninja Cat guard just now blocked in front of him. It turned out that there were other guests to the Cat Lady's place. As a result, The guard neglected his duty because of the Mu Tian Liao drink he took out. Two people. Shihouin Naraku stood there and thought for a moment, then stepped aside and leaned against the wall nearby. After all, they are all guests of the Ninja Cat clan. If they are not enemies, it will be difficult to fight here, so he does not want to take action. But as a high-ranking official in Konoha village, he had no intention of retreating directly, so it would be polite enough to give way. Da-da-da. The footsteps gradually became clearer, and two figures walked out from the corner. Clang! Kurikara suddenly unsheathed his sword, and Shihouin Naraku, holding a pitch-black straight-blade knife, stood in the middle of the road with murderous intent. A pair of eyes stared at the two figures that appeared. He wore a bamboo hat with wind chimes tied to it, and a black windbreaker embroidered with red clouds. Akatsuki Organization. Uchiha Itachi. Happy New Year. How come they are here? However, no matter whether the two people came to buy information or to buy ninja tools, they fell into Shihouin Naraku's hands. Now Shihouin Naraku really wants to try whether he can kill two people here with his current strength. As for the original plot development, the Pacific War between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, that has nothing to do with him. Who cares? Since his strength has skyrocketed time and time again, Shihouin Naraku's warlike spirit has become increasingly strong. Crack! Mr. Itachi, it looks like the higher-ups at Konoha Village aren't going to let us leave that easily. Hoshigaki Kisame, who looked like a shark, drew out the weapon on his back, the big sword Samahata, and aimed it at Shihouin Naraku. There's no need to make a big fuss. This place is too close to Konoha Village. Uchiha Itachi took off the bamboo hat with wind chimes tied to it. His empty pupils had turned scarlet, filled with an ominous aura, and the three Magatama were slowly spinning. Oh, it seems that Mr. Itachi is ready to take action. Is it because he saw someone from his hometown? Hee. Hoshigaki Kisame casually put the big sword Samahata behind him and relaxed his tense body. He had never seen many people who could resist those ominous eyes. Since Uchiha Itachi was willing to take action, that couldn't be better. Uchiha Itachi said nothing, but activated his powerful eye power and cast an illusion on Shihouin Naraku. He had no intention of hurting the other party. Shihouin Naraku was a high-ranking official in Konoha Village and was indispensable in terms of both medical ninjutsu and combat strength. So after controlling him with the illusion, he prepared to leave. As for what Hoshigaki Kisame thinks, it's not a big deal. Under the Sharingan's illusion, all beings are equal. Hoshigaki Kisame, who often goes out on missions alone, understands this principle best. Shihouin Naraku, who was standing opposite the two, tilted his head and watched the performance of Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. With a whoosh, beautiful flames danced on the black blade. Are you looking down on me? Don't you want to just use the three Magatama Jinjutsu without opening the Mangekyo Sharingan and casting Tsukuyami? Feeling the illusion falling towards him, Shihouin Naraku pulled a smile from the corner of his mouth. The next second, Shihouin Naraku, who was resisting the illusion, appeared in front of Uchiha Itachi. Kurikara drew an arc in the dim evening, with the flames shining, beautiful and dangerous. Clang, bang, boom, boom, boom. Shihouin Naraku seemed to teleport, and withstood Uchiha Itachi's three-tomo Sharingan illusion, and slashed down swiftly with Kurikara in hand. Hoshigaki Kisame drew out his broadsword Samahata in an instant and blocked Uchiha Itachi in front of him. Sparks flew as the two weapons collided. Fire style, great fire. Uchiha Itachi reacted very quickly. When he found that the illusion had no effect at all, he quickly formed seals with his hands and condensed his chakra at his throat, ready to spit out a huge fireball at any time. But before he could complete the hand seal, Shihouin Naraku punched him with a fire fist, knocking him away. As for Uchiha Itachi's great fireball technique, it was directly interrupted and was not released at all. Then Shihouin Naraku raised his foot and kicked Hoshigaki Kisame in the abdomen, and the burst of strange force kicked him away alive. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Hoshigaki Kisame was smashed all the way plowing a long trench on the ground, and then smashed hard on the unfinished building. A huge roar was heard. The unfinished building was shaking, and thick smoke and dust were rising around it. Clang! Shihouin Naraku held his breath, holding a sharp blade, caught up with Hoshigaki Kisame, and slashed from bottom to top again. Clang! Amid the scattered sparks, sharp spikes were thrown away. A strange animal sound appeared in the smoke. Shihouin Naraku waved his left hand, and the air was swept up, carrying the smoke and dust away. Shihouin Naraku looked at the big knife Samahata that was originally covered with bandages and had completely changed. At this time, Samahata was covered with barbs and swelled into a fat, evil fish with sharp teeth clenched in its mouth. This is a fierce weapon with life and will. Samahata's long handle was like a rope connected to Hoshigaki Kisame's palm, transferring a large amount of chakra that had been stored to him. At the same time, Hoshigaki Kisame was recovering rapidly from the injury caused by the kick in the abdomen. Samahata, who was standing in front of Hoshigaki Kisame, roared at Shihouin Naraku, its fangs flashing coldly, and it could be clearly seen that there were several severed barbs on its body. This was caused by the collision with Kurakara just now. The extremely sharp black blade of Kurakara is beyond the reach of any other weapon. Shihouin Naraku, no matter how eager Samahata was to protect his master, the blade flashed, the shrill whistle reappeared, and Kurakara slashed down quickly. Clang! Puff! Hoshigaki Kisame was not so easy to admit defeat. He grabbed Samahata and held Kurakara at the most dangerous moment, but as his injuries had not yet recovered, he couldn't help but spit out blood. Shihouin Naraku raised an eyebrow, grasped the handle of Kurakara with his right hand, and began to apply force, and the blade cut into the inside of Samahata little by little. Hoshigaki Kisame gritted his teeth and used all his strength to try to lift Samahata up, but was pressed down little by Shihouin Naraku. A traitor ninja from Konoha village. A traitor ninja from Kirigakure. You appear in the Fire Nation. What do you want to do? Oh. Hoshigaki Kisame showed an ugly smile on his face and did not intend to answer. Sizzle. Shihouin Naraku moved his wrist slightly. Chakra burst out. Jumping lightning instantly wrapped around the blade, and Samahata let out a painful roar. Supersonic lightning-style knife. With the help of the ultra-high frequency vibration induced by lightning style, Kurakara's already top-notch sharpness and penetrating power were further enhanced, and it cut deeply into Samahata's body. It was only one step away from cutting the knife off. Sniff, sniff. Several hidden weapons quickly shuttled and collided in the air, changing their routes and attacking from Shihouin Naraku's blind spot. Such a sharp hidden weapon throwing technique is naturally the Uchiha clan's specialty. Facing the attack from hidden weapons, Shihouin Naraku still stood in place. Holding Kurakara with one hand and pressing down, it seemed that he was determined to get rid of Hoshigaki Kisame even if he was seriously injured. Oink oink! Shihouin Naraku tilted his head slightly, lowered his shoulders, and then pressed his upper body forward, thus easily dodging all the hidden weapons from his blind spots. Hoshigaki Kisame was under tremendous pressure, holding Samahata with both hands to resist, and involuntarily turned his head to look at Uchiha Itachi. How can it be so accurate? After being partners for so long, this was the first time that Hoshigaki Kisame saw that all of Uchiha Itachi's hidden weapon throwing was ineffective. Are you two from Konoha village practicing to kill an honest man like me? Shihouin Naraku glanced at Uchiha Itachi. At this time, the three-tomo Sharingan in his scarlet pupils had turned into a dart-like pattern, and two lines of blood and tears were slowly falling. A red bone-like thing just dissipated from Uchiha Itachi's body. Shihouin Naraku knew that it was Susanoo, the power housed in the Mangekyo Sharingan, which could use the power of the pupil to materialize huge chakra to form a burly god of war for fighting and defense. Just now, Uchiha Itachi relied on Susanoo to block Shihouin Naraku's fire fist and was not injured. Amaterasu, Taking in the details that the illusion just now did not work, Uchiha Itachi simply opened his right eye and activated the ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Amaterasu. Amaterasu activated a black flame that was strong enough to burn everything and would never go out, instantly igniting half of Shihouin Naraku's body, holding Kurakara. Uchiha Itachi took a long breath, cried out in pain, and covered his right eye. A line of blood and tears flowed down involuntarily. Amaterasu that can never burn people to death? Shihouin Naraku seemed not to feel the pain of burning, still holding the sharp blade in one hand to suppress Hashigaki Kisame. Looking down at the black flames that were igniting half of his body, Shihouin Naraku suddenly had a strange feeling. The Maramara fruit user who no one wants to eat meets Amaterasu, who can never burn anyone to death. Uchiha Itachi looked at Shihouin Naraku, who was burned by the black flames in shock. The other party's completely nonchalant attitude showed that Amaterasu did not cause any damage at all. But how is this done? Hashigaki Kisame was suppressed and unable to move while being burned by Amaterasu's black flames. Isn't this strength a bit outrageous? Ahem. How about you guys give me some face and stop? Just when the three were about to engage in a more fierce fight, an old woman slowly walked out and stopped everyone. At least don't fight in the air zone. This is the children's home. The cat lady looked at the three people, and behind her followed a large number of ninja cats with fierce light flashing in their pupils. Hearing this, everyone present looked at Shihouin Naraku. Obviously, unless Shihouin Naraku agrees, the battle will continue. Suddenly, Shihouin Naraku's handsome face showed a smile. Since Granny Cat said so, of course there is no problem. After saying that, he began to retract his strength. Kuligala made a sword flower in the air and returned the sword to the sheath with a clang. As if the battle had not broken out, without caring whether Hashigaki Kisame would launch a sneak attack, he walked towards the cat lady. As he walked away, orange-red flames began to ignite all over his body, enveloping Amaterasu's black flames, and then all fell to the ground. But Shihouin Naraku didn't have any injuries on his body. Walk! Uchiha Itachi blinked his eyes, and the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan disappeared, transforming into the three-tomo Sharingan, before his eyes returned to normal. Crack! Hashigaki Kisame, whose injuries had completely recovered, smiled, put his sword Samahata on his back, and followed Uchiha Itachi. What a shame. Samahata is very dissatisfied. Although he doesn't like Shihouin Naraku's chakra, it's nice to be able to replenish it a little. Although somewhat dissatisfied, Hashigaki Kisame still followed Uchiha Itachi away. He'll catch up. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Hashigaki Kisame with certainty. The meaning is clear. If you want revenge, there is still a chance. I see. That's a really dangerous enemy. The battle just now was really frustrating. Many of Hashigaki Kisame's abilities were not brought into play, and he was suppressed by Shihouin Naraku, which made him a little unhappy. At the beginning, Hashigaki Kisame stood out to help Uchiha Itachi block the powerful slash, but Shihouin Naraku saw the opportunity and attacked him all over the head, knocking him unconscious. By the time he reacted, he was already injured and was completely suppressed. Many of his methods were still useless, so Hashigaki Kisame was very dissatisfied. So, Itachi-san, what intel can you tell me about Shihouin Naraku? All I knew before was that he was an excellent medical ninja, but now it seems like there's something fatally wrong with that intel. Uchiha Itachi thought deeply for a moment, but shook his head and said, I am not familiar with Shihouin Naraku. Apart from knowing that he is a student of Tsunade, one of the Sannin, and has become a high-ranking official in Konoha village, the most I know is that he is a medical ninja. Uchiha Itachi really didn't lie about this, because according to his previous understanding, all he knew was the more popular information. During the period when Shihouin Naraku's power skyrocketed, Uchiha Itachi was not in Kanagacore at all, so he had no idea what changes had taken place in Shihouin Naraku. The only ones in Akatsuki who knew that something was wrong with Shihouin Naraku's strength were Zetsu and Uchiha Bido. But Uchiha Obito is now half dead and relying on the Geto statue for survival, and Zetsu is busy cleaning up the mess left by Obito. He has no time to report the information about Shihouin Naraku. Of course, even without these things, Zetsu and Uchiha Obito would not easily reveal the information about Shihouin Naraku. Therefore, Akatsuki's understanding of Shihouin Naraku is the same as that of most people in the ninja world. The top medical ninja, a high-ranking official in Konoha village, and a student of Tsunade, one of the Sannin. These are the labels on Shihouin Naraku. As for completing other tasks outside, since Umbu wears a mask when he goes out, no one knows that these things have anything to do with him. Hoshigaki Kisame heard Uchiha Itachi's answer without any doubt. Judging from Shihouin Naraku's attitude just now, he was definitely trying to kill both him and Uchiha Itachi, so there was nothing to doubt. Looks like we need to prepare the bait and wait for Shihouin Naraku to take the bait. This is your customized weight-bearing equipment. Please take a look and see if you're satisfied with it. Granny Cat handed over a scroll, which contained weight-bearing equipment stored using space-time ninjutsu, and could be taken out by simply performing summoning. Shihouin Naraku raised his sword finger, opened the scroll, and directly took out a pair of wrist guards. This is a pair of black wristbands with very complex and beautiful lines carved on them, which looks quite eye-catching. When Shihouin Naraku stretched out his hands to grab the pair of black wrist guards, he felt his hands suddenly feel heavy. He was caught off guard and almost dropped them to the ground. Customers, please be careful. This is custom-made equipment and cannot be returned. Granny Cat looked at Shihouin Naraku with a smile. This business deal was not small at all, and the Ninja Cat clan benefited a lot from it. It's okay, I just wasn't prepared. The jet black wristband feels cool to the touch, as if it is made of some special alloy, but it does not feel uncomfortable when worn on the hand. Instead, it feels soft and fits well. This time, Shihouin Naraku customized the weight-bearing equipment, which was a pair of wrist guards, a pair of leggings, a waist guard, and a vest, all of which were specially made. Wrist guards and leggings come in pairs. A pair weighs 2,000 pounds, or 1 ton. 2 pairs means 2 tons. The waist protector weighs 800 kilograms. The vest weighs 1,000 pounds. This means that if Shihouin Naraku puts on all of these equipment, it would be equivalent to carrying a direct load of 2.9 tons. Of course, Shihouin Naraku will not put on all the weights at the beginning. He also needs to adapt to it. After all, he has never done this before. Carrying nearly 3 tons of weight on his body is quite heavy, and Shihouin Naraku doesn't want to be crushed to death by the weight. Very good. I'm very satisfied. Here is the rest of the payment. As long as the customers are satisfied. Granny Cat took the reward, watched Shihouin Naraku put away the scroll, and turned to leave. She seemed to be hesitant to speak for a long time, but in the end she just sighed and said nothing. Given her relationship with the Uchiha clan, she certainly couldn't bear to see that there were only a pair of brothers left in such a big family, and they were enemies. Cat Granny didn't know that Obito was not dead. And when Shihouin Naraku left, it was obvious that he was going to fight Uchiha Itachi. But Granny Cat couldn't say anything more. After all, Uchiha Itachi's current identity was a traitor ninja from Konoha village. As a high-ranking official in Konoha village, it is only natural for Shihouin Naraku to hunt down the rebellious ninjas. As for why Shihouin Naraku stopped just now, it was also because of the pleasant transactions in the past. In addition, the empty area is the place of the Ninja Cat clan, so he did not continue to kill. But now, there is no reason to stop it. There is no need for a reason for ninjas to fight each other. Observation Haki expand. Shihouin Naraku heard numerous voices and also found the traces of Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame in an instant. Let me see. Are these traps set in advance? After finding the enemy's trail, Shihouin Naraku rushed towards Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame without stepping into any traps. The trap didn't trigger. Uchiha Itachi frowned. If 1 or 2 of the traps were discovered by Shihouin Naraku and therefore not triggered, then how is it possible that all of them were discovered? Here it comes. Uchiha Itachi, who was jumping in the forest, let out a low shout, and Hoshigaki Kisame revealed a ferocious smile on his face. He turned in the air, quickly formed seals with his hands, puffed up his cheeks, and prepared to release a powerful water-style ninjutsu. Water-style, an explosive water rush. Fire Fist. Before he could release his extremely skilled water-style ninjutsu, a giant flaming fist that pierced the sky and the earth came crashing down. The blazing flames ignited the forest in an instant, and the terrifyingly high temperature burned the sky red. The speed is extremely fast, and the range is very wide. The giant flaming fist carried a terrifying impact, completely devouring Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame in an instant, and then exploded with a loud bang. The rising smoke and flames formed a mushroom cloud in the air, which looked spectacular and beautiful. Boom! A huge explosion echoed in the forest, startling countless animals and sending them fleeing. Swish! Shihouin Naraku landed on a large tree, stepped on the branches, and looked at the location of the explosion. In the fiercely burning flames, an orange-red god of war that looked like a skeleton with only the upper body stood on the ground, not afraid of the scorching flames at all. This is Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo. This Susanoo, who only has half his body, holds the artifact shield Yata mirror in one hand and the artifact Ten-Fist sword with sealing power in the other. It can be said to be both offensive and defensive. With a whoosh, Susanoo swung the Ten-Fist sword, which looked like an invisible red flame, and easily extinguished the surrounding flames. Tisk, Uchiha Itachi is really well equipped. No wonder he died. With his talent and equipment, if he really burst out with all his strength, few people could be his match. So, is Uchiha Itachi now seriously ill? Shihouin Naraku is not afraid of Uchiha Itachi's strength, mainly because the opponent's physical fitness is too poor. Take Susanoo, for example, let alone releasing her complete form. Just looking at her current skeleton state, if she persists for too long, Uchiha Itachi will be exhausted to death. Even though it wasn't a few years later, Shihouin Naraku was sure that Uchiha Itachi's health wasn't much better. To be precise, Uchiha Itachi's problem is not in his body, but in his heart. He doesn't want to live anymore. Yes, he really doesn't want to live anymore. Uchiha Itachi, who is so cruel that he could massacre all the men, women, and children of his own clan, really had no guilt, discomfort, or pain at all. How is that possible? Sharingan is the ability to reflect one's inner self. Only those of the Uchiha clan, who have deep and abundant emotions, can awaken the Sharingan after being stimulated. Simply put, the better a person is at Sharingan, the stronger the emotions. After all, there is hate only when there is love. In Shihouin Naraku's opinion, Uchiha Itachi has actually given up on living for a long time. When his only concern, Uchiha Sasuke, grows up, he will voluntarily die without anyone killing him. He thought that dying at the hands of Uchiha Sasuke was the best ending. It would be strange if a person who is just waiting to die like this can be in good health. Whoosh crack! Shihouin Naraku watched Uchiha Itachi still in deep thought, while Susanoo on the opposite side had already taken action. The Ten-Fist sword suddenly became longer and turned into a flaming spear that slashed towards him. This attack directly cut the tree that Shihouin Naraku was standing on into two pieces, but Naraku had already dodged it instantly. Uchiha Itachi did not proceed to the next move, but covered his eyes in pain, blood and tears continuously seeping out from the gaps in his palms. Where are you going? Shihouin Naraku dodged the Ten-Fist sword and was about to take advantage of the opportunity to attack, but Hoshigaki Kisame suddenly jumped out from behind him and slashed at him with Samehada in hand. On Hoshigaki Kisame's face and skin, there were large areas of burns that had not healed. It seemed that he had not avoided the attack of the Fire Fist just now. This is normal. After all, the honest Hoshigaki Kisame needs to make hand seals to release water style, but Shihouin Naraku just punched him with a Fire Fist without giving him time to make hand seals. It's totally unsportsmanlike. It was only natural that he got burned. If Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo hadn't appeared in time, Hoshigaki Kisame might have been hurt more seriously. Clang, clang, clang. Shihouin Naraku wielded Kirigara, and every time the pitch-black blade collided with Samehada in Hoshigaki Kisame's hand, it would cut off a lot of barbs, causing Samehada to scream in pain. Damn it, who forged that knife? Why is it so sharp that even my Samehada can't withstand it? Hoshigaki Kisame knew that the blade that even Samehada could not withstand must not fall on him. If he was hit once, he would suffer terrible injuries. However, facing Shihouin Naraku's superb swordsmanship, Hoshigaki Kisame was firmly at a disadvantage. Apart from the sneak attack at the beginning, he now only had the ability to defend himself. The Kurikara sword in Shihouin Naraku's hand was faster and heavier than the last one. In this situation, Hoshigaki Kisame had no chance to release his ninjutsu. He was afraid that just as he was about to make a seal, Shihouin Naraku's knife would cut off his hands. After all, no matter how fast you make the seal, it still takes time. Even Uchiha Itachi had recovered and rushed into the battle, fighting alongside him against Shihouin Naraku. But Shihouin Naraku's swordsmanship was too beyond common sense, as if it was from another world, and for a moment the two of them didn't even have a way to crack it. The ninja can only rely on his own reaction and speed to fight against the sharp, straight blade in Shihouin Naraku's hand. Tsukuyami. Silently, Uchiha Itachi fought the backlash of the Mangekyo Sharingan, looked at Shihouin Naraku, and released the ability residing in his left eye, Tsukuyami. The moment he fell into the illusion, Shihouin Naraku's left-hand fingers moved slightly. I found a flaw. Water style, big water wave. Seeing Shihouin Naraku trapped in the illusion, Hoshigaki Kisame did not hesitate to form hand seals and release water-style ninjutsu. A huge amount of water gushed out of his mouth, forming a surging wave like the sea, forming an oversized oval water prison around Shihouin Naraku, completely trapping Shihouin Naraku inside. I'm best at dealing with ninjas that use fire style. How do you unleash fire style when you're surrounded by water? Hoshigaki Kisame seemed to see hope of his own victory. He now had the advantage of time, place, and people. How could Shihouin Naraku, who was under the control of the illusion, have any chance to resist? He glanced at Uchiha Itachi, who was outside the super large water prison. He was squatting on the ground, covering his left eye. There is no way. The various abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan are indeed extremely powerful. Even a strong man like Shihouin Naraku will instantly fall into Tsukuyami's illusion, as can be seen from Madara, but the consumption and backlash of this ability are equally powerful. But there's no need to worry about it now, because Shihouin Naraku is about to be defeated and die in his hands, so it doesn't matter if Uchiha Itachi has problems. With a strange laugh, Hoshigaki Kisame and his weapon, the broadsword Samehada, merged together and transformed into a mermaid, looking terrifying and dangerous. Time. I miss it. Hoshigaki Kisame, who had transformed into a half-merman, laughed strangely and rushed towards Shihouin Naraku, who was trapped in the water prison. His speed was more than 1 or 2 times faster than when he was outside. Turn into shark bait. At this time, Shihouin Naraku had been pulled into Tsukuyami's illusion space by Uchiha Itachi and was bound. However, Shihouin Naraku was so mentally strong that before Uchiha Itachi could explain to him the illusion space, such as how all elements such as mass, location, and time are controlled by Uchiha Itachi, he picked up Kurikara and started to chop him wildly. How can there be such a high resistance to illusion? Uchiha Itachi was horrified to find that his eye power was rapidly depleting. Compared to his previous enemies, the amount of chakra he had to spend to change Shihouin Naraku's position, time, quality, and other factors was too terrifying. At this rate, he will die from chakra exhaustion before Shihouin Naraku is killed. Uchiha Itachi actually had no intention of killing Shihouin Naraku from the beginning, but whether he could kill him or not is another matter. But at this point in the fight, it was no longer a question of whether he wanted to let go or not. If he didn't strike back ruthlessly, he would die instead. So he released the abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan one after another and cooperated with Hoshigaki Kisame to attack together. Even so, he was still at a disadvantage. Uchiha Itachi also discovered that Shihouin Naraku's resistance to illusions was ridiculously high. Although he could still be dragged into the illusion space by his ability, he could not completely dominate everything in the illusion space as he did in the past. Although they were clearly in his illusion space, Shihouin Naraku became more and more excited as he fought. Clang! The sharp blade continued to chop, instantly splitting Uchiha Itachi in two. Crash! Uchiha Itachi, who was hit by the sword light, turned into a crow flapping its wings in the sky, and its black feathers slowly fell down. Wow, wow! Amid the sad cries of birds, many crows gathered in mid-air, and the illusory figure of Uchiha Itachi appeared. In that case, Uchiha Itachi's scarlet eyes burst with pupil power once again. An extremely large red moon hung in the sky behind him, looking extremely strange. The next second, the red moon fell like a meteorite towards Shihouin Naraku's location. In Shihouin Naraku's eyes, the red moon gradually grew larger and crashed down with terrifying momentum. Fake is fake. Shihouin Naraku tightened the Kurokura in his hand. His chakra gathered at the tip of the knife, and his eyes were fixed on the red moon that looked like a falling meteorite. Crescent Moon's Sky Rush. The pitch-black blade light instantly shot up into the sky and slashed at the red moon with a whistling sound. A sharp friction sound was heard, and the next second the blade light flashed and cut the red moon in half. Boom! Shihouin Naraku stood still, and the red moon split into two perfect semicircles and fell on the ground in the illusion space, causing waves, and the whole world seemed to be shaking. At this time, Uchiha Itachi could no longer maintain the stability of the illusion space. Shihouin Naraku's eyes flashed, and he returned to the real world. But in the outside world, only a moment had passed. Kakashi was tortured by Uchiha Itachi in the illusion space for 3 days. It was just a moment outside, but I only fought with Uchiha Itachi in the illusion space for less than 20 minutes. It may be because the spirit is strong enough, and the resistance to illusions causes the difference. Because of the resistance to illusion, Uchiha Itachi needs to consume more chakra and pupil power to control the flow of time or change the position and mass in the illusion space. If he really creates an exaggerated time span on me like he did when he fought Kakashi, his chakra and pupil power may be exhausted before he even starts. After figuring this out, Shihouin Naraku felt that his spiritual attributes were indeed powerful. When he fought with Uchiha Obito before, he was able to destroy the opponent's illusion with just one sword in an instant. Now, facing the illusion of Uchiha Itachi Mangekyo Sharingan level, he is not at a disadvantage. When my spiritual attributes improve again, next time Uchiha Itachi won't even be able to pull me into the illusion space. Shihouin Naraku stood on the branch of a big tree, muttering to himself as he looked at the super-large water prison. Hoshigaki Kisame transformed into a mermaid and attacked his shadow clone back and forth. That's right, from the very beginning, what Hoshigaki Kisame trapped was Shihouin Naraku's shadow clone. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame both thought that the moment Tsukumi hit Shihouin Naraku, he lost the ability to control his body. But who could have thought that his resistance to illusions was so good that he had time to perform the body replacement technique and then leave Shadow Clone where it was? Therefore, Shihouin Naraku's real body had been waiting nearby, and Hoshigaki Kisame had only been attacking Shadow Clone. Kisame, run! Although it was only a moment, Uchiha Itachi, after the illusion space was shattered by the battle, already vaguely knew that it was only Shadow Clone that was trapped by Kisame. So the first thing he did when he reacted was to shout loudly, trying to keep Hoshigaki Kisame away from the Shadow Clone. But Hoshigaki Kisame, who was in the super large water dungeon, didn't hear it at all and continued to attack again and again. His figure quickly shuttled back and forth in the water dungeon. It looks like Kisame is having a lot of fun, so let me add some fireworks for you. Shihouin Naraku raised his left hand in front of him and whispered, "Art is explosion. Drink." Bang! When Hoshigaki Kisame rushed to Shadow Clone again, he was surprised to find obvious cracks appearing on Shihouin Naraku's body. But it was too late for him to escape. With a muffled sound, Shadow Clone exploded, and flames and lightning instantly rushed in front of Hoshigaki Kisame. Because it was in the water, the flame only flashed for a moment, but it also caused the super-large water prison to shake violently. The powerful electric light shuttled through the water and directly hit Hoshigaki Kisame's mermaid, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. He was completely paralyzed by the electric light and was unable to break free for a while. "See you again." Shihouin Naraku's figure appeared above the super-large water prison, as if teleporting. In Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes filled with fear, he raised Kurakara with both hands and chopped him down without mercy. Crescent Moon Sky Rush. Yasaka's Magatama. At such a dangerous moment, Uchiha Itachi didn't care about the consumption of his eye power and forced to activate the second form of Susanoo again. At this time, Susanoo's skeleton form was already covered with meridians and flesh, and its appearance was even covered with chakra that looked like a coat. Under the control of Uchiha Itachi, Susanoo threw 3 huge Magatama connected together at Shihouin Naraku, who was standing in midair, just like throwing shuriken. The Yasaka Magatama spun rapidly in the air and instantly pierced through Shihouin Naraku's body. But Shihouin Naraku, who activated Observation Haki, went straight into elementalization, and even when hit by Yasaka Magatama, it didn't cause any damage. Swish! Uchiha Itachi's obstruction was of no use. The dark blade light was thrown out from the tip of Kurakara's sword, like a hot knife cutting butter, easily tearing through the super-large water prison, flashing through the large amount of water, and fiercely slashing Hoshigaki Kisame, who was paralyzed by lightning and unable to move. Clatter! The torn super-large water prison collapsed instantly, and huge amounts of water turned into waves and smashed down, flooding a large area of forest. A thin line-like mark appeared on Hoshigaki Kisame's forehead, and a trace of bloodline was revealed. His body was carried by the massive current and flowed through the forest until it hit a huge rock and stopped. As the water gradually dissipated, a spark fell from the sky and landed on Hoshigaki Kisame's body, instantly igniting a raging fire. In the blink of an eye, the body was burned to ashes. With a slight sound, Shihouin Naraku stepped on the boulder with Kurakara in his hand and looked at Hoshigaki Kisame, who disappeared between heaven and earth, without any trace left. Goodbye, the honest man who likes to make seals. Clang, clang. Kurakara sheathed. Shihouin Naraku leaped up, stood on the crown of a large tree, and scanned the forest that had fallen into silence. It looks like he ran away. Despite being hit by his sword, Uchiha Itachi took advantage of the collapse of the water prison and the rush of water to escape. Anyway, Uchiha Itachi doesn't care, so that slash didn't actually do much damage. Shihouin Naraku raised his eyebrows and raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a malicious smile. The blade he swung out just now directly cut off Susanoo's physical chakra, leaving a horrible scar on Uchiha Itachi's body. If I was not mistaken, that was where the kidney was. But Uchiha Itachi was always thinking about his brother and didn't care about the kidney at all. Of course, this is just a joke. All organs inside the human body are vital. Shihouin Naraku's knife was obviously very cruel. Uchiha Itachi, who was already in poor health, might not be able to withstand it and might die directly. This trip out of the village was quite rewarding. I got the customized equipment and killed the destined enemy in advance. Wait, Hoshigaki Kisame is dead. What about Obito and Kabuto's plans later? Forget it. It's none of my business anyway. Let them figure it out on their own. Perhaps Uchiha Obito would have died long ago after being hit so hard. Shihouin Naraku thought about his battle and suddenly realized that he had a great influence on the future direction. Uchiha Obito, the initiator of the Ninja World War, is now seriously injured by Shihouin Naraku and his life or death is unknown, which will definitely affect the future direction. Another Yakushi Kabuto who was related to the Ninja World War was currently working under Shihouin Naraku, managing the corpse disposal team of the medical department. When you think about it this way, the appearance of Shihouin Naraku did have a big impact. Suddenly, Shihouin Naraku's expression changed. If Uchiha Obito died and the Ninja World War was not launched, how could he serve as a high-ranking official of the United Ninja Forces? Let me think. The images of Uchiha Madara and Zetsu flashed through his mind, and Shihouin Naraku relaxed. Even if Uchiha Obito died, these two would definitely not stop their plan. Therefore, the Ninja World War will break out sooner or later. It is just a matter of time. And even if something unexpected happens, I'm still here. I can start a ninja war. Thinking of this, Shihouin Naraku was satisfied. No matter what, nothing can hinder his promotion. Cough, 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 cough. Hoo-hoo. Uchiha Itachi leaned against a well-hidden cave and bandaged his wounds briefly. Then he immediately cleaned up the blood dripping on the ground to prevent the smell of blood from causing unnecessary trouble. Ahem. Looks like Shihouin Naraku didn't catch up. Uchiha Itachi endured the pain in his body and lowered his head to think for a while. Then chakra flowed into the ring with the word Ju on it that he was wearing, and a special signal was instantly sent out. The Land of Rain, a secret base. A man with orange hair, a black nail-shaped chakra receiver on his nose, and wearing a red cloud and black robe suddenly spoke, as if he had noticed something. What's wrong? Pain. Next to the man stood a beautiful woman with short blue-purple hair and a light blue paper flower on the right side of her hair. These two people are Nagato and Konan from Akatsuki. However, Nagato's real body is hiding somewhere in the Land of Rain at this time. He is relying on the Rinnegan to control the bodies of his dead companions to create puppets. The Way of Heaven and Pain's 6 Paths. Suzaku just contacted me. Tenda Yahiko's facial expression didn't change at all. After all, this body was just a puppet, and the one who was speaking was Nagato hiding behind it. Uchiha Itachi. Konan frowned beautifully. She never really trusted Uchiha Itachi. It wasn't long since they completed their last mission. They should be resting now. Didn't Uchiha Itachi say they were going to replenish their used ninja tools? Is there something wrong? Call over and you'll find out. Nagato controlled Tenda Yahiko to raise his sword finger and connect to the signal sent by Uchiha Itachi. Then, in the secret and dim base, a flashing, colorful illusion appeared. It was Uchiha Itachi. This ability is called the slide body technique, often used for communication between members of Akatsuki. What's wrong with you? Even though it was an illusion, Tendo Pain felt that there was something wrong with Uchiha Itachi's current mental state. Are you hurt? Kisame is dead. I am injured and need treatment from the organization. Although this happened so suddenly, Uchiha Itachi's words remained calm. He briefly described the current situation. What? Konan stared at the illusion of Uchiha Itachi, somewhat doubting his words. Contact us. There was no rise or fall in Tenda Yahiko's voice, but he raised his sword and tried to contact Hoshigaki Kisame through the slide body technique, but there was no response. Either Hoshigaki Kisame is dead, or the special ring used for communication is damaged. Who is the enemy? Which ninja village attacked you? Was it Konoha village? There is only one enemy. The high-ranking officer of Konoha village, Shihouin Naraku. During the battle, no fourth person appeared. One person? A ninja attacks you and Hoshigaki Kisame at the same time. How does the other person look? All is well. Maybe a little tired mentally, but it must have consumed a lot of chakra and energy. Uchiha Itachi. Are you kidding me about some kind of ugly joke? Konan and Uchiha Itachi asked and answered questions and gradually sorted out the general outline of the matter. The famous Uchiha Itachi and Kirigakure rebel ninja, Hoshigaki Kisame in the ninja world faced a ninja from Konoha village, and one of them died and the other was injured. Do you understand what you're talking about? Uchiha Itachi. I've made it very clear. Pain Tiandao interrupted the two men's questions and said in an unquestionable tone, "Tell us everything that happened word for word, starting from the time you finished the last assassination mission." Conan, Scorpion, and Deidara are still at the base. Go inform them to rush over for support immediately. With undisguised suspicion on her beautiful face, Conan looked deeply at Uchiha Itachi, then turned and walked out. "You may begin, Uchiha Itachi. After the last assassination mission, Kisame and I went to the empty area to replenish the consumed ninja tools. On the way, the transaction was completed, and when we were leaving, Shihouin Naraku directly attacked. Then, I wanted to save Kisame, but failed, so I evacuated immediately." Uchiha Itachi did not hide anything and told Pain Tendu everything that happened after he met Shihouin Naraku. After listening to Uchiha Itachi's explanation, Nagato did not control Tendo Pain to speak for a long time. He waited for a long time before saying, "In addition to Scorpion and Deidara, Conan and I will also meet you at the border of the Land of Fire. If the other party really shows up, lure him over. I will personally take action and kill him." "No." Uchiha Itachi finished speaking, and the illusion dissipated. The only sound that could be heard in the dim bass was the echoing sound. The Guardian, "Hey, I was planning to go dig for clay. I already have an idea. This time I will definitely be able to create a work of art that will shock the world. But I just happen to have a mission at this time." Deidara with yellow hair muttered that this was the critical moment for his artistic creation, and he was confident that this work would be the most artistic. "Shut up. Only eternity is art. Let's go now. I don't like waiting for anyone." The young man with red hair and unexpectedly handsome looks put down the tools in his hands, placed the unfinished puppet aside, and carefully covered it up. He is Scorpion, who turned himself into a human puppet, the former genius puppeteer of Sunagakure. Deidara was very dissatisfied with Scorpion's understanding of art. He loudly retorted, "Brother Scorpion, art is always born in an instant. Yeah, eternal beauty doesn't exist. Your art is wrong. Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll kill you." Cut. Seeing Scorpion enter the special puppet Hiryu Amber, Deidara snorted disdainfully, and then ended the debate about art, turned to look at Conan. "What is the mission?" Conan was not surprised, and only then told the two the content of the mission. She said, "Go to the Land of Fire to pick up Uchiha Itachi. He is injured. Hoshigaki Kisame has died in the hands of the enemy." "What? Deidara and Scorpion in the Scarlet Amber asked the same question at the same time. Although they were not very good friends with each other, they both knew the strength of Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, so they were very surprised. At this time, the voice coming out of Fei Lu Huli was different from that of Xie, and it sounded more gloomy. He asked speculatively, "Did they encounter the ninja team from Konoha village? Since they were attacked in the Land of Fire, the most likely cause of the attack was the ninjas from Konoha village, so Scorpion made this guess. It is indeed a ninja from Konoha village, but there is only one." At this moment, both of them were silent. "I need to prepare some more clay, so let's go later. The puppet needs some changes. Give me some time." Despite their pride, Deidara and Sasori both knew that if a ninja single-handedly killed Hoshigaki Kisame and injured Uchiha Itachi, their presence would be in vain. Of course, I'm not that afraid. Both of them need to prepare well. At least before the life-and-death battle begins, they cannot be unprepared. According to Uchiha Itachi's intelligence, the enemy has already withdrawn. Can't you just finish your words at once? Conan ignored Deidara and Sasori and turned away. Deidara's attention was now focused on Uchiha Itachi. After all, the reason why he joined Akatsuki was because he was defeated by Uchiha Itachi, who came to him with an illusion, so he joined reluctantly. Of course, Deidara now likes Akatsuki very much. In his opinion, the special abilities of all members of Akatsuki are a kind of art, and Akatsuki is the best artist figure. Therefore, Deidara, who considers himself a great artist, is very satisfied with the Akatsuki organization and is even proud of it. "Brother Scorpion, let's go. I can't wait to see how embarrassed Uchiha Itachi gets." "Yeah, Even if he is injured, you are no match for him. Cut. Deidara spread out his right hand, and in the center of his palm, there was a mouth chewing. Not long after, a large amount of explosive clay came out of the mouth, forming a giant white bird that could fly, flapping its wings at a low altitude. Scorpion and Deidara both boarded the giant bird and flew towards the Fire Nation. That's why Nagato sent 2 people. They can reach Uchiha Itachi's side faster. On the other side, when Conan returned to the base, he saw Nagato standing with Akatsuki's intelligence agent Zetsu. How about it? Do you have any detailed information about Shihouin Naraku? It's all routine intelligence, totally useless. His strength growth is a bit strange. Tendo Pain shook his head, then said, although Zetsu has collected a lot of information, the previous Shihouin Naraku only showed the appearance of an ordinary genius and did not find any other problems. We'll talk about these things later. Let's rush to the Fire Country border to pick them up. If Shihouin Naraku shows up, kill him directly. Conan simply shook his head and refused. I can go. You stay in the village. Nagato knew that Conan was concerned about his health. After all, because of his previous injuries, he now had to stay in special equipment all year round. If he needed to go out, it would be very troublesome. If it wasn't necessary, Conan didn't even want Tendo Pain to send Nagato out. After a moment of silence, Tendo Pain nodded and agreed to Conan's proposal. You can go. I believe that if Shihouin Naraku shows up, he will not be your opponent. But you must bring everything with you, just in case. No. Conan turned and left to go provide support. At this time, Tendo Pain turned around, looked at Zetsu, who had been silent and pretending to be dead, and asked, Where is Uchiha Madara? Why didn't he come? He had something to do, so he didn't show up. Black Zetsu's low voice sounded. At this moment, it didn't even dare to let White Zetsu, who had merged with it, speak for fear of being exposed. Tell Madara to come see me as soon as possible. We have something to discuss. After Tendo Pain finished speaking, he signaled Zetsu that he could leave and continue to collect information about Shihouin Naraku. Ju nodded, then merged into the ground and disappeared. In the secret base where Akatsuki stores the ghetto statue, Zetsu's figure emerges. Damn it, why did this happen? How'd they run into this? Hoshigaki Kisame is dead? What a loser. On the surface, Hoshigaki Kisame serves the Akatsuki organization, but secretly Uchiha Obito has already confessed his identity to the other party and recruited him in advance. Of course, what Uchiha Obito confessed to Hoshigaki Kisame was that he was posing as Uchiha Madara. But it's no use saying anything now. After all, the person has been burned to ashes. It was a pretty good chess piece, but it was ruined for no apparent reason. Black Zetsu felt that he was definitely having bad luck. Ever since Uchiha Obito fell ill and went to fight Shihouin Naraku, the original plan began to go completely astray. Kirigakure had a lot of things to deal with, but before they were all dealt with, the Akatsuki organization was confronted by Shihouin Naraku again. Why is all this happening? Black Zetsu's face darkened as he looked at Uchiha Obito, who was unconscious and could only rely on the ghetto statue to keep him alive. No, his entire appearance is black. No need to go black. Hold on for a while longer. No matter what, Uchiha Obito must not die. Black Zetsu, as the mastermind behind all this, knows that Uchiha Obito will play a very important role, and without him, many things will have to be replanned. Even, we have to find a way to resurrect Uchiha Madara in advance. This is the only way to ensure that the plan is implemented smoothly and no accidents occur. After thinking for a while, Black Zetsu turned and left. With White Zetsu Afei, who had fused with Uchiha Obito around, it was not worried about any danger. And Uchiha Obito, who was lying unconscious on the side, had all kinds of green branches growing all over his body. Not to mention the Akatsuki organization that was dispatched due to the death of Hoshigaki Kisame and the injury of Uchiha Itachi. Shihouin Naraku had already returned to Konohagakure at this time. Shihouin Naraku knew without thinking that Akatsuki would definitely focus on him next, so he let them investigate. After returning to Konoha village, Shihouin Naraku came to the Hokage building with some evil intentions. Cough, cough, cough. What? You met the village's traitor Uchiha Itachi. You almost killed him? Sarutobi Hiruzen was originally listening to Shihouin Naraku's report rather nonchalantly, with a pipe in his mouth, not paying much attention. But then Shihouin Naraku's words shocked him greatly. It wasn't that bad. Uchiha Itachi was still quite capable. In the end, I only injured him and let him escape. Shihouin Naraku spread his hands and said in a very serious manner. But his companion, the S-rank rebel ninja from Kirigakure, did die in my hands. Seeing that they were wearing the same coat, they should be from the same organization. If possible, I am ready to take the Umbu members to hunt down Uchiha Itachi. Ahem, no need. Don't be so impulsive next time you run into Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen was really shocked. Uchiha Itachi was only a traitor ninja on the surface, but actually he was a spy sent by Konoha Village. So except for the beginning, Konoha Village never sent out anyone to hunt down Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe again, thought carefully, and said, Uchiha Itachi is a spy for the village. If you encounter him outside, you don't have to fight to the death. Also, don't let this be revealed. Write down the codes and gestures I give you. If necessary, you can use them to gain Uchiha Itachi's trust and obtain information from him. Shihouin Naraku was stunned. He didn't expect that he just had some bad taste and came to scare the third-generation old man, but he got other things in the end. Oh, it could also be that Sarutobi Hiruzen was worried that the next time he met Uchiha Itachi, he would draw his sword and kill him. So he set up an ambush in advance to avoid any accidents. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Shihouin Naraku and shook his head helplessly. Whether in the village or outside, you never stop. Naruto and those kids just became Jōnin. Why did you act so cruelly? Even if it was for their own good, there was no need to scare the kids who haven't recovered yet. Speaking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a look of complaint on his face. He had just comforted and encouraged those children as a kind old grandfather, and the effect was quite good. Except for Naruto and a few others, those who were originally affected by Conqueror's haki and became listless really returned to normal with the encouragement of Sarutobi Hiruzen. From his point of view, Sarutobi Hiruzen did a very good job as Hokage. Shihouin Naraku curled his lips and didn't care about Sarutobi Hiruzen's words at all. He was able to scare that group of Jōnin with Sarutobi Hiruzen's tacit approval. Although the blow was a bit heavy this time, as long as they recover, it will only be beneficial to their future development. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, puffing on his pipe. There's one thing I need you to do. This year's Chunin examination is not long away. You will be in charge of all matters related to the Chunin examination. You know that nobles and daimyo from various countries will also come to watch the ceremony, so don't make any mistakes. Let's start the preliminary preparations now. Once you have finalized the details, report to me. Ding! Host becomes the Konohagakure Chunin exam supervisor. Congratulations to Host for winning 2 draws. The remaining draws are 6. Note, this host appointment is a temporary horizontal transfer and does not count as a promotion, so the reward eligibility is fixed at 2 times. Friendly reminder, it is more likely to get magical items when you draw 10 times in a row. Konoha's collapse plan is finally coming. Shihouin Naraku nodded thoughtfully and agreed. After leaving the Hokage building, he suddenly remembered something. I almost ignored the system's prompt, but I've only accumulated 6 draws. Next, I have to find a way to get 10 draws in a row. It just so happens that there is a position for the Chunin examination supervisor this time. There are 5 opportunities to appoint myself each year, and the remaining 3 times will definitely be enough. Shihouin Naraku was happy thinking that his strength would be improved. Even though the Konoha collapse plan was nothing with his current strength, the enemies he would face in the future would be even stronger, and he could not take it lightly. Thinking about this appointment, Shihouin Naraku realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen had not given up on making him a candidate for Hokage. I hold the power of Umbu Captain General and Medical Director in my hands, and yet they let me be in charge of the Chunin exam. It seems that the third-generation old man has not given up on training me. As for the Captain General of Umbu, generally speaking, when a new Hokage takes office, he will definitely replace Shihouin Naraku. After all, this position can only be held by the person the Hokage trusts the most. Even if Hitaki Kakashi really ascends to the position of Hokage, Shihouin Naraku would not be suitable to stay there, because he would pose too much of a threat to Hitaki Kakashi. The third-generation old man is just making preparations in advance. Hitaki Kakashi becomes Nine Tails Jinchuriki's instructor and also serves on the Jōnin class. In addition to being the temporary Umbu Captain General, I'm always in charge of the medical department, and I'm frequently involved in various management tasks of the village, such as the preparations for the Chunin exam this time. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such a level of balance. All we can say is that after being the Hokage for many years, Sarutobi Hiruzen's methods have become perfect. In the following time, Shihouin Naraku handed over the specific matters of Umbu and the medical department to his subordinates, and he began to get busy with the Chunin examination. On the Umbu side, unless the task requires him to do it personally, Shihouin Naraku will hand over other complicated matters to the current Umbu Deputy Captain Tenzo. In order to take advantage of the system, he gave the post of Logistics Squad Leader, which was originally set up for himself, to Yamanaki Yu. In the medical department, Shihouin Naraku did not resign from the position of director of the split team he had set up for himself, but instead promoted some members of his family to join the working group. Although there are not many people from the Shihouin clan, they all occupy good positions in the medical department. It is also because of the existence of these people that Shihouin Naraku runs the medical department like an iron barrel. Of course, in order to prevent an extreme situation like the Uchiha clan completely taking control of the Konoha Police Department, Shihouin Naraku would also exchange his resources with others to gain more benefits, as long as the benefits were equal and did not affect his power in the medical department. Chief, Yakushi Kabuto's whereabouts have been a little erratic recently, although we haven't found out what he did yet, but Shihouin Naraku came to the medical department, and not long after he sat down and finished some work, Chunin, who worked in the corpse disposal team of the Shihouin clan, appeared in front of him. After listening to the report, Shihouin Naraku rubbed his fingers, thought for a while, and then ordered, "Haruzai, call Yakushi Kabuto. By the way, I have good news for you. Uncle Chunyuan will be back from the border guard unit soon." Shihouin Chuanzai was stunned, and a smile appeared on his face that he couldn't suppress. "Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. Don't say such polite words. Uncle Chunyuan was implicated by me, which is why he stayed in the border troops for such a long time. Now everything is over." Yes, Shimura Danzo is indeed notorious in the ninja world. Initially, these things had nothing to do with Shihouin Naraku. At the beginning, Shihouin Naraku just wanted to rely on his talent to continuously enhance his strength and preferably save his life in the dangerous environment of the ninja world. But suddenly, Shimura Danzo took a fancy to the talent that Shihouin Naraku gradually showed and wanted to bring Naraku into the Root organization and train him as a subordinate. The head of the Shihouin Naraku clan at that time was Shihouin Haramoto. As a longtime Jōnin, he knew too well how cruel the Root organization was. The Shihouin clan finally had a genius after many years, and Shihouin Haramoto would never allow Naraku to be quietly pulled into the Root organization by Shimura Danzo, with his life or death unknown. You must know that under Shimura Danzo's strict management, the ninjas from the major families who entered the Root organization would only obey his orders forever under the constraints of the Curse Seal. The Shihouin Naraku was a small family with only one Jōnin, Shihouin Chunyuan. After his death, if no new Jōnin were born in the family and there was no strong person to protect it, the Shihouin clan might very likely disappear at any time. For the continuation of the family and the safety of Shihouin Naraku, Shihouin Chunyuan went against the powerful Shimura Danzo and approached Tsunade. At that time, Tsunade had no intention of accepting students because of the death of her brother and lover. She herself was living in a daze. Shihouin Haramoto used their previous family friendship and supported Tsunade's medical plan, and finally made Tsunade agree to accept Naraku as a member of the Hokage line. Of course, there was a lot of covert fighting involved. Although Shimura Danzo did not snatch Shihouin Naraku away, he forced Shihouin Chunyuan to become a member of the most dangerous war front between the Fire Kingdom and the Earth Kingdom at that time. After the war, he did not return to the village, but continued to guard the border of the Fire Kingdom. When Shihouin Haramoto left the village, he had already handed over the position of the head of the Shihouin clan to Shihouin Naraku, because he knew that there was a great possibility that he would not survive. Fortunately, Shihouin Naraku does have a talent for learning medical ninjutsu, and his value has gradually been revealed. After Tsunade left the village, he became the head of Konoha Village's medical emergency team. Needless to say, Shihouin Naraku's status became higher and higher, which meant that Shihouin Chunyuan was becoming safer and safer. As for why he was not transferred back to the village as soon as possible, it was mainly because when security was guaranteed, it would be easier for Shihouin Chunyuan on the border to accumulate merits and qualifications, and when he returned to the village, he could obtain a higher status and position with the help of Shihouin Naraku. The reason why Shihouin Chunyuan returned to the village now was mainly because Shihouin Naraku found that he was outside, and more people were being hacked more and more fiercely. If this continued, Shihouin Chunyuan might die outside. After all, Akatsuki's intelligence capabilities cannot be underestimated. Therefore, it is better to transfer him back quickly, take the opportunity to gain some credit in the Konoha collapse plan, and then take a high position after Tsunade becomes Hokage. While Shihouin Naraku was still thinking, Yakushi Kabuto appeared. Adult Naraku. Oh, you're here. Is there anything you want to tell me? Seeing Shihouin Naraku's indifferent expression, Yakushi Kabuto said directly, Sir Naraku, I am ready to resign from the position of leader of the corpse disposal team. Well, it seems you have made your choice. That's all. Shihouin Naraku picked up the pen and signed the resignation letter handed over by Yakushi Kabuto. Seeing Yakushi Kabuto preparing to say goodbye and leave, Shihouin Naraku narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Your own choice. You have to bear the consequences. This is all I want to say. Yakushi Kabuto's back was covered in cold sweat. He could clearly feel the murderous intent in Shihouin Naraku's eyes, but he finally bowed respectfully. Thank you for your care over the years. Shihouin Naraku did not try to keep Yakushi Kabuto and let him go. He knew that he was going to work for Orochimaru, and Yakushi Kabuto also knew that he was going to work for Orochimaru. By the way, if we open a psychological clinic in the ninja world, we should make a fortune. These people are all mentally ill. Squeezing his chin, Shihouin Naraku suddenly had a strange idea. At this time, Yakushi Kabuto was in a confused state. He had not figured out what he wanted, so he left. None of this matters. Shihouin Naraku's words just now made the meaning very clear. He doesn't interfere with Yakushi Kabuto's choice, but next time he meets him, he will be ready to kill him. However, there was still a good thing about Yakushi Kabuto's departure. Shihouin Naraku directly appointed himself as the temporary leader of the corpse disposal team. Although he had a great influence in the medical department in the past and had always been the squad leader of the medical emergency team, and could also influence the corpse handling team and the animal training and rehabilitation team, he did not hold specific positions in these two institutions. Later, he became deputy minister and minister with real management power, but he also did not hold a specific position. Therefore, Shihouin Naraku is now also serving as the leader of the corpse disposal team and is still eligible for the reward. Really? Ding. Host becomes the leader of the corpse disposal team of the Konohagakure Medical Department. Congratulations to Host for winning 2 prize draws. Currently, Host lottery qualification is 8 times. I'm only 2 draws away from saving enough for the next 10 draws. It's easy. Last time I was appointed as the logistics squad leader and the director of the disassembly team. This time, I was appointed as the squad leader of the corpse disposal team. That's 3 times. I have 2 more chances left. If I'm lucky, I can get 2 draws in the remaining 2 appointments. and I'll even have 2 more chances. Shihouin Naraku thought about this and decided to use both opportunities this year. It just so happened that he was in charge of the preparations for the Chunin exam, so this was a good opportunity. Although Orochimaru is no longer a problem for him now, and Shihouin Naraku can even be considered Orochimaru's nemesis, Shihouin Naraku's influence on the world is growing, and no one knows what will happen next. If the enemies come together, it will be a big disaster. Therefore, it is most important to improve your strength as soon as possible. Ding! Host becomes the head of Konoha Chunin exam logistics preparation. Congratulations to Host for winning a lucky draw. Currently, Host lottery qualification is 9 times. Ding! Host becomes the class leader of the Konoha Chunin exam practice field. Congratulations to Host for winning a lucky draw. Currently, Host lottery qualification is 10 times. The system's notifications sounded at the perfect moment, and at the same time, Shihouin Naraku had completed 10 consecutive draws. He can start his 3rd 10-draw streak at any time. Damn! Shihouin Naraku almost couldn't hold back his curse. It turns out that the more you worry about something, the greater the chance of it happening. As expected, the last 2 appointments only gave him 2 reward qualifications, and he almost couldn't make 10 consecutive draws. Although there's a chance that I will be eligible for a reward randomly, this is too much of coincidence. System, are you deliberately trying to cheat me out of my reward qualification? Scratching his head, Shihouin Naraku took the opportunity to blame the system, hoping to find a few more chances. However, the system had no intention of paying any attention to him, so it seemed hopeless. What are you talking about, Naraku? Mitarashi Anko came over, while Shinui Gima, Marino Ibiki, Kamitsuki Izumo, and others beside him said goodbye and left. This is when Shihouin Naraku decided on the examiners and other candidates for the Chunin exam, reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and after getting his approval, he called everyone to a meeting to assign tasks. The location of the examination has been determined. Except for the initial examination in the classroom, the venues of the other 2 rounds of competition need to be inspected on site by the examiners and their subordinates. For example, whether the venue needs renovation, and whether there are any ferocious beasts that have suddenly grown up in the Death Forest, training ground number 44. In the examination for Genin's promotion to Chunin, there naturally cannot be any beasts that are too outrageous, and the examiners need to eliminate them. Shihouin Naraku glanced at the somewhat overly lively Mitarashi Anko and said, "You are also an examiner this time. You look a bit like a Jōnin." Mitarashi Anko blinked. Do you want me to eliminate them all in the 2nd round? You could try and see if the 3rd generation will slap you to death. Cut. Mitarashi Anko curled her lips and said without caring at all, "Why is there such a big fuss about this Chunin exam? Even a senior executive like you is responsible for the preliminary preparations. Barring unexpected circumstances, Konoha Village generally holds 2 Chunin exams each year, and with so much experience gained over time, it stands to reason that high-level people at the level of Shihouin Naraku shouldn't be needed. Don't worry about it. Just be your examiner honestly. The 2nd round of the exam will be held at practice field number 44. You will lead your team to carefully explore the interior of the Death Forest and make sure there are no mistakes. Leave it to me, and don't worry." With a proud wave of his hand, Mitarashi Anko took his subordinates to patrol the Death Forest. The Land of Rain, the base of Akatsuki. Konan joined Scorpion and Deidara to bring Uchiha Itachi back to the base. Tendo Pain, Konan, Zetsu, and Uchiha Obito gathered together and started a meeting in the Land of Rain. Under the dim light, Tendo Pain, Konan, and Uchiha Obito sat opposite each other, while Ju stood in the dark, hiding his tracks. Tiandao Pain asked first, "Zay, what are the results of your investigation?" White Zetsu has already gone to investigate. According to the location provided by Uchiha Itachi, they did find traces of a battle. Fire style, water style, and hidden weapons scattered around. It is confirmed that Hoshigaki Kisame is dead and the ring is also destroyed. Ju told everyone present the information he had summarized from the investigation without hiding anything. Conan added, "Although I don't trust Uchiha Itachi, he looks like he has just been through a dangerous battle. Not only did he consume a lot of chakra, but his pupil power was also severely depleted. He didn't even open his eyes during the entire journey." "He's not lying," White Zetsu, pretending to be Uchiha Obito, said. "I've seen it. That state is obviously the appearance of excessive consumption of pupil power. If it weren't for encountering a difficult enemy, Uchiha Itachi would not be in this state with his strength." Tendu Pain was silent for a long time, then continued to ask, "How is the intelligence on Shin Naraku going?" Zetsu replied, "It's not much different from what I collected before, except that there seemed to be a disturbance in Konoha village some time ago. It was said to be caused by a fight between Shihouin Naraku, Hatake Kakashi, and Might Guy. We also found out that the former head of the Shihouin clan, Shihouin Haramoto, was stationed at the border of the Fire Country. But before we could make any move, Shihouin Naraku seemed to have noticed something and transferred Shihouin Haramoto back to Konoha village." After listening to this information, Tendo Pain glanced at Uchiha Obito, who was a little quiet today, and said, "The investigation of Shihouin Naraku cannot be ended. We must find out his strength as soon as possible. And why did he attack the members of the organization? Did he discover something, or was it really just a coincidence? If he really discovered some information, will it affect our plan? If he really has an impact, then eradicate him." Uchiha Obito then said, "These things can be left to Zetsu to find out, but our plan cannot be stopped. Hoshigaki Kisame is dead, and we need to choose new teammates for Uchiha Itachi. Do you have any candidates?" Tendo Pain and Conan have not had time to think about this matter. Uchiha Itachi needs to recuperate now, but he still has to perform various tasks after he recovers, so new teammates must prepare in advance. The Akatsuki organization has two-person teams, one for increasing the success rate of the mission, and the other for allowing team members to supervise each other to prevent betrayal of the organization. Especially Uchiha Itachi, Nagato, and Conan didn't trust him very much to begin with. After looking at each other, Tendo Pain and Conan really couldn't think of a suitable candidate for a moment. First of all, your strength cannot be too low to prevent yourself from dying during the mission. Another thing is that you can't have too close a relationship with Uchiha Itachi, otherwise your supervision will not be effective. Let me recommend one person, no, two people. Uchiha Obito stated his proposal, the traitorous ninja of Kirigakure, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the current wielder of the beheading sword Momochi Zabuza, and his subordinate, the user of ice release Kekkai Genkai Bai. The 7 ninja swordsmen again. Conan and Nagato, who was hiding behind, were also a little stunned by this suggestion. You know, Uchiha Itachi's first teammate after joining the Akatsuki organization was Biwa Juzo, the user of the beheading sword. After Biwa Juzo's death, Hoshigaki Kisame became Uchiha Itachi's second teammate, carrying the sword Samahada. Now that Hoshigaki Kisame is dead, Uchiha Obito recommended another member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Momochi Zabuza. All 3 of Uchiha Itachi's teammates are from the 7 ninja swordsmen. Conan blinked and asked a key question. How strong is Zabuza Momochi? The missions that Akatsuki needs to complete are very dangerous. If the strength is too weak and a newly made teammate of Uchiha Itachi dies in the mission, they will have to find new teammates. Not bad, although not as good as the strong ones in the organization. But his assassination ability is very strong. With further training, he should become a good tool. The key is his subordinate Bai, who possesses the ice release Kekkai Genkai. The ice release Kekkai Genkai is very useful to us. Once the later plans start, it will be of great help to us. However, the problem remains. The strength is a little weak, and it will take time and effort to cultivate it. In that case, Tendo Pain nodded in agreement and decided that these were the 2 people. If Momochi Zabuza disagrees, kill him. Bring back the man with the ice release Kekkai Genkai. He's very useful. Conan also said, It just so happens that Uchiha Itachi needs to recuperate during this period. After bringing these two back, they can be trained for a period of time to strengthen their strength. That's it. Uchiha Obito stood up, and the space around him gradually distorted, sucking him in. Ju also sank into the ground in silence and disappeared. Pain, I still don't believe Madara. I don't trust him either. As long as he shows a flaw, I will kill him. At this stage, he is still useful to their plan. Tendo Pain said these ruthless words, but for the sake of his plan, he could temporarily tolerate the mysterious Uchiha Madara. Konan stopped talking. All she could do was silently support and help Nagato realize his plan. Meanwhile, in the dark, White Zetsu, disguised as Uchiha Obito, joins Black Zetsu. Well, my performance was successful, wasn't it? Seeing White Zetsu's boastful look, Black Zetsu still kept a sullen face. You talk too much. Be careful next time. Don't go back to Kirigakure yet. You have maintained good control over the 4th Mizuki Jigura during this period. Let's go find him, Momochi Zabuza, and bring him into the Akatsuki organization first. Black Zetsu then came to the base alone and looked at Uchiha Obito, who was connected to the Geto statue. It looks like it's almost done. The Land of Waves is a rather peculiar country in the ninja world because there are no ninjas in this country. The main reason is that the economy here is poor and there are no resources to train ninjas. Of course, the most crucial point is that a super rich man named Cardo controlled all external maritime traffic of the Wave Country, making the Wave Country even more impoverished. At the same time, he hired a large number of ruffians and high-level ninjas to maintain his rule here, making it impossible for the Wave Country to resist. Schwa! The space twisted, and Uchiha Obito's figure suddenly appeared. He glanced at the luxurious residence in front of him. At the same time, Zetsu also crawled out from underground. The residence of Kato is in front. He hired Momochi Zabuza to maintain his rule here. Kill him later. This guy has a lot of money, which is just enough to supplement the finances of Akatsuki. Leave it to me. Although White Zetsu Ain's disguise as Uchiha Obito is not as good as the real person, he is enough to handle the current battle. After all, the ability of Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed powerful, especially Uchiha Obito's Kamui. Ordinary ninjas are no match for him at all. Go ahead. Uchiha Obito, wearing a mask, jumped down from the tree and entered Kato's residence. Boom! Soon, a burst of fire and smoke filled the air amid the explosion. The sound of fighting also rang out, and the chaotic footsteps accompanied by the smell of blood slowly drifted towards the outside world. Before long, the sounds of fighting and screaming gradually subsided. At this moment, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the surroundings, and murderous aura was faintly permeated in the fog. Black Zetsu stood on the big tree, watching everything around him quietly. The battle began, and Zabuza Momochi suddenly appeared, wielding a beheading sword and fully displaying his art of assassination. But Zabuza found that no matter how powerful or stealthy his attacks were, they did not harm the masked man at all. Even though his subordinate Bai Yi appeared soon after, and his crystal ice escape technique flashed beautifully in the sunlight, the masked man ignored the restraint and damage of the ice escape technique. Water style, a grand waterfall technique. The terrifying amount of water, tens of meters high, formed a roaring waterfall, rushing towards the masked man. The waves swept over, washing everything on the ground clean. What a terrifying water-style ninjutsu. The masked man laughed. The powerful water-style ninjutsu did not cause him any harm. How about giving you another chance to join our organization? Court death. Zabuza Momochi stared at the masked man with gloomy eyes, raised the beheading sword in his hand, and pointed it at the enemy. Don't be an adult again. The pretty and handsome Bai came closer, a little nervous. He could see that the enemy was just playing with them and was not taking them seriously at all. Stop talking nonsense, Bai. If you find an opportunity later, don't worry about me. Just do it. If you don't kill anyone, I'll be the bait. Shut up. Follow my orders. Yes. Momochi, Zabuza, and Shiro finished their discussion in a low voice, and the masked man standing opposite said with a smile, Well, have you decided? What's your plan? Hee. Court death. Zabuza Momochi snorted coldly and tightened the beheading sword in his hand. Master Zabuza, the other party has disappeared. Zabuza Momochi also discovered that the masked man had disappeared at some point. Before he could be alert, a black gloved hand stretched out from the distorted space behind him and grabbed him. Snort. Why? Bai seized the opportunity and swung his hand casually. Countless fine needles flashing with cold light pierced the masked man who appeared. Then he began to make seals with his other hand, preparing to launch the ice escape secret technique. Momochi Zabuza grabbed the beheading sword and slashed it suddenly towards the back. If the masked man dared to continue attacking, he would definitely die first. However, whether it was Bai's hidden weapon attack or Momochi Zabuza's beheading sword, they still passed through the masked man's body without causing any damage. Bang! Don't be an adult again. After a long time, Zabuza Momochi was lying on the ground covered in blood. Bai was busy bandaging him regardless of his injuries. I said you would agree. So, I was right, wasn't I? Zabuza Momochi looked up at the masked man weakly and said nothing. Black Zetsu staggered out from underground and said in a deep voice, Zabuza Momochi, the Akatsuki organization is more powerful than you can imagine. With your strength, you are not qualified to join. After you join the organization, both of you will need to continue to practice and train for a period of time before you are qualified to work for the organization. Since you've lost, you can only listen to what the other party says. With this, Zabuza Momochi and Haku joined the Akatsuki organization. At the same time, the super-rich man Cardo died, and all his accumulated money was taken back to the Akatsuki organization by Zetsu. Soon the civilians of the Wave Kingdom also discovered Cardo's death. But before they could be happy, the gangsters originally recruited by Cardo began stealing and robbing everywhere. Riots broke out one after another, making the Wave Kingdom a mess. It's even more miserable than when Cardo was here. The bridge, which was originally built to break Cardo's blockade of the Wave Country, has now come to a standstill. Alas, I thought our lives would get better after Cardo died. Who knew? Those gangsters were also recruited by Cardo. Why did you kill the people from Cardo, but not these hooligans? No, we can't go on like this. The casualties are getting more and more serious. In the past, as long as we didn't build the bridge, Cardo wouldn't kill people easily. He still needed us to work for him and make money for him. But now, these people don't care about anything. Let's pool our money together. Go get some ninjas to help us clean up these thugs. Where are we going? Kirigakure? I don't dare go there. No fisherman who went there would ever come back. No, go to Konoha village to post a mission and ask the ninja to come. They have better credibility. But going to Konoha village to post a mission requires too much money. Even if we pool our money together, it won't be enough. Then what do you say we should do? The prestigious civilians of the Wave Kingdom gathered together and argued heatedly, and they had not decided on a plan for a long time. Hiccup. An old man took a sip of wine, burped for a long time, slammed the bottle on the table, and said, Everyone gather together the money and give it to me. I will go to Konoha village to issue the mission. Dazna. Okay, I'll feel more at ease leaving it to Dazna. Dazna, the future of Wave Country is in your hands. Soon, the civilians of the Wave Kingdom gathered up their limited wealth, gave it to Dazna, and secretly sent him to the Fire Kingdom. Dazna moved towards Konoha village step by step. On the other hand, Uzumaki Naruto and others who had been trained by Shihouin Naraku became much calmer, and under the leadership of Hitaki Kakashi, they gradually consolidated their foundation. It's time to give them some difficult tasks. Hitaki Kakashi was very satisfied with the growth of Uzumaki, Naruto, and the other two, and decided to reward them once by selecting a more difficult task to complete. Shihouin Haramoto finally returned to Konohagakure after many years. In fact, this is not quite accurate. When he was stationed at the border, he could occasionally go back to the village during the rest period, but he could basically only stay for a period of time before returning to the border. This time the situation is completely different. As soon as Shihouin Chunyuan returned, he was received by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who praised his contributions to the Fire Country and Konoha village in guarding the border over the years. Then Shihouin Chunyuan was appointed as the Konoha village Chunin examination supervisor. Everyone knew what was going on, and Shihouin Naraku took the initiative to resign from his position as director. Unless someone volunteered, no one in Konoha village could easily change Shihouin Naraku's position. Even if third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen persuades Shihouin Naraku to resign, he will offer other positions in exchange. That night, in the Shihouin clan's territory, the Shihouin clan's home, with its bright lights, seems particularly cheerful and lively today. The adults were sitting at the banquet in the room, toasting each other with smiles on their faces, and sounds of celebration could be heard from time to time amidst their casual chat. The children were running happily and wantonly in the tribe land with delicious food in their hands. No one would blame them for making noise today, so the little kids were having a lot of fun. At this time, there were two figures standing under the eaves nearby. They were chatting leisurely, and no one came forward to disturb them, because one of them is Shihouin Chunyuan, the previous patriarch of the Shihouin family. The other is Shihouin Naraku, the current head of the Shihouin clan. After seeing all this, I know that my original choice was the right one. Naraku, you are indeed the hope of our Shihouin clan. Shihouin Chunyuan looks a little old. His short black hair looks like a mixture of black and white, and there are more wrinkles on his face. Guarding the border for many years has taken a toll on him. Uncle Chunyuan has worked so hard for so many years. If it weren't for... Shihouin Chunyuan waved his hand and said, "Everything is for the family. Besides, apart from the beginning, your position has been consolidated and my treatment is actually very good." Shaking his head slightly, Naraku knew that for the older generation like Shihouin Chunyuan, the prosperity of the family was more important than anything else. Even sacrificing himself for it was not a problem. "Naraku, how can you give me the position of Chunin examination supervisor?" Shihouin Chunyuan whispered. "I am old now. Your future is the key. I will go to the third Hokage tomorrow and tell him that I have just returned to the village and am not familiar with its developments. You are the right person to be the supervisor." "No need, Uncle Chunyuan. I'm glad you're back. There are some things I need to tell you." Naraku winked and went into the house with Shihouin Chunyuan, sat down, and began to chat in low voices. "The third Hokage said some time ago, Hatake Kakashi and I..." "What? Hokage?" Shihouin Chunyuan's old eyes widened instantly, with excitement flashing in his pupils. He stood up and paced back and forth in the room. "It took me a long time to calm down. There is no other way. If someone from the Shihouin clan could really become Hokage, it would be a great honor for the family. If this could be accomplished, Shihouin Chunyuan would be willing to die at the next moment." Let me think. The family has accumulated a lot of funds over the years, and this time we're going to take it all out. It's best to spread the word about the relationship between the Shihouin and Senju clans during the Sengoku era. We're the most legitimate descendants of the Hokage. It's a pity that Master Tsunade is not in the village. Otherwise, many things would be much easier. Although I've been away from the village for many years, my old connections are still there, and I'm going to mobilize them this time. Just now, Naraku, you said that your opponent was only Hatake Kakashi. If that's the case... Shihouin Chunyuan pinched his chin, his eyes flashing coldly. "I personally witnessed Hatake Sakumo's suicide. The failure of that mission caused great losses to the Land of Fire and Konoha village. Next, I will let the whole village recall this incident and expose all the dirt on Hatake Sakumo. Let everyone know that the Hatake family cannot be trusted. Although Danzo is not a good guy, his plan to force Hatake Sakumo to commit suicide is a good one. Even if we can't force Hatake Kakashi to death this time, we will make sure that he is surrounded by scandals and has no right to compete with you. By the way, when the fourth Hokage died unexpectedly, was Hatake Kakashi negligent in any way? Naraku, you've been in the village for a long time. Have you collected any dirt on him?" Shihouin Naraku really gave Uncle Chun-Yuan a thumbs up. Although I can understand the temptation of the Hokage position, Shihouin Haramoto's reaction is really outrageous. He didn't have time to stop it, and the other party even planned how to kill Hatake Kakashi. As expected, he was the only Jōnin of the Shihouin clan back then. Uncle Chun-Yuan, wait a minute. I'm not ready to become Hokage right now. If he doesn't speak up, Shihouin Naraku is worried that Shihouin Haramoto will make a plan to assassinate 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I know you definitely want to become Hokage, but our plan still requires... Shihouin Chunyuan's mind was working so fast that he didn't hear Naraku's words clearly. It took him a while to react. What did you say? I said I don't want to be Hokage yet. Shihouin Naraku pulled Shihouin Chunyuan, who was so excited that he almost jumped up to explain. Of course, he didn't say anything about the system. Mainly, Shihouin Chunyuan muttered to himself, Tsunade, it's not bad for Master Tsunade to become Hokage, but it's still not as good as someone from our family becoming Hokage. After great efforts, Shihouin Naraku finally convinced Shihouin Chunyuan. Well, since you've made up your mind, Naraku, let's do it. Shihouin Chunyuan gave up the series of plans he had just made with some dismay, but then his eyes lit up and he whispered, Naraku, even if you don't want to now, you must become Hokage in the future. I can contact some small families in the village privately. Although these small families are not strong, they are quite powerful when united. They can even serve as your subordinates when you become Hokage. Alas, there are too few people we can use in the Shihouin family. That's fine, but Uncle Chunyuan, please keep it a secret. Don't worry. Shihouin Chuanzai watched his father go back to the house in a depressed mood and felt a little strange. Why did he still have the same expression even after returning to the village? Father, you want to chat with the patriarch? What happened? It's none of your business. Go to sleep. Shihouin Chunyuan put his hands behind his back and scolded in a bad mood. Shihouin Chuanzai opened his mouth speechlessly, not knowing what to say, so he could only go back to his room and sleep in frustration. Shihouin Chunyuan, who was full of worries, lay down to rest, but he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. This time when he returned to the village, Naraku brought him such a big surprise that he would not be able to calm down so quickly. And Shihouin Naraku, who was in his room, was also helpless. It took him a lot of effort to persuade the other party to accept his idea. That's all. What Shihouin Naraku is worried about is that Shihouin Chunyuan will find out about the Hokage candidates from others, and then take action on his own and mess up his own plans. The next step is to conduct the 3rd 10-draw series. A quiet night, perfect for a lucky draw. Shihouin Naraku, who had accumulated 10 consecutive draws, said directly, System, start the draw. Ding. Do you want to start the 3rd 10-draw bonus? Open. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar turntable appeared in his mind, and the pointer spun rapidly, passing by rewards that were enough to drive people crazy. Even though this scene was familiar, Shihouin Naraku still felt a little nervous. To be honest, his strength is already at the top of the ninja world. Except for a few people, Shihouin Naraku is really not afraid of any enemy if he knows the plot. The problem is the threat posed to him by a few people, such as members of the Otsutsuki clan. After changing a lot of the plot, Shihouin Naraku really can't guarantee that the future will be in his hands. Therefore, the breakthrough and growth of strength is what he cares most about. The position of Hokage is just a stepping stone for him to grow in strength, not the ultimate goal. Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Congratulations to host for receiving the following rewards. 1.1 Tail Shikaka Chakra 1000th. 2. Lightning Style Kirin. 3. Wind Style Suppression. 4. Conqueror's Haki can be fused. 5. Limited Edition of Intimate Paradise, Jiraiya Signed Edition. 6. Super Delicious Rice Balls, expired. Inedible, forcing yourself to eat them will cause diarrhea for 3 days. 7. 1,000 pounds of perfectly cooked sea king's meat, a specialty of the pirate's world, recommended to be eaten before physical training. It will have special effects and can be used at any time. 8. Black Knife Chio Shui. 9. Heart is strengthened by 10%. 10. Zanpakudo, God's Punishment. The moment the 10 consecutive draws ended, Shihouin Naraku left Konoha village in an instant at a speed invisible to the naked eye, without anyone noticing. Swish. A group of Umbu personnel are patrolling Konoha village at night. Their mission is to prevent enemy raids and sudden outbreaks of danger. What's wrong? Didn't you notice? There was a gust of wind just now. The Umbu patrol officers immediately became alert, turned on their full senses, and searched for any movement nearby. One of the ninjas from a Hyuga branch house immediately opened his Byakugan and scanned the surroundings. But after searching for a long time, there was no movement at all. Konoha village was still very quiet late at night. At this time, another gust of wind blew, and the leaves of the surrounding woods were rustling. The Umbu patrol officers finally felt relieved. However, no one blamed the companion who had just discovered something was wrong. This was the inspector's job, and they could not let go of any suspicious issues. Crack! Shihouin Naraku, who had been running very fast for a long time, finally stopped. He grabbed the huge rock next to him with his right hand and crushed it to pieces. Call! Shihouin Naraku let out a long breath and gently pressed his left hand on his heart, feeling the stronger beating of his heart than ever before. At the same time, he could clearly hear the sound of blood flowing in his veins. This is too exciting. Holding his rapidly beating heart, Shihouin Naraku's handsome face had now turned red, and his palms were trembling slightly. Ding! Host, do you want to absorb one-tail Shikaka chakra? Ding! Did the host fuse the Conqueror's Haki? Wait, let me slow down. My heart suddenly became too strong. I can't handle it. Shihouin Naraku stopped the system's plan, slowly sat down cross-legged, and calmed his heart that was beating like a drum. Bang! 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 As the surroundings fell into silence, Shihouin Naraku's heartbeat even began to affect everything in the outside world. The fallen leaves covering the ground trembled slightly. The lush trees in the forest swayed gently. The water in the stream not far away gurgled with the rhythm, and the small animals that had fallen asleep late at night were involuntarily affected by some kind of breath, and they woke up instantly and became restless. As time passed, Shihouin Naraku, who was sitting cross-legged, seemed to blend into nature, and everything around him gradually became peaceful and tranquil. Call! Shihouin Naraku's eyelids trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the peaceful atmosphere was broken, and Shihouin Naraku seemed to come back to life. That feeling just now, it's a bit strange, a bit familiar, and a bit dangerous. Wait, could that be natural energy drilling into my body? Fortunately, I didn't absorb it rashly, otherwise it would be dangerous. Shihouin Naraku gently stroked his heart and breathed a sigh of relief when he felt that the heartbeat had finally returned to its normal rhythm. That's not right. It's beating more powerfully than before. I really made a lot of money this time. Shihouin Naraku clenched his fists, feeling his increased strength. The strengthening of my heart has not only improved my physical fitness, but I also feel that even my observation haki and conqueror's haki have been strengthened. I can even feel that my understanding of swordsmanship has reached a higher level. The key is that ordinary training and exercise can only strengthen the external body at most, while the internal organs are still weak. But it's different for me. Strengthening the heart will also improve the physical fitness. Shihouin Naraku also clearly saw the attribute table listed for him by the system, and his physical fitness was also improved to S+. System, will it be dangerous if I absorb the remaining chakra and one tail Shikaku's chakra now? No, the host physique is enough to bear all the chakras. Come on then, give me all the chakra. Ding, do you want to start chakra infusion? Open. Boom. A hurricane arose with Shihouin Naraku as its center, blowing away the surrounding fallen leaves, wood chips and debris, and crushing many tall trees. But this time, maybe because Shihouin Naraku's physique has been enhanced and the chakra has been integrated smoothly, the outbreak didn't last long. Go ahead, get this over with once and for all. Conqueror's Haki Fusion. Ding! Do you want to start fusing Conqueror's Haki? Fusion. Boom! The originally clear night sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Thunder flashed in the clouds, electric snakes kept shuttling back and forth, and bolts of lightning suddenly struck the earth. The hurricane that had just dissipated arose again, and the wind force increased rapidly, spreading out like a roaring wave. Boom! A flash of lightning passed by, illuminating the darkness as if it were day. A huge roar resounded between heaven and earth, awakening countless lives. The power of heaven and earth is so strong that it makes people feel terrified. After a long time, all this gradually dissipated and the surroundings returned to peace again. Shihouin Naraku sat on a huge rock, with red lightning flashing between his eyes. However, he still had an aura of terror that was hard to look directly at, and it would take some time for this aura to subside. This is a bit too much. Anyone can tell that something is wrong with me. After thinking for a while, Shihouin Naraku put his right hand on his waist, and Zanpakuto appeared and was unsheathed with a clang. In that case, let's practice swordsmanship. That should help us to control our aura. In this way, Shihouin Naraku held the Kurakara in his hand and began to practice swordsmanship seriously in the quiet forest. And in some unknown corners, all kinds of small animals in the forest have been completely unable to sleep and are packing up and moving overnight, including birds, beasts, insects, and ants. No one can stand the loud noises that keep coming one after another all night long. How can people sleep? Staying up late can lead to sudden death. The lives of animals are also lives. Move. Must move. It took Shihouin Naraku a whole night to calm down his surging momentum. Isn't this the Valley of the End? After daybreak, Shihouin Naraku realized that after running around all night, he had actually run to the Valley of the End. No wonder he made such a big noise at night, and no one else showed up. The sun will be out soon. Let's go back to the village first, in case someone comes looking for us. Having made up his mind, Shihouin Naraku quickly returned to Konoha village. At this time, Konoha village had not yet woken up from its night's sleep, and the village was quiet. He returned to the Shihouin clan quietly and entered his room. Before he could rest for long, Shihouin Chunyuan came to his door. Naraku, I was thinking about you all night yesterday. Shihouin Chunyuan stared at Shihouin Naraku for a long time, then hesitated and said, Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that your temperament? No, your aura has changed in just one night. Naraku, what did you do last night? Shihouin Naraku yawned and said, I didn't do anything, I just slept normally, but I didn't sleep well. If Uncle Chunyuan is okay, I'll take a nap. Didn't you sleep well? Then you should rest quickly and don't delay your work. Shihouin Chunyuan asked Naraku to go back and rest, and turned to leave. However, halfway through, he remembered that he still had something to find the other party. Forget it, we'll talk about it later. Watching Uncle Chunyuan leave, Shihouin Naraku returned to the room, took off his Zanpakuto Kirigara, and placed it on the table. System, take out both knives you drew this time. Bang! Bang! 2 knives materialized in front of Shihouin Naraku. Black Knife Chiu Shui. The Black Sword Shu Sui is a famous sword in the pirates' world, ranked among the 21st great swords. Its former owners were the dragon-slaying swordsman Ryuma and the protagonist group's fighter, the three-sword swordsman Zoro. This knife has a black and purple blade with a tight texture and is extremely tough. It is heavier than a normal sword. Zanpakuto, God's Punishment. This is the Zanpakuto of the Shinigami world. Bankai's ability is to summon a huge black-armored warrior like a giant. It has very powerful combat power, but the owner will also bear the damage. To put it simply, it summons a Susanoo, but it is not as powerful as Susanoo, and has the disadvantage of having to take damage. Shihouin Naraku's palm brushed over the 2 knives, and then said directly, Come on, Kurikara, swallow these 2 knives. The Kurikara sword placed on the table was suddenly unsheathed, and a rotating black hole appeared on the black blade. Crack! The Black Blade Shihouin and Zanpakuto Tianzheng trembled for a while, and then were directly pulled into the black hole of the Kurakara blade by an invisible attraction, followed by a sharp sound of shattering. In the blink of an eye, the two famous swords with powerful powers were completely crushed and absorbed by Kurakara. After a while, the rotating black hole on the black sword of Kurakara disappeared little by little, returning to its normal appearance. Shihouin Naraku stood up and walked around Kurakara, but didn't find anything different from before. The scabbard and Kurakara were placed separately on the table, motionless. Is this the end? There's no change in me. Maybe it's the knife. As soon as he finished speaking, Shihouin Naraku reached out and grasped the hilt of Kurakara's sword, slowly lifting Zanpakuto up. Wow, how did it suddenly become so heavy? Shihouin Naraku tentatively held the weight in one hand and waved it casually, feeling the weight of Zanpakuto. This feeling, even if it's not 800 kilograms, it's not much different. System, how much does Kurakara weigh now? Kurakara weighs 522 kilograms, 1,044 pounds. This number seems to have some meaning. By the way, what new abilities does Caligula have? Kurakara has a new feature called indestructible, which means that no damage will occur no matter what. Awakening Zanpakuto's ability, the souls of those injured by Kurakara will also be damaged simultaneously. Awaken the Akala statue. The host holds the Kurakara in his hand and can condense a giant Akala statue. This consumes physical strength, chakra, and spirit. These three abilities are great, and they are all very useful. After the first one, we won't have to worry about Kurakara being damaged by any special abilities. The second ability, Zanpakuto, seems to be a characteristic that the original Zanpakuto possesses, specializing in cutting souls. It's a pity that it awakened a little late, otherwise the previous battle would have been brilliant. The third ability, isn't this my Susanoo? It looks like it's more powerful than I could imagine. Shihouin Naraku is very satisfied with the increase in strength this time, and this improvement is not over yet. He always feels that these rewards are still worth exploring. Just like the last draw, after having the observation haki, he awakened the Conqueror's haki himself, and there must be the same hidden benefits this time. It's like one tail, Shikaku's chakra. It always feels like it's not that simple. It just increases my chakra amount. System, open my attribute panel. Take a look at the changes this time. Name, Shihouin Naraku. Gender, male. Age, 26. Escape technique, magnet style. Constitution, S+. Spirit, EX. Host spirit is undoubtedly the strongest in this world and has reached its limit. Soul, Kurakara, Akala. Chakra control, S++. Chakra amount, S+++. More than 99% of the ninjas in the ninja world. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, thunder, water, earth, yin, yang. Shihouin Naraku looked at the attribute panel and saw that his mental attribute had become EX, which meant that no one in the ninja world had a stronger mental state than him. It also means that no illusions can affect Shihouin Naraku anymore, and if Uchiha Itachi releases Tsukuyami on him in the future, he won't even be able to shake his spirit and drag him into the illusion space. Shihouin Naraku shook Kurakara casually, then held the pitch-black blade upright in front of his eyes and looked at it carefully. A black dragon breathing fire seemed to be wandering on the pitch-black blade, looming, and occasionally one could only see its scales and claws flying. So handsome! But why can't I feel the weight now? At the beginning, I could still feel it was a bit heavy, but now it seems to have returned to the most suitable weight in the past. System. Kurakara's weight remains unchanged. As the host, Zanpakuto is in tune with the host and will always keep the weight that the host feels is appropriate, while he will bear the excess weight. Sharp. He casually made a sword flower and returned the Caligula to its sheath. Shihouin Naraku continued to look at his attribute panel, muttering to himself. My physique, chakra volume, and control have all increased, but why are there so many plus signs? It looks so troublesome. An extra magnet style? Where is this? Oh, it must be from one tail, Shikaku's chakra. As expected, I said Shikaku's chakra couldn't be that simple. Besides, I drew Shikaku's chakra this time. If I draw the chakra of other tailed beasts next time, and the next time after, and finally collect 1,000th of the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts, then wouldn't I become a mini 10-tails Jinchuriki? Shihouin Naraku shook his head slightly. For some reason, he always felt that his idea might actually come true. Kirigara devoured the Black Blade, Autumn Water, and Zanpakuto, Heavenly Punishment. My soul was elevated again, and my spirit was directly promoted to the top level. My spiritual attributes have reached their limit. No one can be my opponent anymore. System, distinguished heavenly gods, and infinite Tsukuyomi can affect me. Host's spiritual attributes have reached the limit. No illusions can affect the host, including distinguished heavenly gods and infinite Tsukuyomi. For more benefits, please explore by yourself. That puts me at ease. The threat posed by infinite Tsukuyomi is indeed too great. Shihouin Naraku doesn't like to leave everything to others. And even if Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke really save the world, he won't just sit there and wait. After being reborn for many years, Shihouin Naraku realized that the ninja world is not an animation, but a real world. If he really regarded the ninja world as an illusion, he would have died long ago. The fate of Shihouin Naraku will only be in the hands of Shihouin Naraku. Ignoring the 2 ninjutsu that he had drawn as a reward, Shihouin Naraku looked speechlessly at the hardcover signed edition of Intimate Paradise and the spoiled rice ball in his hands. Why is there something completely useless like this in every lottery? With a flick of his hand, Shihouin Naraku threw Intimate Paradise and the rice ball into the trash can. But soon, he reached out and grabbed Intimate Paradise, flipped through a few pages, and felt it was uninteresting, so he had to put it away. This thing might still be useful. Jiraiya's books have many fans in the ninja world. Even though Jiraiya often cheats Uzumaki Naruto of his money, he himself can be said to be a super rich man. Jiraiya is the one who has completed the most S-rank missions in Konoha Village, and the mission reward alone are no less than 500 million or 600 million. Of course, the bulk of his assets still come from writing. Every time a book he writes is released, it will be sold out, and many people are his loyal fans. Jiraiya even helped Tsunade pay off his gambling debts several times. Looking at it this way, why be a ninja? The best profession in the ninja world is obviously a writer. What? Going to protect Uzumaki Naruto again? I have a lot to do. Umbu and the medical department need me. Besides, bang! Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe and said nonchalantly, "Really? The Umbu people said you haven't been to work for 3 days, and the medical department said they haven't seen you for a day. Where have you been working?" Cough, cough, cough. In fact, Shihouin Naraku has been absent from work for a week. There was no other way. The third Tindra streak had just ended, and he had to master the increased strength as soon as possible, which would require spending time practicing. As a result, I completely forgot about going to work for a moment. Anyway, this work is neither too much nor too little. Basically, most of the work can be pushed to the Hokage. Otherwise, why would the Shadow Clone be so exhausted that he almost collapsed after Uzumaki Naruto became the Hokage in the future? But some of the people in Umbu are disloyal. The medical department only dared to say that he was absent from work for 1 day, but they actually said it was 3 days. This is asking for trouble. It seems that we need to find an opportunity to clean up, reorganize the members of Umbu. After all, they're an elite ninja unit directly under the Hokage, so they cannot relax their training too much. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shihouin Naraku's reluctance and gave the order directly. This is Naruto's first time to go out of the village to complete a mission. The mission in Wave Country is not difficult. It only requires cleaning up some ruffians and hooligans. This mission happens to be suitable for Naruto at this stage. But any unexpected situation could happen outside, and all you have to do is protect Naruto. This is your only mission. If a situation becomes difficult to handle, I allow you to abandon others and just bring Naruto back. Your mission won't be considered a failure if Naruto comes back." Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Shihouin Naraku a deep look, believing that the other understood what he meant. Confidence. Hitaki Kakashi. 2 Hokage candidates. Although he seems to have a prominent status, at the critical moment, he is not as important as Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I understand. Leave it to me. But Kakashi is enough to handle most situations, so I shouldn't have to do anything. Shihouin Naraku didn't care much. What kind of difficult situation would happen? With his current strength, unless all members of Akatsuki organization are dispatched to block the door, plus the ignorant Black Zetsu, and the foolish Uchiha Obito who doesn't know his own life or death. If these people fight him alone, that would be a situation that is difficult to deal with. However, there's no need to worry about this, because although the Akatsuki organization is invincible in team battles, they're not obsessed with giving away kills one by one, so extreme situations will not happen. Oh right, seeing Shihouin Naraku about to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen still reminded him, "Be quiet this time when you go out. I've noticed that every time you make a move, you make a big noise. Also, if that bridge is really new." Shihouin Naraku waved his hand without even turning his head, not knowing whether he heard it clearly or not. Noon at the Konoha gate. "Oh, let's go. It's been a long time since I last had the chance to go out. This is great." Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Hiro all faced the great gate of Dikairu. All three of them had smiles on their faces. Even Uchiha Sasuke, who had his hands in his pockets, had a smile on his cool face. At the side was Dazna, the bridge-building expert from the Land of Waves, who was holding a bottle of wine and looking drunk to the point of being hard to conceal. He looked at Uzumaki, Naruto, and the other two with a worried look on his face, not quite trusting that they could solve the current predicament of the Land of Waves. Don't worry, even though they are young, they are capable of completing the task. Hitaki Kakashi put one hand in his pocket and held Intimate Paradise in the other hand, turning a page from time to time. This time, because Kato was dead, the mission was just to wipe out some small thugs, so Dazna issued the mission truthfully, but slightly underestimated the number of enemies. Such a task is indeed suitable for the fledgling Uzumaki, Naruto, and the other two. It is not difficult, but also requires fighting. Such tasks can serve as great exercise. Hitaki Kakashi walked calmly at the end of the ninja team, looked back, and then followed. He was naturally aware that someone was protecting him secretly. After all, it was normal for Konoha's supernuclear bomb to come out of the door, so it was normal to have any protection. The journey was very smooth at the beginning, and there were no accidents, which surprised Hitaki Kakashi a little. But he soon realized that after all, the opponents were just some small thugs, and this situation was normal. It was not until the group arrived at the border of the Fire Kingdom and were about to head to the Wave Kingdom that they encountered some ambushing enemies. These thugs were easily dealt with by Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, without Hitaki Kakashi having to take action. This trip looks more like a trip than a mission. Shihouin Naraku, who was hiding in the dark, was also a little puzzled. Logically, Zabuza Momochi should have come to attack, so why was there no sign of him yet? He was ready to watch the fun. After all, Zabuza was able to fight the 6 Hokage of Konoha Village and the copy ninja on equal terms, stepped on the Sage of Six Paths' son Indra, the reincarnated descendant of the Uchiha clan, crushed the Sage of Six Paths Ashura, the reincarnated descendant of the Uzumaki clan and the 7th Hokage of Konoha Village, and scared the 5th Hokage Tsunade, a student and inheritor of the 100 Healings. The next person to receive this treatment is the founder of the ninja world and super boss Otsutsuki Kagaya. When you think about it this way, Zabuza Momochi is almost the strongest in the ninja world. Of course, Shihouin Naraku doesn't know that Zabuza Momochi and Haku have voluntarily joined the Akatsuki organization, so they're still waiting for Zabuza's grand appearance. But until Hitaki Kakashi and his group arrived at the Land of Waves, Zabuza did not appear. Shihouin Naraku was even more confused as he watched Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke take out another wave of thugs, and even Haruno Sakura took out a few enemies. This number is not right. You two, go check the situation in the country of Chapo. Shihouin Naraku realized that something else must have happened in Wave Country and gave a direct order, and Umbu following him was sent out to collect intelligence. It looks like something happened to Zabuza. What could happen to him at this time? After all, he has the strength of a Jōnin, so he won't have any accidents in the land of waves. Unless Shihouin Naraku stood on a big tree and looked out to the vast ocean, which was the direction of Kirigakure, the land of water. Could it be that Kirigakure really found Zabuza this time and captured him? That's impossible. We don't know whether Obito is alive or dead right now. He probably doesn't have the time to send people to hunt down Zabuza. Just when Shihouin Naraku felt something strange, the two Umbu ninjas sent out had returned with information. You mean there was a battle near Cardo's residence some time ago, and not only did Cardo die, but even Momochi's Zabuza, who he hired, disappeared? Yes, all those who saw the battle were killed. The remaining gangsters were on the periphery and were not affected. They know very little, but they are sure that a battle did take place. These people have also seen the Kirigakure traitor Zabuza Momochi, and are certain that he was hired by Cardo. Sir, should we stop this mission? The Umbu ninja's meaning was very clear. The appearance of the traitor ninja from Kirigakure might have some hidden plan. If it was aimed at Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, that would be a big problem. Need not. Shihouin Naraku thought about it, rejected his subordinate's proposal, and directly ordered, "The area of this country is not large. You go out now to check the land of waves. Remember, only explore, don't touch those gangsters." Yes. Umbu's subordinates took orders and left quickly. TSK, it seems that Momochi Zabuza is really not here. But who could it be? Could it be that the Kirigakure people really came to capture him, so the battle broke out? Seeing that the people who fought were also wiped out, this is barely the style of the Kirigakure ninja. At this time, Shihouin Naraku really didn't expect that the Akatsuki organization would appear and take away Momochi Zabuza and Haku. He subconsciously ignored the damage caused to Akatsuki during this period. At night, the moonlight is as cool as water. Clatter, a slight sound. The vigilant Hatake, Kakashi, woke up immediately, sat up and rushed out of the room. But when he saw the figures standing in a hidden place outside, he relaxed. Yawning, Hatake Kakashi walked forward and whispered, "It's so late, and you still have to wake me up, huh?" Seeing Hatake Kakashi's sleepy face, Shihouin Naraku came out from his hiding place and said, "I sent someone to check the land of waves." Finding out it was serious business, Kakashi immediately perked up. There was a battle in Wave Country not long ago. At that time, the Kirigakure rebel ninja Momochi Zabuza appeared. But now it seems that the enemy has left here. Now there are only some small thugs and low-level ninjas in Wave Country. They are very weak, but there are a lot of them. When Kakashi heard the name of Momochi Zabuza, he was stunned for a moment, but he was relieved when he heard that the other party had left. He trusted Naraku very much, and since he said that Zabuza left, it must be the case. Besides, with Shihouin Naraku's strength, Momochi Zabuza is not a threat at all. However, Hatake Kakashi also understood what Naraku meant. He looked at the silent forest and leaned against a big tree nearby. If that's the case, the remaining enemies of Wave Country won't be of much use in training. Shihouin Naraku chuckled and sat down next to him. Not necessarily. Although those hooligans and low-level warriors are not strong, they are able to survive in this cruel world, and most of them have some skills. Of course, this is premised on you not taking action. Hatake Kakashi seemed to be thinking about something. He understood what Naraku meant. Wasn't it just to let Naruto and the other three find a way to deal with all the enemies themselves? The conversation between Shihouin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi ends. The next day, Kakashi began to lead Naruto and others to protect the civilians of Wave Country and build a bridge. A ragtag group of attacks did occur, but their haphazard plans did not hinder the construction of the bridge at all. Sometimes Kakashi would even take a few people with him to clean out those thugs and low-level ninjas. But soon, Hatake Kakashi was ambushed by a group of low-level ninjas due to his carelessness and was injured. It would take at least half a month for him to recover. Ahem, the rest is up to you. This is your first time completing an important mission. You must not fail. Seeing Hatake Kakashi lying half-dead on the bed, little Sakura was very worried and busy helping to take care of him. Only Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke looked skeptical. After all, they had seen the fight between Kakashi and Naraku with their own eyes, and how could they believe that a group of low-level ninjas and thugs could injure Kakashi like this? That's ridiculous. But Hatake Kakashi just lay in bed and refused to get up. There was nothing Uchiha Sasuke could do but discuss among themselves how to better complete the task. Of course, Uchiha Sasuke vaguely guessed that this might be a training for the three of them. The original work is also strange. Tsunagakure brought a nuclear bomb to Konoha village, and the button was in someone else's hands. Didn't they send anyone to watch it? Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the construction of the bridge in Wave Country had come to an end. During this period, Uzumaki Naruto and his companions completed the mission very well. Although they did encounter several crises due to lack of experience, they found ways to resolve them all. By the end, Uzumaki Naruto and his team had completely defeated the thugs and low-level ninjas, and there were basically no obstacles to building the bridge, so the mission went so smoothly. During this process, the three of them grew rapidly, visibly. You know, those low-level ninjas and gangsters are not strong enough, so they will use all kinds of despicable means. At the beginning, the three of them really suffered a small loss, but from then on, the enemy never succeeded again. Watching his students solve the problem, Hatake Kakashi slowly got better and began to guide his students in their practice with the help of crutches. Treading water training. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke had already completed the tree-stepping training, so they started treading water directly on the choppy sea. However, Haruno Sakura quickly caught up. She had a good talent for chakra control, so she completed the tree-walking training very quickly and then began to practice treading water with Naruto and Sasuke. Because they were on a rough sea, which was much more difficult than treading water on a calm surface, the three of them did not succeed in their practice so quickly. What on earth is Kirigakure thinking? Hatake Kakashi would occasionally glance at the three students who were practicing treading water in the sea, but were beaten into a mess by the waves. This bridge that can connect the land of waves and the land of fire. But no one from the land of water showed up to stop it? I thought this bridge couldn't be built. Shihouin Naraku stood aside, looking at the sea and said, "Who knows? Maybe they don't care. Others may not understand the strategic significance of this bridge in Wave Country, but they know it all too well. The completion of this bridge means smooth communication between the land of fire and the land of waves, and also means the expansion of Konoha Village's sphere of influence. Yes, from the moment this bridge was built, it belonged to the sphere of influence of Konoha Village. Otherwise, why is it called Naruto Bridge? If Kirigakure wasn't in the midst of civil strife at this moment, the Ninja World War would have already broken out. Around this bridge, the war will not stop unless a large number of people in Konoha Village and Kirigakure are killed. It is even possible that the Wave Country will be completely destroyed because of this. Because if a war really breaks out between the Water Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom this time, the location will only be in the Wave Kingdom. The fierce confrontation between the two countries will completely destroy this place. No matter who wins in the end, there will be few civilians left in the land of waves. Of course, no one from the Water Country and Kirigakure showed up this time, and the Wave Country won the bet. From now on, the Fire Country will have better control over this place, which is a good thing for them. After all, compared to the turbulent Water Kingdom and the crazy Kirigakure, the Fire Kingdom and Konoha Village are still relatively clean and beautiful. The old man from the third generation thought that the bridge could not be built. His instructions were that if Kirigakure attacked us, we should take Naruto and retreat to Konoha Village. Shihouin Naraku finished speaking and waved his hand behind him. The Umbu ninja immediately sent a message back to Konoha Village. From now on, This bridge will be permanently inhabited by the Konoha village ninja. After the information is transmitted back to Konoha village, the third Hokage will definitely send people to garrison there and discuss specific matters with the Wave Country, and the Fire Country will also send people later. While the Water Country and Kirigakure haven't reacted yet, quickly settle the matter. Soon, the bridge was completed as scheduled. During this period of time, Uzumaki Naruto has infected many civilians in the land of waves with his words and actions, and the name of the bridge has also become Naruto Bridge. When Hitaki Kakashi and his team were returning to the village with the joy of completing their mission, the garrison personnel sent by Konoha village passed by them. After returning to the village, Shu and Naraku completed the work that had accumulated during this period and then added some responsibilities to Umbu and canceled their vacation time. Umbu base. Tenza glanced at the silent Yamanaka-yu and asked quietly, "Did you tell the secret?" Yamanaka-yu rolled her eyes and said, "I haven't seen Naraku-sama recently." The Umbu ninjas present looked at each other and could only helplessly accept the days without vacation. "There's nothing we can do. He's our boss. What can they say?" Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and read the information in his hand. What was Sunagakure thinking, sending one-tailed Jinchuriki to take the Chunin exam? Such a thing has never happened. Although holding the Chunin examination together with the allies is a display and show of one's own military power and national strength, there is no need to deploy one-tailed Jinchuriki. After all, it will be Sunagakure's turn in the next joint Chunin exam, and it would be safer to have one-tailed Jinchuriki appear then. There is no need to take the risk of having Jinchuriki appear in another country. Midokado Hamura also put down the intelligence file, thought for a moment, and said, "Could it be that Sunagakure wants to provoke Konoha?" "No, it shouldn't be." Udatain Koharu immediately retorted, "With Sunagakure's current strength, he is not qualified to challenge Konoha." Narashikaku also joined the discussion and said, "There is another possibility. The Wind Country's financial support to Sunagakure is getting less and less. From the transactions between Sunagakure and us in recent years, we can see that they are short of resources and it is difficult for them to continue." This time, Sunagakure made a desperate move and sent out one-tailed Jinchuriki. It might be that they wanted to show off their military strength in the Chunin exams, thereby overpowering Konoha village and getting more missions. It would be best if they could regain the strong support of the Kingdom of Wind. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and nodded in agreement. He thought there was nothing wrong with Narashikaku's idea. Then he looked at the silent Shuin Naraku, who was looking at the information thoughtfully and didn't speak for a long time. "Naraku, what do you think?" Entering the decision-making level of Konoha village for the first time, Shuin Naraku was not uncomfortable and spoke directly. "Shikaku-senpai's analysis is very good, but we can't ignore the idea of Sunagakure's desperate behavior. They want to alleviate their own difficulties now. In addition to gaining strong support from the Wind Country, grabbing a share of Konoha is also the answer to the problem. My suggestion is to conduct necessary surveillance on the Sand Shinobi that appear in Konoha village. It would be best if we could send more people." Sarutobi Hiruzen took several puffs, thinking about everyone's opinions in his mind. "We can monitor them, but only one-tailed Jinchuriki at most. Forget about the others. Sunagakure is our ally after all, so we can't be too aggressive. Everything else is going according to the original plan." "Yes." Shihouin Naraku turned and left. He had a lot of things to deal with. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the others leave one by one, stood up, and turned to look out the window at Konoha village, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. "But I can't explain where this uneasiness comes from. Maybe it's because of my age? In the Kingdom of Wind, somewhere in a desert canyon." Puff! The sharp blade pierced through his body. Fourth Kazekage Raza's eyes widened. Blood spurted out of the corner of his mouth, and he looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. "Orochimaru, you—" Before he finished speaking, Orochimaru sneered and drew out the Kusanagi sword, and fourth Kazekage Raza fell to the ground with his eyes open. Around the canyon, the bodies of several Sunagakure Umbu ninjas were lying. Cough, cough, cough. Kagaya Kimimaro, a man with white hair and green eyes, covered his mouth, and the sharp, pale bone spurs on his upper body slowly retracted into his body. Kimimaro, is your condition getting worse again? Orochimaru put away the Kusanagi sword and turned to look at Kimimaro, who was covering his mouth. Adult Orochimaru. Kimimaro tried hard to suppress his cough and replied reluctantly. The medicine I took this time was very effective. My body can still hold on. This body will definitely support the ambitions of Master Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto stood behind, the chakra in his hands gradually dissipating. He had an uncomfortable smile on his face, pushed his glasses up, and said nothing. Well done. You didn't waste the few years you spent studying under Naraku. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Naraku will feel about his long-lost teacher. Orochimaru was pleased with the result of the raid and laughed out loud. Yakushi Kabuto said on the side, perhaps Lord Naraku will kill Lord Orochimaru himself. Really? Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth with his long tongue, revealing an irrepressible, sinister smile. You made me want to take action right now. It's really unexpected. At this moment, a gust of wind and sand blew by, making the people who were blown by it squint their eyes. The old style has not yet dissipated, but the new style has already begun. What a great wind! Orochimaru looked in the direction of Konoha village. Teacher Sarutobi, I'll be back soon. Time passed quickly, and the preparations for the Chunin exam were completely completed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with a group of high-ranking officials, summoned most of the Jōnin and announced the specific time and process of the Chunin examination. A group of Jōnin who served as instructors also began to recommend their students to participate. Of course, these Jōnin also knew that if the students' abilities were too weak, they would not recommend them at all. Hatake Kakashi, recommend Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura from Team 7 to take the Chunin exam. In my name as Might Guy, I recommend Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee, and Tintin from Class 3 to take the Chunin exam. In the name of Yuhi Kurenai, I recommend 3 members of Class 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino, to take the Chunin exam. In my name, Sarutobi Isuma, I recommend 3 people from Class 10, Narashikumo, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino, to take the Chunin exam. The 12 Guardians of Konoha officially take the stage. Many Jōnin looked at the first few people who spoke with some surprise, thinking that they were a little hasty. After all, many of the students they recommended had just graduated this year, and it was a bit too early for them to take the Chunin exam now. In most cases, a Jōnin will recommend a student to take the Chunin exam after leading the team for at least a year. One reason is to cultivate feelings, and the other is to lay a solid foundation. There is no need to take the Chunin exam so soon. After all, you may not pass the exam. Except for a few geniuses, the Chunin in the entire Konoha village have to take the exam 3 to 4 times on average before they can pass and become Chunin. The Konoha's high-level advisors sitting at the head, Midokado Hamura, Udatain Koharu, Naraku Shihouin Naraku, and 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, ignored the Jōnin's noise and signaled for everyone to continue with the recommendation. In this last Chunin exam, the number of participants from Konoha village was 87. After the meeting, Shihouin Naraku just walked out of the venue and saw Irika-sensei arguing with Kakashi. Naruto and the others have only just graduated. It wouldn't be appropriate for them to take the Chunin exams now. Irika, you have to realize that Naruto is now my subordinate and I am their teacher. I think they are good enough to take the Chunin exam. Shihouin Naraku scratched his head. He seemed to have heard this conversation between Irika and Kakashi somewhere before. He had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Irika's worries were not unreasonable, but in his impression, Naruto was still that child who liked to make trouble, not a qualified ninja, so he was worried. In fact, after this period of training, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura have all experienced different growth. Whether they can pass the Chunin exam is another matter, but they're certainly qualified to take it. As the Chunin examination approaches, Konoha begins to become more prosperous and bustling. Merchants, civilians, and ninjas, a large number of people poured into Konoha village, making it seem a little chaotic. Shihouin Naraku also started to get busy. There was not much to do in the medical department except arranging people from the medical emergency team to be on standby during the exam. Umbu has more tasks to do. Just being vigilant and monitoring the sudden increase in the number of people in Konoha village is troublesome enough. A total of 6 ninja villages, including Konoha village, participated in this Chunin exam. Of course, except for Konohagakure and Sunagakure. The others are small ninja villages, and the number of participants is not large, mainly because they do not have enough resources to train more ninjas. Be alert. There are too many people coming and going in Konoha village during this period. The barrier team cannot let down their guard. Yes, Lord Naraku. Shihouin Naraku stood in a very secret building in Konoha village. In front of him, a huge object like a water ball was floating. This is the barrier system of Konoha village. Any intrusion of strange chakra without the permission of Konoha village will alarm the barrier surrounding Konoha village, and their whereabouts will be displayed on the huge water ball. The ninja on guard here will immediately notify the village leaders. The members of the barrier class are all ninjas who are good at perception. Shihouin Naraku inspected it and then left. This barrier is good, but not very useful. As a former Konoha high-ranking official, Orochimaru knew the seals to pass through the barrier without being detected, and Uchiha Itachi also knew it. Although Nagato didn't know, he was not afraid of being discovered and relied entirely on his strength to break into Konoha village alone. So this barrier can be said to be useful, but it can also be said to be useless. Unless Konoha village spends a huge amount of energy and money to rebuild a new barrier system. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, cannot bear to spend that much. That's it. Now it's time to wait. Shihouin Naraku sat on the rooftop of a high-rise building, looking at the bustling Konoha village below. On the other side of Konoha village, Yakushi Kabuto and Kagaya Kimimaro, led by Orochimaru, were standing on a high mountain, looking towards Konoha village. What a peaceful and beautiful village. A sinister smile appeared on Orochimaru's pale face. At this moment, he seemed to see the ruins of the completely destroyed Konoha village filled with smoke. It's been so long that I almost forgot that I grew up here. Is this where Orochimaru-sama grew up? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Black Zetsu's dark and gloomy face no longer had the confidence that he had everything under control, but instead was filled with panic and helplessness. Obito, you idiot. The Uchiha clan are just like Indra. They are complete idiots. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu used the Mayfly technique to travel underground at high speed, seizing every opportunity and rushing to an underground base. After casually fusing with a White Zetsu, Black Zetsu immediately nervously gave orders. Quick, save the life of that be asterisk 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 D Obito first. We must not let him die here. At this time, Uchiha Obito's image changed drastically. The mask that originally covered his face had fallen somewhere, revealing his half-horrible and half-intact appearance. On his waist and abdomen, there was a horrific scar with a very neat cut, which was caused by a sharp blade. If it weren't for the many White Zetsu who risked their lives to fill it, Uchiha Obito would have died long ago. Shihouin Naraku's move was extremely brutal. It was equivalent to cutting Uchiha Obito in half. White Zetsu cried out in pain. Obito's body is still burning with fire, and his internal organs are severely damaged. We can't go on like this. He can't die. Black Zetsu's gloomy voice sounded. Use the spore technique to fill Obito's damaged internal organs and extract the flames. If the injury is too severe, use White Zetsu's body to replace it. Following Black Zetsu's orders, White Zetsu appeared around Uchiha Obito, transformed into soft tissue like plasticine, and merged into Obito's body, maintaining the functioning of his internal organs while extracting the flames from his body. Time passed little by little, and without considering the losses, Uchiha Obito, who had consumed a lot of white Zetsu, finally had no more burning flames in his body. Black Zetsu watched this scene with worry, knowing clearly that Uchiha Obito was not completely out of danger yet. Looking at Uchiha Obito lying on the bed, his life or death unknown, Black Zetsu was almost about to curse. What's wrong with the Uchiha clan? No matter if it's Indra, Madara, or that loser Obito, none of them know how to be cautious. Every time something goes wrong, I have to clean up the mess. It just wants to rescue its mother. Is it that difficult? Its teammates never understand its difficulties and always create various accidents. Just like Uchiha Obito's thoughts, it can never be understood. Shihouin Naraku is fighting against Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy, so just go ahead and fight. It would be best if you can kill one or two of them, or die together. White Zetsu summarized this information to Uchiha Obito in order to let him know the news and see if there was anything he could use it for, rather than having Obito go out and fight Shihouin Naraku directly. But Uchiha Obito did just that, and the consequences of doing this made Black Zetsu responsible, which made him crazy. Of course, Black Zetsu might understand something now. Hatake Kakashi has arrived at the Imperial Court. If Uchiha Obito can defeat Shihouin Naraku, it means he has surpassed Hatake Kakashi. This is a very good opportunity for Uchiha Obito, who has always been very awkward and called Kakashi trash. After all, Hatake Kakashi is a very important person to Uchiha Obito. Black Zetsu witnessed Obito going to Konohagakure every once in a while to secretly visit Noera Rin, even though her body was not found in the grave. Every time he saw Noera Rin, Uchiha Obito would go look for Hatake Kakashi, calling him a waste, but he never stopped taking action. Based on Black Zetsu's understanding of humans, it is somewhat confused as to whether Uchiha Obito likes the dead Noera Rin or the living Hatake Kakashi. At least Uchiha Obito's very important Mangekyo Sharingan has always been with Hatake Kakashi, and even though Black Zetsu persuaded him many times, Obito did not take his eye back. So perhaps to prove himself, or perhaps due to other complex emotional factors, Uchiha Obito finally found Shihouin Naraku, and then the current ending came about. Okay, let's go. Seeing White Zetsu covering Uchiha Obito like a coat, Black Zetsu immediately took Obito to the base that Uchiha Madara once built. The base there is fully equipped with medical facilities and has things that can save Uchiha Obito's life. If Black Zetsu wasn't worried about Uchiha Obito dying on the way, he would have gone directly to the base. Using their own abilities, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu traveled through the underground network at a very fast speed, and it only took them half a day to reach another base. How is it going? Uchiha Obito's life force is rapidly fading. If he doesn't think of other solutions, he will die sooner or later. Listening to White Zetsu's answer and looking at Uchiha Obito lying on the bed, Black Zetsu directly took out the test tube that was stored in very good condition. What is stored in the test tube is the cells of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, which are precious materials left over from Uchiha Madara's research. Puff! A needle was inserted into Uchiha Obito's body, and Senju Hashirama cells were injected into it. An unknown moaning sound came out of Uchiha Obito's mouth. Puff! In an instant, a large number of branches grew from Uchiha Obito's body, as if he was hit by the piercing technique. This is the horror of Senju Hashirama's cells. If you can't withstand it, you will directly turn into a plant. No, you will definitely die if he continues like this. Black Zetsu noticed that more and more branches appeared on Uchiha Obito's body, and some of his limbs had turned the color of the trees. We must take him to the land of rain as soon as possible. Only the Gedo statue can keep him alive now. Next, Black Zetsu instructed White Zetsu to keep a close eye on the intelligence of the Rain Country, especially the whereabouts of Nagato and Konin in the Akatsuki organization. After the Gedo statue was summoned by Nagato using the Rinnegan, it was placed in a secret base of the Akatsuki organization. Unless a plan to collect the tailed beast was started, few people would go to check it out. And Black Zetsu is going to use the Gedo statue to maintain Uchiha Obito's life. When Uchiha Madara was about to die of old age, he used the energy of the Gedo statue to sustain his own life. It was not until the appearance of Uchiha Obito that he severed the connection with the Gedo statue and extinguished the fire of life on his own. Just like that, silently, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu brought the half-dead Uchiha Obito to the base where the Gedo statue was stored. Tick! Drops of water fell from the top of the cave, making a soft sound. An extremely huge and ferocious monster statue stood in the center of the dark base. The monster statue somewhat resembles a giant human figure, sitting cross-legged on a huge lotus seat. It has 9 tightly closed eyes on its forehead, its body is like a dead Kachiki, and there are 10 column-like protrusions on its back. This terrifying and hideous monster is the Gedo statue, or rather, it is just the shell of 10 tails with all the chakras completely extracted. If one day, the dried-up body is refilled with the chakra of all the tailed beasts, 10 tails will be resurrected. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu brought Uchiha Obito, whose life or death was unknown, to the Akatsuki base where the Gedo statue was hidden, and no one knew about this action. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Black Zetsu's dark and gloomy face no longer had the confidence that he had everything under control, but instead was filled with panic and helplessness. Obito, you idiot! The Uchiha clan are just like Indra. They are complete idiots. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu used the mayfly technique to travel underground at high speed, seizing every opportunity and rushing to an underground base. After casually fusing with a White Zetsu, Black Zetsu immediately nervously gave orders. Quick, save the life of that be asterisk 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 D Obito first. We must not let him die here. At this time, Uchiha Obito's image changed drastically. The mask that originally covered his face had fallen somewhere, revealing his half-horrible and half-intact appearance. On his waist and abdomen, there was a horrific scar with a very neat cut, which was caused by a sharp blade. If it weren't for the many White Zetsu who risked their lives to fill it, Uchiha Obito would have died long ago. Shihouin Naraku's move was extremely brutal. It was equivalent to cutting Uchiha Obito in half. Ah! White Zetsu cried out in pain. Obito's body is still burning with fire, and his internal organs are severely damaged. We can't go on like this. He can't die. Black Zetsu's gloomy voice sounded. Use the spore technique to fill Obito's damaged internal organs and extract the flames. If the injury is too severe, use White Zetsu's body to replace it. Following Black Zetsu's orders, White Zetsu appeared around Uchiha Obito, transformed into soft tissue like plasticine, and merged into Obito's body, maintaining the functioning of his internal organs while extracting the flames from his body. Time passed little by little, and without considering the losses, Uchiha Obito, who had consumed a lot of White Zetsu, finally had no more burning flames in his body. Black Zetsu watched this scene with worry, knowing clearly that Uchiha Obito was not completely out of danger yet. Looking at Uchiha Obito lying on the bed, his life or death unknown, Black Zetsu was almost about to curse. What's wrong with the Uchiha clan? No matter if it's Indra, Madara, or that loser Obito, none of them know how to be cautious. Every time something goes wrong, I have to clean up the mess. It just wants to rescue its mother. Is it that difficult? Its teammates never understand its difficulties and always create various accidents. Just like Uchiha Obito's thoughts, it can never be understood. Shihouin Naraku is fighting against Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy, so just go ahead and fight. It would be best if you can kill 1 or 2 of them, or die together. White Zetsu summarized this information to Uchiha Obito in order to let him know the news and see if there was anything he could use it for, rather than having Obito go out and fight Shihouin Naraku directly. But Uchiha Obito did just that, and the consequences of doing this made Black Zetsu responsible, which made him crazy. Of course, Black Zetsu might understand something now. Hatake Kakashi has arrived at the Imperial Court. If Uchiha Obito can defeat Shihouin Naraku, it means he has surpassed Hatake Kakashi. This is a very good opportunity for Uchiha Obito, who has always been very awkward and called Kakashi trash. After all, Hatake Kakashi is a very important person to Uchiha Obito. Black Zetsu witnessed Obito going to Konohagakure every once in a while to secretly visit Noara Rin, even though her body was not found in the grave. Every time he saw Noara Rin, Uchiha Obito would go look for Hatake Kakashi, calling him a waste, but he never stopped taking action. Based on Black Zetsu's understanding of humans, it is somewhat confused as to whether Uchiha Obito likes the dead Noara Rin or the living Hatake Kakashi. At least Uchiha Obito's very important Mangekyo Sharingan has always been with Hatake Kakashi, and even though Black Zetsu persuaded him many times, Obito did not take his eye back. So perhaps to prove himself, or perhaps due to other complex emotional factors, Uchiha Obito finally found Shihouin Naraku, and then the current ending came about. Okay, let's go. Seeing white Zetsu covering Uchiha Obito like a coat, Black Zetsu immediately took Obito to the base that Uchiha Madara once built. The base there is fully equipped with medical facilities and has things that can save Uchiha Obito's life. If Black Zetsu wasn't worried about Uchiha Obito dying on the way, he would have gone directly to the base. Using their own abilities, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu traveled through the underground network at a very fast speed, and it only took them half a day to reach another base. How is it going? Uchiha Obito's life force is rapidly fading. If he doesn't think of other solutions, he will die sooner or later. Listening to White Zetsu's answer and looking at Uchiha Obito lying on the bed, Black Zetsu directly took out the test tube that was stored in very good condition. What is stored in the test tube is the cells of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, which are precious materials left over from Uchiha Madara's research. Puff! A needle was inserted into Uchiha Obito's body, and Senju Hashirama cells were injected into it. An unknown moaning sound came out of Uchiha Obito's mouth. Puff! In an instant, a large number of branches grew from Uchiha Obito's body, as if he was hit by the piercing technique. This is the horror of Senju Hashirama's cells. If you can't withstand it, you will directly turn into a plant. No, you will definitely die if he continues like this. Black Zetsu noticed that more and more branches appeared on Uchiha Obito's body, and some of his limbs had turned the color of the trees. We must take him to the land of rain as soon as possible. Only the Gedo statue can keep him alive now. Next, Black Zetsu instructed White Zetsu to keep a close eye on the intelligence of the Rain Country, especially the whereabouts of Nagato and Konin in the Akatsuki organization. After the Gedo statue was summoned by Nagato using the Rinnegan, it was placed in a secret base of the Akatsuki organization. Unless a plan to collect the tailed beasts was started, few people would go to check it out. And Black Zetsu is going to use the Gedo statue to maintain Uchiha Obito's life. When Uchiha Madara was about to die of old age, he used the energy of the Gedo statue to sustain his own life. It was not until the appearance of Uchiha Obito that he severed the connection with the Gedo statue and extinguished the fire of life on his own. Just like that, silently, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu brought the half-dead Uchiha Obito to the base where the Gedo statue was stored. Tick! Drops of water fell from the top of the cave, making a soft sound. An extremely huge and ferocious monster statue stood in the center of the dark base. The monster statue somewhat resembles a giant human figure, sitting cross-legged on a huge lotus seat. It has 9 tightly closed eyes on its forehead. Its body is like a dead Kachiki, and there are 10 column-like protrusions on its back. This terrifying and hideous monster is the Gedo statue. Or rather, it is just the shell of 10 tails with all the chakras completely extracted. If one day, the dried-up body is refilled with the chakra of all the tailed beasts, 10 tails will be resurrected. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu brought Uchiha Obito, whose life or death was unknown, to the Akatsuki base where the Gedo statue was hidden, and no one knew about this action. Then he quietly left the base and returned to Konoha village. I hadn't been sitting down at the Umbu base for a while, when my subordinates came to report. Did you find the body of the Kusagakure village candidate? Yes, Lord Naraku. The Kusagakure Jōnin have had their skins peeled off. Mitarashi Anko has entered the forest of death. Go track him down. I know about this. You can go down. Shihouin Naraku held the report submitted by Umbu in his left hand, and the report submitted by the corpse disposal team in his right hand, plus the intelligence information that Umbu had been monitoring Sunagakure one-tailed Jinchuriki in the past few days. Looking up and thinking for a while, Shihouin Naraku came to the Hokage building with the reports. Of course, he kept the experimental records and materials he had just found in the base and did not hand them in. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the document and read it silently, then asked, Naraku, what do you think? Orochimaru is back. Shihouin Naraku didn't hide anything and gave the answer directly, and I have a hunch that Orochimaru and Sunagakure are involved. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly smiled, then lit his pipe and put it in his mouth. It seems my apprentice is going to give me a ride. For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to see the young Orochimaru standing in front of him, listening carefully to his teachings and working hard to learn ninjutsu. Unfortunately, the past can never come back. I'm not going to let you go this time, Orochimaru. The last bit of his kindness disappeared, and Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have regained the spirit of a great ninja in his youth. Naraku, you did a great job and didn't disappoint me. Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat relieved that Shihouin Naraku appeared in front of him with information. I know what you want. In that case, I'll hand him over to you. The Chunin exams must go on, but we must be wary of Orochimaru. I agree with your previous proposal to place all sand ninjas under full surveillance in Konoha village. Besides, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shihouin Naraku and gave orders in a low voice. Hokage Tower. Shihouin Naraku and Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly made their decision. No one knew what they discussed or decided in the room at this moment. In the following time, Shihouin Naraku began to adjust the tasks of the Umbu personnel, urging members who had completed their tasks to return to the village immediately and temporarily stopped assigning tasks that required going out. On the other side, Naraku, who received the notice, also started to get busy and made adjustments to some invisible places. Soon, the injured Mitarashi Anko brought back a definite news from the Forest of Death. Orochimaru is back. As Orochimaru's disciple, Mitarashi Anko would naturally not recognize the wrong person, not to mention that the two had a fight, which further confirmed Orochimaru's identity. As a well-known Sannin in the ninja world, Orochimaru's reputation is not weak at all among the ninjas of Konoha village. For a moment, even some ninjas started to panic. Should we close the gates now, seal off the village, and find Orochimaru first? That's right. Let's find the traitor Orochimaru first. Orochimaru showed up in the Death Forest, where the Jōnin from each village are taking tests. What about the Chunin exams? Should we stop them first? But Orochimaru told Anko that we can't stop the Chunin exam. What a joke. Why would Konoha village listen to a traitorous ninja? The Chunin exams must not be stopped. Daimyo and nobles from all over the world will come to watch the third exam. Canceling the Chunin exams will make us a complete laughingstock in the ninja world. Even though Orochimaru was once a hero of Konoha village, he is now a traitor to the village. Since he dares to come back, we must catch him this time. The meeting room was filled with noise as many ninjas were arguing. Fortunately, as Jōnin, their basic qualities were still good. Although they were a little panicked, no one said anything about backing down. In fact, it is normal for such a thing to happen because Orochimaru's identity is too special. A disciple of the third Hokage and one of the Sannin. He once made great contributions to Konoha village. To be frank, when Orochimaru was making great achievements in Konoha village, some of the Jōnin there might not have graduated yet. There were even some who had fought against ninjas from other ninja villages under the leadership of Orochimaru. Therefore, the current performance is already very good. Quiet. The Jōnin class leader, Naraku, slammed the table, and the meeting room immediately fell silent. Now that Orochimaru's identity has been confirmed, The next step for Konoha Village is to be made public. Third-generation master's meaning is, the Chunin exams cannot be stopped. Konoha Village is relaxed on the outside, but tight on the inside. All Chunin Jōnin's vacations are canceled, and ninjas who have completed their missions are urged to return to the village. Recheck the village's various material reserves, and send people to check the evacuation facilities again. Others should perform their duties and ensure the safety of the village. Yes, Orochimaru is here. Shimura Danzo was always used to staying in the dim base of the root organization. He leaned on a cane and listened to his subordinates' answers without any change on his face. Yes, it is said that Mitarashi Anko has fought Orochimaru. Is that so? Let's go down. Yes. Watching his subordinates disappear into the darkness, Shimura Danzo sat calmly in his seat without moving. In fact, he had already discovered that something was wrong with Orochimaru, but Danzo never intended to tell his old friend Sarutobi Hiruzen about it. Although he didn't know Orochimaru's specific plan, he knew without a doubt that Sarutobi Hiruzen was definitely one of his targets. So what Shimura Danzo wants to do now is to wait quietly, waiting for the news of his old friend's death to reach his ears, and then he will appear. Shimura Danzo knew very well how much the strength of old men like them declined as time went by, and he was sure that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be a match for Orochimaru. Hiruzen, you were the one who let Orochimaru go. This is the retribution for your soft-heartedness. It's just like when you forcibly removed me from my position but didn't dare to kill me. You caused all this yourself. Shimura Danzo was hiding in the darkness, muttering to himself. It was hard to tell whether he was happy, cheerful, or sad from his expression. Konoha Village Death Forest. Shihouin Naraku walked slowly into the trial tower. At this time, several groups of ninja teams have gathered the earth-coiling axis and passed through the Death Forest and arrived here. As soon as he entered the tower, Shihouin Naraku could see the medical ninjas from the medical emergency team who were already prepared. The reason they appeared here was to rescue and treat the genin who were injured in the Death Forest. Also, there would definitely be more people injured in the battle in the trial tower later, so medical ninjas needed to be dispatched in advance. When a medical ninja saw Shihouin Naraku for the first time, he immediately stood up and greeted him respectfully. Naraku is adult. Shihouin Naraku walked slowly up the road and went straight to the monitoring room where the examiners were. Don't ask why there were monitoring rooms in the Hokage. They were there anyway. Naraku is adult. As soon as he pushed the door open, Shihouin Naraku saw several examiners sitting together discussing the examination process. He spoke directly. How's it going, Anko? Orochimaru-sensei must have dealt you a heavy blow. Mitarashi Anko gritted her teeth, but she didn't want to play around like usual. Instead, she warned, You still call him teacher? He's really here. I saw it with my own eyes. I know. Shihouin Naraku smiled and sat down. You were always fearless before, but now you are finally honest. As for the title, don't worry about it. Orochimaru-sensei taught me. Besides, killing the teacher is a tradition of Konoha Village, and it's not easy to lose it. What did you say? At this time, the other examiners present had already left on their own accord, and Mitarashi Anko did not hear clearly Naraku's last words. Nothing much. How many groups have arrived at the trial tower now? Mitarashi Anko took a look and said, 5 groups. Based on the experience of the Chunin exams in previous years, no more than 3 groups will pass. Shihouin Naraku nodded in agreement. Probably these were the only groups. He walked to the window and looked outside. It was already evening. The sky and the earth were dark, and the dangers in the forest were increasing. Naraku could tell at a glance that there were many genins hiding nearby, waiting for the team that had gathered the earth-coiling axe to come and snatch it, etc. Shihouin Naraku was very sure that Yakushi Kabuto did not participate in this high school entrance examination. The other party had already become a Jōnin, and became a Jōnin under his arrangement. Well, without the help of Yakushi Kabuto, could Naruto and his companions really make it? You know, Naruto and little Sakura, those 2 idiots almost opened the scroll in the Forest of Death and once they opened it, it would mean they would be eliminated. No, not necessarily. Orochimaru has arranged a lot of people for this Chunin exam, so who knows if anyone will go to help. And it doesn't matter if he fails, since Naraku is the only one who will be promoted to Chunin in this Chunin exam. But if that happens, there will be no good show. The first half of the second round of Chunin exams finally ended, and a total of 7 ninja teams entered the trial tower. Uzumaki, Naruto, and the other 2 arrived at the tower at the last minute, carrying the earth-coiling axis, and were finally not eliminated. However, their miserable appearance was enough to show that they were having a hard time in the forest of death. Shihouin Naraku was standing upstairs and saw the Heaven's Curse seal on Uchiha Sasuke's neck at a glance. It seemed that Orochimaru had already found him. Uzumaki, Naruto, and the other 2 entered the trial tower, and before they had time to rest, they were notified and gathered together. It's really a bit unexpected. I thought only a few people would pass through the death forest. Mitarashi Anko looked at the 21 candidates standing in front of her. The number of people who passed this round was a bit too large, so some more needed to be eliminated. Behind Anko stood many ninjas, led by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the instructor of the ninja team that passed the Death Forest exam, and all the examiners stood quietly in place. The genins who passed the exam stood together, occasionally looking at each other, searching for their expected opponents. Next, the 3rd Hokage will give a speech and introduce the 3rd exam. Mitarashi Anko stepped back, and Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, coughing softly and speaking. Before introducing the 3rd exam, let me tell you the purpose of holding the Chunin exams. Sarutobi Hiruzen was giving a long speech in the front, and the Jōnin and examiners behind him began to distract themselves. They were already very familiar with these things. Shihouin Naraku stood aside and inadvertently glanced at Orochimaru, who was close at hand. At this time, Orochimaru disguised himself as the instructor of the Sound Village team through the erasing color technique and transformation technique. You are really brave. Shihouin Naraku's voice was a little low, and Mike Guy, standing aside, didn't hear it clearly. Guy, your 3 students are pretty good. They all passed the exam. Huh. Mike Guy gave a thumbs up proudly. He also knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was giving a speech in front, so he just grinned. Shihouin Naraku's eyes swept across all the genin, and every Konoha genin who was swept by his eyes lowered their heads involuntarily, including the rebellious Uchiha Sasuke and the energetic Uzumaki Naruto. However, the 2 of them reacted quickly. Although they didn't dare to glare, they puffed up their cheeks in a very funny way. This almost made Shihouin Naraku laugh. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished explaining the origin of the Chunin exam and the relationship between the various countries, he directly announced the start of the preliminaries. Qualifying round? Why are there still preliminaries? Why do we need to have a preliminary round? Haven't we already passed the exam? The genins standing below were in an uproar, not understanding why there were suddenly more preliminaries. We have just passed the various tests in the Forest of Death, and some people haven't even had time to rest, but we have to start the competition again? Be quiet. Sarutobi Hiruzen growled, and the genin present gradually quieted down. Shinjin, I leave it to you. Yes. Hokage-sama. Wearing a blue hat and holding a sunbon in his mouth, Shiranui Gunma, a special Jōnin, came out, saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then faced all the genin. Perhaps this time's Chunin exam is too easy, and too few people were eliminated in the first 2 rounds. So before the 3rd round of exams, we need to eliminate some more people. The 3rd round of exams will have daimyos and nobles from various countries coming to watch, so the time is not too long. So the number of participants must be limited. So, is there anyone who feels unwell and wants to quit now? If not, I'm going to announce the start of the preliminaries. After hearing what Genma Shiranui said, the genins couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. The first 2 exams were easy? How can it be simple? Doesn't the fact that they are in such a mess prove how difficult the first 2 rounds of exams were? Although everyone was secretly complaining, they looked at each other, and no one stood up to quit. After all, they had persisted until now, and even if it was one last fight, they might be able to be promoted to Chunin in the end. Shinigami looked around and gave the order. Since no one has withdrawn, I declare that the preliminaries will begin. In fact, everyone saw the incident that happened off the court. Haruno Sakura from the Genin team was about to raise his hand, but was stopped by his teammate Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto also interrupted in a low voice, and in the end the three seemed to have reached a consensus and did not really stand up. Mitarashi Anko saw this scene and whispered to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke is not fit to continue fighting now. The cursed seal on his body may break out at any time." Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "It doesn't matter. Since he has made the decision, let it be. If the curse seal goes out of control, you can just suppress it. But I understand." Mitarashi Anko touched the cursed seal on the back of his neck. Even though he felt a little sympathetic towards Uchiha Sasuke, he had no choice but to follow the Hokage's order. Hatake Kakashi blinked and looked at Uchiha Sasuke and whispered, "It seems that we need to prepare in advance, Naraku. Can you help me watch for a while?" "Go ahead." No one noticed Hatake Kakashi quietly retreating. At this time, Orochimaru, disguised as the instructor of the Sound Village, moved, apparently intending to stop Kakashi. Shihouin Naraku quietly stepped forward and blocked Orochimaru's position. The two of them were in a subtle confrontation. Shihouin Naraku tilted his head, a smile forming on his lips. The person impersonating Orochimaru froze in his expression, and his snake-like eyes swept over him. In an instant, murderous intent emerged from the two of them. "Kakashi, the first match is Uchiha Sasuke's fight." "Huh? Where's Kakashi?" At this time, the first preliminaries match has been confirmed, which is the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Akado Kai, both of whom are Genin from Konoha Village. On the surface, Akado Armor is a student of Konoha Village, but in fact he's a spy planted by Orochimaru in Odogekure Village. "Naraku, where's Kakashi?" "He was here just now." "Let's go to the stands. The battle is about to begin." As Might Guy approached, Shihouin Naraku and Orochimaru simultaneously looked away. "Let's go." As for Kakashi, he should go get ready. Prepare? Prepare for what? Watching the two people walk away, Orochimaru couldn't help but stick out his long tongue and lick his lips. Shihouin Naraku's growth rate was far beyond his imagination. He was right about him before. It's a pity that a better container is now available. Otherwise, Orochimaru would really like to attack Shihouin Naraku. "Hey, you two, follow me up." Shihouin Naraku pointed at Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura and reminded Uchiha Sasuke as he walked to his side. "Uchiha Sasuke, if you don't want me to interrupt your match, don't use the Sharingan." "What?" Uchiha Sasuke looked up suddenly and covered the curse seal on his neck, but he only saw Shihouin Naraku chasing Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura to the stands of the competition venue. He did not doubt Shihouin Naraku's words at all, because ever since his last experience with Conqueror's Haki, Uchiha Sasuke had developed a strong interest in Shihouin Naraku. Although I didn't know much later, I barely knew who Shihouin Naraku was. So Uchiha Sasuke dared not disobey Shihouin Naraku's words. "Oomph, I can still win without the Sharingan." "Brother Naraku, what are you doing? I still have something to say to Sasuke." Uzumaki Naruto struggled to turn back, but was pushed onto the stands on both sides by Shihouin Naraku. Haruno Sakura on the side opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't dare to speak. There's no way around it. The shadow left by Conqueror's Haki on Haruno Sakura is too strong. So little Sakura silently looked back at Sasuke, encouraged him in her heart, and followed him up to the stands. "Hey, Naraku-sama, why is Kakashi-sensei gone? I saw him here just now. Of course I had something to do, so I left." "Really?" Uzumaki Naruto grumbled a few times. As a guidance teacher, he was not doing his job every day and was often nowhere to be found. "Brother Naraku, Sasuke will definitely win, right?" Looking at Uchiha Sasuke and Akado Armor standing opposite each other in the center of the venue, Uzumaki Naruto was a little worried. It was not that Naruto did not believe in Sasuke's strength, but mainly because the three of them had not yet recovered from the battle in the Forest of Death. After arriving at the trial tower, exhausted both physically and mentally, the three had no time to rest as the preliminaries started right away. The first match was against Uchiha Sasuke, which was indeed very troublesome. Haruno Sakura clasped his hands nervously in front of his chest, not caring about the psychological shadow, and looked at Shihouin Naraku with hope. Shihouin Naraku was not only a Jōnin, but also an important figure in the village. He could naturally tell the outcome of a genin fight. Both of them looked at Shihouin Naraku with hope. "I thought you weren't nervous at all." Shihouin Naraku's next words reassured them. "Don't worry, Uchiha Sasuke may suffer a little, but he will have no problem winning this battle." "Very good." Haruno Sakura breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Uchiha Sasuke in the field with wide eyes. "I told you not to worry. Sasuke wants to duel with me." Uzumaki Naruto smiled. "He won't fall before he duels with me. You're quite proud. Think carefully about whether you can win the next battle." Shihouin Naraku said sarcastically, and then continued to ask, "How about this trip to the Death Forest? You arrived at the trial tower the latest." Uzumaki Naruto immediately frowned and said very unhappily, "If we hadn't met a super scary guy, we would have arrived a long time ago." Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura couldn't help but shudder at the thought of Orochimaru. It seems that Orochimaru's stimulation to them is very powerful. "Then how did you escape?" "Humph. Of course we defeated the enemy." Uzumaki Naruto straightened his back, but then collapsed. "It's just that I seem to have fainted." Little Sakura said that thick eyebrows and the other three helped us hold off the other enemies. "Naruto, Lee, and the others helped us a lot. So that's how it is." It seems that it was thanks to the help of Shao Li and the other two that Naruto and the others did not lose the last chance. This is understandable. After all, they knew about it in advance. There was a battle between Shihouin Naraku, Hatake Kakashi, and Might Guy, and among the spectators there were 5 other people except Haruno Sakura. So since they knew each other in advance, it wasn't too much for them to help. As they were talking, the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Akido Armor had already begun. Just like Shihouin Naraku said, Akido Kai used the ability of his hands to absorb chakra through contact and firmly gained the upper hand, making Uchiha Sasuke a little embarrassed. Although Uchiha Sasuke suffered some losses, he soon counterattacked successfully. He used Sharingan to copy Rock Lee's physical skills and modified them to be more suitable for his use, defeating Akato Kaminari in one fell swoop. Uzumaki Naruto in the stand stared at Uchiha Sasuke with shining eyes and memorized this very handsome physical skill deeply in his mind. Of course, Uchiha Sasuke, who defeated the Red Copper Armor, was also exhausted and was taken away by Hatake Kakashi, who suddenly appeared when he was about to fall. "Hey, where did Kakashi-sensei take Sasuke?" Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura looked on in surprise as Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke disappeared, somewhat confused. "Don't worry, Kakashi took him, Uchiha Sasuke, to get treated." "I see. What a shame. Sasuke won't be able to see my wonderful fight. What a shame." Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head, feeling relieved, but at the same time feeling it was a pity. He was so eager to show his handsome side in front of Uchiha Sasuke and gain the others' recognition. The first battle ended here. The following preliminaries followed one after another, and except for Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, who were eliminated together, the other winners emerged one by one. The 7th battle followed, this time a civil war in Konohagakure. Uzumaki Naruto versus Inuzuka Kiba. Naruto, I'm really looking forward to your battle. Let me see where your confidence comes from." Shihouin Naraku smiled as he watched Uzumaki Naruto confidently prepare to make his debut. Uzumaki Naruto adjusted his ninja forehead protector and said very seriously and confidently, "Don't worry, Brother Naraku, I will definitely win." Uzumaki Naruto's victory guarantee certainly did not disappoint. However, the process of the battle was so hilarious that one could not help laughing. At the critical moment, the power of a fart is greater than that of a fist or a kick. Especially since Inuzuka Kiba's sense of smell is enhanced by chakra, it can be tens of thousands times better than that of ordinary people. At this time, smelling Naruto's fart is simply sour and refreshing. Uzumaki Naruto didn't care at all. As long as he won, he walked back to the stands happily without caring about anyone. On the way, Hyuga Hinata came forward hesitantly and brought medicine to Naruto. As soon as Naruto took the medicine, he saw Hatake Kakashi and immediately ran over. "Thanks, Hinata." Shihouin Naraku shook his head. "Naruto, what an idiot." "Hey, Mr. Kakashi is back. I just won. Did you see that? Did you see that?" Hatake Kakashi nodded and said in agreement, "Well done, Naruto." He. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his head sheepishly, but still couldn't help but laugh happily. Shihouin Naraku gave a thumbs up and praised. "Naruto, that fart you just did was amazing." Yeah. Uzumaki Naruto, who rarely hears compliments, was so happy that he almost lifted Kurama's tail. The Jōnin around couldn't help but smile knowingly as they looked at Uzumaki Naruto. Although that fart played a significant role, the will, ability, and quick wit displayed by Uzumaki Naruto during the battle were very good and indeed worthy of praise. Before Uzumaki Naruto could continue showing off, the next match began, Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Neji. Apparently, Hyuga Neji didn't know something that everyone in the ninja world knew. Anyone who hit Hinata would never have a good outcome. The outcome of this battle naturally did not change at all. Hyuga Hinata still fell to the ground seriously injured and lost the battle. Shihouin Naraku helped to treat Hyuga Hinata, who was in critical condition, and medical staff immediately rushed Hinata to the hospital. Leaving aside the fact that Uzumaki Naruto was very upset with Hyuga Neji, the next battle was what Shihouin Naraku wanted to see the most. Rock Lee versus Gaara. The battle between Rock Lee and Gaara is extremely intense. Except for the tentative attack at the beginning, Gaara and Rock Lee fought back and forth. When Rock Lee was at a disadvantage, he unloaded his burden and brazenly activated the 8 Inner Gates formation, defeating one-tail Jinchuriki Gaara with the posture of Dummin Rock Lee, leaving him unable to fight back. If it was any other contestant in this Chunin exam, they would have been crushed by Rock Lee long ago, but unfortunately he met his only opponent Gaara. As a Jinchuriki, having thick blood and abundant chakra are the most basic qualities. Gaara still survived tenaciously after several attacks from Rock Lee. Of course, the sand on Gaara's back played a big role in this. Rock Lee unleashed a powerful force with 8 Inner Gates, but ultimately failed to defeat Gaara within the limited time, and even had his left hand and left foot broken by the opponent with sand. If my guy hadn't personally stepped in to stop him, Rock Lee might have died in the battle. Naraku, my guy held the unconscious Rock Lee, crying. As a taijutsu expert, my guy knew clearly how seriously Rock Lee was injured. If anyone could save Rock Lee now, it would only be Shihouin Naraku. Other people from Konoha also gathered around, and 8 Inner Gates hockey amazed everyone. No one wanted Rock Lee to lose his bright future like this. Get out of the way, everyone. The game isn't over yet. Don't gather here. Shihouin Naraku walked forward, waved his hand to drive away the crowd, and then checked Rock Lee's injuries. The consumption of physical strength and chakra is very serious. Muscle fibers are broken in many places, and there are signs of bone fractures. These problems are not so serious, but in the last attack, Rock Lee's left arm and left leg suffered comminuted fractures. Shihouin Naraku checked Rock Lee's injuries while asking medical staff to bring a stretcher over. Guy, Rock Lee is not you. His body was already taking a huge risk in order to withstand the strong explosion of the 8 Inner Gates. The opening of the 4th gate was already very difficult, and the opening of the due gate completely destroyed the balance inside the body, causing serious injuries to Rock Lee. The current findings are just surface issues. Rock Lee must go to the hospital for a detailed examination before we can know if he can recover. From the current perspective, the most serious consequence is that Rock Lee will lose the possibility of being a ninja. Might Guy stood aside pitifully, crying uncontrollably. Tintin and Hyuganiji were also very upset. Lee was their companion and friend who they spent every day together. Although there was occasional competition, no one wanted Lee to lose hope of becoming a ninja. "You must be kidding. I can't be a ninja." Uzumaki Naruto looked at the unconscious Rock Lee in disbelief, still recalling the immense momentum of 8 Inner Gates Haki in his mind. Will we never see such powerful and outstanding physical skills again? Rock Lee was carefully placed on a stretcher and immediately rushed to the hospital. Shu and Naraku left the trial tower with Might Guy, Tintin, and Hyuganiji, and there was only one battle left, so there was no need to stay. In this atmosphere, the last qualifying match ended. This time, it was a battle between Akimichi Choji and the other genin from Konoha Village, and Toss, who was originally scheduled to play, was directly promoted to a bye. As for the Konoha genin who fought against Akimichi Choji, it was Yakushi Kabuto who replaced him and was also Orochimaru's spy. He might have lost to Akimichi Choji out of fear of his strength being exposed. Konoha Hospital. After a series of detailed examinations, Rock Lee's injury was confirmed. Shu and Naraku looked at the inspection form, then thought for a while before speaking. The problem is serious, but it is not impossible to recover. Might Guy's expression was bitter at first, then happy. Without waiting for Might Guy to speak, Shu and Naraku looked at him directly. "It is possible that he will recover, but I will not give you a 100% guarantee. I can only say that I have great confidence in guaranteeing his recovery, but there are always unexpected things." For Rock Lee, if something unexpected really happens during the treatment, it means he will never be able to become a ninja again. Might Guy looked at Shu and Naraku hopefully. "Naraku, you are the best medical ninja." Shu and Naraku shook his head directly, his face serious. "Guy, the most critical problem is that Rock Lee's body is not strong enough to support the explosion of 8 Inner Gates. If Rock Lee had your physical fitness, the result would be very different." After Rock Lee's full-strength burst of the 5th gate before the 8 Inner Gates, his body was in an extremely fragile state. At that time, he was attacked from the outside, which caused him great damage. In simple terms, Rock Lee should not open the 5th gate, the due gate. Even if it is opened, it should not be maintained for too long. After the burst time is over, it should not continue to withstand attacks. All these things combined together led to Rock Lee's current situation. After hearing this, Might Guy's shoulders slumped, and he looked frustrated and didn't know what to say. Could it be that Might Guy didn't know that Xiao Li at this stage couldn't withstand the backlash of 8 Inner Gates? He knows. But when Might Guy saw that Rock Lee was just like himself when he was a child, with no talent for learning ninjutsu and jinjutsu, and could only focus all his efforts on practicing taijutsu, he softened his heart. Shin Naraku patted Might Guy on the shoulder and advised, "We should tell Rock Lee about this matter and let him make the decision himself. If you don't insist on continuing to live as a ninja, you don't have to do the most dangerous surgery." "I know." Might Guy said goodbye with a gloomy look and walked towards Rock Lee's hospital room. Looking at the other person's leaving figure, Shihouin Naraku actually had something else to say. Rock Lee has a good talent in taijutsu, but there is still a gap compared to Might Guy back then. In addition, Might Guy's father has deliberately trained Might Guy since he was a child, which made him the current Konoha taijutsu expert. Simply put, no one is better suited to practice 8 Inner Gates than Might Guy. Might Guy has been training all his life just for the most brilliant explosion of 8 Inner Gates. Shihouin Naraku didn't wait for a reply and started preparing for the operation. Rock Lee's choice is definitely to continue being a ninja. Even if it is for the hard work and sweat he shed in the past, Rock Lee will not give up. However, Xiao Li's surgery cannot be completed in one go. It takes a long time and depends on the patient's recovery level. That is to say, Shihouin Naraku has a very good relationship with Might Guy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to perform such a surgery. A lot of Shihouin Naraku's next time was spent preparing for the operation. After the preliminaries, Uzumaki Naruto and others came to visit Rock Lee, who was in hospital. Although Rock Lee didn't seem to have any major emotional problems, Everyone knew that he must be feeling bad. No matter what you say at this time, it will be better for Xiao Li to recover on his own. Even in the dark night, Konoha village seems very lively. In a secret and quiet courtyard, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto stood facing each other. Sunagakir's preparations have been completed. We are now beginning to invade the Land of Fire. Due to the need for secrecy, the progress is very slow. Hearing Yakushi Kabuto's answer, Orochimaru smiled grimly. It doesn't matter, as long as we arrive before the third game starts. Where are the prepared supplies? After the base was opened, I checked it carefully. All kinds of ninja tools and equipment were complete and well preserved. The base prepared by Orochimaru-sama in advance was a great help. It was just a random thought at the time. Orochimaru is very familiar with Konoha village. As a former high-ranking official in Konoha village, no one knows how many obstacles he has planted. Orochimaru looked up at the cool moonlight and asked, "What is Naraku doing lately?" Lord Naraku has been busy healing Rock Lee lately. Glancing at Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru wasn't surprised by his respect for Shihouin Naraku. That's good news. Orochimaru recalled the vague confrontation between the two in the trial tower and had a bad feeling in his heart. He didn't expect Shihouin Naraku's strength to improve so quickly. It was too unexpected. Even though their eyes met for a moment, Orochimaru could clearly feel that Shihouin Naraku's strength was incomparable. Of course, Orochimaru is still very confident in his own strength. Coupled with the hidden trump card, who can stop the implementation of Konoha's collapse plan? No one. Orochimaru certainly knew that Konoha village would be on guard, but he was too familiar with this place, so familiar with it that he easily found the loophole. Orochimaru couldn't help but get excited when he thought about the Konoha village, which was currently peaceful and bustling, completely collapsing into ruins due to his plan. Orochimaru subconsciously licked his lips with his long tongue, then looked at Yakushi Kabuto. Before the plan starts, the people of Sunagakure must not find anything wrong. As for after the plan is implemented, you don't have to worry about them anymore. Kimimaro will watch them with you. If anyone notices something wrong, just kill them. Clear. Yakushi Kabuto's figure slowly disappeared. The end of the preliminaries means the arrival of the third official match. Of course, it's not that fast, but a month is not that long. Daimyo and nobles from various countries have already set out for Konohagakure. This month is not only a time to wait for the arrival of the audience, but also an opportunity for the candidates participating in the competition to make a final sprint in their training. If you can improve your strength even a little bit at this time, you might be able to put in a better performance in the official competition. Kakashi-sensei is clearly favoring Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto walked sullenly along the streets of Konoha village, complaining constantly. Hatake Kakashi went to special train Uchiha Sasuke, but handed Naruto over to special Jōnin Ebisu, saying that he wanted to lay a good foundation for Naruto. Naruto was naturally very dissatisfied and used the strongest transformation technique in the ninja world, seduction technique, and easily defeated the pervert teacher Ebisu, and then wandered around the streets alone. Before he knew it, Uzumaki Naruto arrived at the most popular hot spring bath street in Konoha village. Just one glance, and Naruto saw a very obscene tall figure, lying on the side of the street and peeping with a telescope. There's a pervert. What's someone shouting outside? Looks like there's a pervert. A pervert. Catch the pervert. Bang hashtag UN and UND and asterisk and dollar. Shihouin Naraku yawned and put down the case in his hand. It all depends on Rock Lee's ability to recover. It shouldn't be a problem. After several surgeries, Rock Lee's recovery from his injury is now very optimistic. As long as there are no unexpected circumstances in the subsequent recuperation, there will be no problem. In fact, except for the most important operation, the rest of the treatment process was handled by other medical ninjas, so Shihouin Naraku was not very tired. By the way, Mr. Jiraiya should be back in the village by now. After thinking about it, Shihouin Naraku packed up simply and went straight to Uzumaki Naruto's residence. According to the current time, if Jiraiya is either guarding Naruto or spying on him, it would be easy to find him. Sure enough, before Shihouin Naraku arrived at Naruto's residence, Observation Haki saw Jiraiya's figure. Da-da-da. Shihouin Naraku leaned against the wall of the rooftop, bent his fingers, and tapped the pipe, making a very crisp sound. Jiraiya, who was watching Uzumaki Naruto sleeping, was suddenly startled and turned around immediately, seeing the smiling Shihouin Naraku at a glance. Naraku, when did you get here? No, your strength has changed so much. I didn't even notice when you appeared. Jiraiya looked at Naraku, who was walking over with some surprise. After so many years away, everyone had changed a lot. Because you've been staring at Naruto, Mr. Jiraiya. Shihouin Naraku put his hands on the fence and glanced at Uzumaki Naruto, who was sleeping soundly. Besides, if there is no progress after such a long time, wouldn't it be a waste of your teachings? You're still so good at talking. Jiraiya looked Shihouin Naraku up and down and said with a sigh, I thought you had great talent at first, but I didn't expect you to grow to this level. Long time no see. How about going for a drink? Okay, it's your treat. Shouldn't it be the teacher who treats the students to drinks? Besides, Mr. Jiraiya is worth a lot of money. Who said that? Who said that? Shihouin Naraku couldn't help but laugh when he saw Jiraiya's lazy look. This was what happened when Jiraiya taught him. Although he was a competent teacher and Shihouin Naraku did learn a lot of knowledge, he was also tricked by Jiraiya more than once. All I can say is that Jiraiya is a good teacher who doesn't have any real job. Pub. Shihouin Naraku and Jiraiya sat opposite each other. Konoha village has changed so much. I almost couldn't find the way when I first came back. Jiraiya sighed as he looked at the guests coming and going in the tavern. Because of the Chunin exam, the flow of people to Konoha village had increased significantly. Shihouin Naraku put down his glass and asked meaningfully, after so many years away from home, have you found the child of destiny? Jiraiya was suddenly silent. Because of the prophecy of the child of destiny, he almost traveled all over the ninja world, but he didn't get anything in many years. But after so many years, Jiraiya has gotten used to it. Rather than saying that he truly believed in the prophecy of the child of destiny, it would be better to say that Jiraiya sincerely hoped that the prophecy was true, otherwise all his years would have been wasted. Ahem. Shihouin Naraku changed the subject at the right time. Teacher Jiraiya is planning to accept Uzumaki Naruto as a student. Jiraiya snorted arrogantly. It's not that easy to be my Toad Sage's student. I don't want to waste my time teaching a fool. I would rather have no students than have someone who is not good enough than a student of Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. This is indeed true. Jiraiya's students can be said to have stirred up the ninja world. In Shihouin Naraku's opinion, Jiraiya has already found the child of destiny. Namake's Minato, Nagato, Yahiko, Uzumaki Naruto, including Shihouin Naraku himself, aren't these people the children of destiny? If Namake's Minato had not died suddenly and continued to be the fourth Hokage, he would definitely have changed the outcome of the Uchiha clan's destruction, and the ninja world might even have had new developments as a result. It's just that various accidents prevented the children of destiny from truly changing the world. Perhaps the one who succeeds will truly become the child of destiny. Orochimaru-sensei is back. During the chat, Shihouin Naraku suddenly told me the news. Jiraiya nodded. He already knew about this. Originally, Jiraiya hadn't planned to stay in the village for long. It was hard to say whether it was accidental or intentional, but after meeting Uzumaki Naruto, he had no plans to leave for the time being. Jiraiya-sensei, what do you think Orochimaru-sensei will do? You actually still call him teacher? Jiraiya looked up at Shihouin Naraku, looking at the wine glass in his hand thoughtfully. Who knows what he wants to do? Shihouin Naraku laughed. Orochimaru-sensei taught me for a long time and made me understand what ninjutsu is. This time, if he causes harm to Konoha village, I will kill him with my own hands. Jiraiya seemed not to have heard these words, just playing with the wine glass in his hand, and spoke after a long time. Really? It seems that the three of us have taught you well, but why did you tell me such a thing? Shihouin Naraku can be said to be an outstanding student who was taught and cultivated by Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru Sannin together. Jiraiya helped Shihouin Naraku lay the most solid foundation. Orochimaru taught him a lot of ninjutsu and knowledge, and Tsunade finally trained Naraku into the best medical ninja. Even if the system had not appeared, Shihouin Naraku still held a secure position in the upper echelons of Konoha village and was even vaguely identified as a candidate for Hokage. This is enough to prove that Sannin's teachings are indeed very successful. Seeing that the topic of the conversation was a bit too serious, Shihouin Naraku changed the subject and asked, "Have you seen Teacher Tsunade in recent years?" Jiraiya's hand holding the wine glass trembled, as if he had been hit, and it took him a long time to reply. "I only met her once, and apart from helping her pay off a large gambling debt, she didn't even say a few words. But looking at Tsunade's appearance, it seems that she is doing well. That's good." Shihouin Naraku nodded. Konoha village is a sad place for Teacher Tsunade, so it's normal that she doesn't want to come back. By the way, don't you plan to meet the third generation? No, I'm the old man's least promising student. Meeting him would only make him angry. Forget it. Jiraiya knew very well that if he met Sarutobi Hiruzen, the other party would definitely persuade him to become the fifth Hokage, so he could only stay away from him to avoid trouble. Besides, the new generation of ninjas in Konoha village are pretty good. There's no need to hold on to him. Teacher Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked up at Shihouin Naraku's serious expression and sat up straighter. I want to ask about Sage Mode. Sage Mode? You want to learn Sage Mode? Right. Jiraiya scratched his head. He would not hide anything from his students, but there was a problem. But you have already signed a summoning contract with the living slug sage. Even if the toad sage of Mount Myaboku is generous, it is impossible for him to let you learn the Sage Mode of Mount Myaboku. Misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Shihouin Naraku waved his hand and explained, I just wanted to ask whether Teacher Tsunade went to the Wet Bone Forest to learn Sage Mode. As you know, Teacher Tsunade left Konoha village a long time ago, and I didn't study with Teacher Tsunade for a long time. You're talking about this. Jiraiya pinched his chin and thought carefully. Orochimaru has been interested in the location of Ryuchi Cave for a long time. I guess he must be jealous that I can learn fairy arts in Mount Myaboku, so he's so anxious, huh? Shihouin Naraku felt prompted. Tsunade. Tsunade-sensei. Not Orochimaru. Oh yes, Tsunade. She did go to the Wet Bone Forest to learn Sage Mode. Jiraiya said with certainty. The reason why Tsunade and Orochimaru wanted to learn Sage Mode was because of me. A black line involuntarily slid down Shihouin Naraku's forehead. He was talking nicely, but ended up bragging again. Sorry, I can't help it. The ladies always pester me to tell them about the glorious past. I'm used to it. Jiraiya smiled and pointed his index finger at his forehead, hinting, how do you think Tsunade developed the Een sealing techniques? The living slug sage has lived to this day and is still very young. Young? Maintain youth? Is this really Sage Mode? But Shihouin Naraku was still confused. I really don't know how Tsunade-sensei developed his 100 healings mark, but does that really look like Sage Mode? That's nothing like what you told me before. That's because Tsunade failed. She didn't really learn the Sage Mode of the Wet Bone Forest. Jiraiya looked up proudly. Jiraiya-sama is the only Sannin who has learned the Sage Mode. What do you mean by that look? Don't you believe it? Shihouin Naraku quickly retracted his suspicious look and indicated that he did not mean that. Tsunade learned Sage Mode from Wet Bone Forest, but failed, so she developed the 100 healings mark? In this case, the 100 healings mark can instantly improve healing ability, increase speed and attack, and even maintain a youthful appearance by regulating chakra. In some ways, these effects are really a bit like the living slug immortal in the Wet Bone Forest. If you really want to learn, you should ask the living slug sage or Tsunade yourself. Jiraiya gave his opinion seriously. I don't know much about the Wet Bone Forest, so I can't give you any suitable advice. This information is enough. Shihouin Naraku shook his head. Besides, I will be very busy during this period and have no time to go to the Wetbone Forest to learn Sage Mode. So, I'm just asking you for information. Jiraiya agreed and said, That's right. You're now a high-ranking official in Konoha Village. How can you have so much time to learn Sage Mode? When I was learning Sage Mode, it took me a long time to succeed, and I suffered a lot. At this point, Jiraiya almost couldn't help vomiting. He remembered the insect feast he had eaten. That period was really torture for him. Shihouin Naraku smiled and continued chatting. During the chat, Shihouin Naraku kept his observation haki and perception abilities activated, so he was not worried about outsiders hearing their conversation. Besides, if someone could really break through his and Jiraiya's perception and eavesdrop on something, Shihouin Naraku would admit it. After not seeing each other for a long time, both of them were in a good mood and chatted until late at night before finishing the drinking party. Jiraiya shouted that he wanted to find a beautiful woman to continue drinking, and Shihouin Naraku was not worried about him. This was Konoha Village, and Jiraiya was very familiar with it. Hey, Naraku left? When did he leave? The boy didn't even tell me. Jiraiya was so drunk that he completely forgot that the two of them had said goodbye. No, Naraku, that kid didn't pay the bill. Damn it. Sure enough, when Jiraiya was about to leave, the tavern owner came over and handed over the bill with a smile on his face. I've been hunting geese all day, but today a goose pecked my eye. Jiraiya could only take out his wallet helplessly. The Land of Rain, the outer base of Akatsuki Organization. Boom, boom, boom. Roars continued to sound in the distance. Ice chips flew all over the sky. Waves surged, and the fierce battle caused continuous vibrations. Shinra Tensei. Bang! Two figures vomited blood and flew out, smashing heavily on the ground, bouncing up and down many times, and finally blasted two deep pits directly in the ground. And there was no movement for a long time. The still beautiful Konan stood there, watching the battle in the distance end, and soon Tendo Pain fell from the sky and landed next to her. Well, they lasted a lot longer than last time. There's still a long way to go. They must continue to improve their strength before the plan begins. Konan watched as Zabuza Momochi and Shiro climbed out of the sunken pit with their help and walked towards this side. If they carry out the mission separately, their strength would not be outstanding. But if they join forces, they can barely hold on in your hands for a while. Otherwise, let them carry out the mission together. Tendo Pain looked at Zabuza and Haku approaching with an expressionless face and rejected the proposal. Akatsuki's rule is that missions must be carried out in pairs. Momochi, Zabuza, and Haku have a deep bond. If we let them become a group, we will not be able to effectively monitor their actions. I'm going to let them team up with Uchiha Itachi. Momochi Zabuza can become a full member of Akatsuki and let Shiro be a trainee, and as a backup member, follow Uchiha Itachi and Momochi Zabuza to carry out missions together. Sure, I've already told them that Biwa Juzu and Hashigaki Kisame are Uchiha Itachi's teammates. Tendo Pain continued. They will probably be wary when they team up with Uchiha Itachi to carry out a mission. At this time, Zabuza Momochi, supported by Bai, had already walked in front of him. As soon as he stood firm, and before he could say anything, Zabuza spat out a mouthful of blood. Thank you, Professor Futanari. Fine. Zabuza Momochi glanced at the expressionless Tendo Pain, and a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. Before joining the Akatsuki organization, he had a lot of other thoughts in his mind. On strength, at least not to be at the bottom of the Akatsuki organization. Tendo Pain and Konan looked at the two men who looked miserable and gave the order directly. Continue tomorrow. But after arriving in the rain country, everything that happened made Zabuza completely give up. Every member of Akatsuki crushed him with ease. During the battle, Zabuza Momochi faced members of the Akatsuki organization who possessed various special abilities and was beaten badly. But these are actually not so bad. With Zabuza Momochi's rebellious character, although he admits defeat on the surface, he believes in his heart that he will catch up with these people sooner or later. This idea was completely crushed until the appearance of Akatsuki's leader, Tendo Pain. For the first time in his life, Zabuza Momochi felt that he was completely unable to resist. Facing Tendo Pain, he could no longer have any other thoughts in his mind. Later, in response to the training of Zabuza Momochi and Haku, Tendo Pain completely destroyed their confidence in their own strength. Therefore, Zabuza Momochi was extremely eager to improve his. Yes, just as Momochi, Zabuza, and Shiro were about to leave, Konan said, "Go pack up first. There's a meeting at the base today." Yes. Watching Zabuza Momochi and Haku leave, Tendo Pain and Konan also rushed to the base. Soon, all members of the Akatsuki organization have gathered, and Uchiha Itachi, who is still recovering from his injuries, also appears. As for the members who were on missions outside and could not make it back in time, they directly used the slideshow technique to attend the meeting. Why do we have to hold another meeting? We haven't offered sacrifices to the evil god today. Shut up. I'll kill you if you keep talking. The immortal duo came online, and Haiden and Kakuzu were still bickering with each other. My art is complete. As expected, this momentary beauty is the best art. Only eternity is worthy of being called art. Brother Scorpion, eternity is not beautiful. The beauty is what blooms in an instant. The artistic duo is online, with Deidara and Scorpion arguing with each other as usual over the art they love. Uchiha Itachi stood there quietly without saying a word, and the Hoshigaki Kisame who had been standing beside him was replaced by Momochi, Zabuza, and Haku. But Zabuza and Haku had just joined the Akatsuki organization not long ago, so they didn't say much. Soon, the figures of Konan and Tendo Pain appeared, and the four quarreling people finally calmed down. Tiandao Pain looked around and then spoke. "We are gathering today because something big is happening. Zhu, you go ahead and tell us." Zhu staggered out from the ground, revealing a strange pitcher plant appearance. Zabuza and Haku looked at the strange man who looked like a pitcher plant and seemed to have a body made up of black and white people. Something's going to happen to Konoha. White Zetsu laughed playfully, and Uchiha Itachi's eyes immediately fixed on him. Then Black Zetsu added, "Some time ago, Sunagakure sent more than 100 elite ninjas into the Land of Fire in batches. They are gathering towards Konoha Village. One-Tailed Jinchuriki is also in Konoha Village at this time. He is taking the Chunin exam. According to intelligence, the 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure is preparing to head to Konoha Village. At the same time, there are signs that the ninjas in Odogakure are being mobilized. We even discovered that the organization's traitor, Orochimaru, appeared in Konoha Village. It seems that this plan against Konoha was initiated by Orochimaru. The specific content is not clear yet." After Zetsu's intelligence report was completed, most of the people present turned their eyes to Uchiha Itachi. However, Uchiha Itachi's expression did not change at all. As for what he was thinking in his heart, no one knew. Scorpion muttered to himself, "Konoha Village. It's normal for Scorpion to have such a sigh. He used to be Sunagakure's puppeteer. Now a war is about to break out between Sunagakure and Konoha Village. This kind of thing really has a different meaning for Scorpion, especially since Scorpion's parents died at the hands of Konoha Village ninja, Konoha's White Fang. This is a good opportunity. I like war, and this way I can offer more sacrifices to the evil god. Kakuzu, finish the task quickly, and let's go to Konoha Village." Haiden shouted happily. He didn't care about the change of the situation at all. He only cared about how to sacrifice to the evil god. This time, Kakuzu didn't scold Haiden or tell him to shut up, but his eyes sparkled. There are many wanted people in Sunagakure and Konoha Village, especially Konoha Village. We're going to make a fortune this time. Let's go to Konoha now. At this moment, Kakuzu seemed to feel a large amount of gold, silver, and treasures rushing towards him. He couldn't help but want to go to Konoha immediately. How much money could he make by completing the mission? Konoha Village was the treasure pot. Shut up. Tendo Pain's Rinnegan swept across all members. A chill descended, and the base returned to calm again. The members of Akatsuki were well aware of how powerful their leader was, so they cooperated and kept their mouths shut. Tendo Pain's eyes fell on Uchiha Itachi and asked directly, Uchiha Itachi, based on your understanding, will Konoha village be destroyed this time? Won't. Uchiha Itachi's straightforward answer caused the Akatsuki members to look at him sideways. Are you so sure? With Konohagakure's foundation, it will not be destroyed even if a war breaks out suddenly. At most, it will suffer some losses, and it will recover in a very short time. Orochimaru can use his former status as a high-ranking official in Konoha village to gain some advantages in the early stages of the war, but he will soon fail. Don't underestimate Konoha village. If a ninja village could be destroyed so easily, Konoha village wouldn't have stood until now. Uchiha Itachi seemed to be leaning towards the truth of Konoha village, and was immediately nodded in approval by Kaku, who seemed to have woken up from the confusion of money. As if recalling some unpleasant memories, Kakuzu also became serious. Konoha village, built by the god of ninja, is not that simple. Haiden on the side looked at Kakuzu strangely. What happened? It was rare for Tendo Pain to agree with Uchiha Itachi's opinion. If he really looked down on Konoha village, he would have started making trouble with the Akatsuki organization long ago. The major ninja villages in the ninja world are not simple. With the strength of the Akatsuki organization, they need to seriously plan to accumulate funds and strength. Scorpion said directly, since Orochimaru wants to start a war with Konoha village, let him go. It's better for him to die in Konoha village. We don't have to bother hunting down the traitor of this organization. Haiden also shouted, the evil god will not like a sacrifice like Orochimaru. Let him die. In that case, Tendo Pain nodded, confirming that he would not participate in the war of Konoha village. Akatsuki will not participate in this war. So let Orochimaru help us weaken the strength of Konoha village, which will be helpful for future plans. Haiden, the place where you are currently carrying out your mission is very close to the Fire Country. Be careful not to get implicated. The war started by Orochimaru will definitely lead to an angry counterattack from the Konoha village, and it may implicate you. Kakuzu and Haiden nodded when they heard this. The anger of a large ninja village was still quite scary. Zetsu, who had been very quiet the whole time, watched as everyone prepared to disperse, and quickly threw a weapon to the ground with a bang, attracting everyone's attention. Hoshigaki Kisame was burned to ashes by Shihouin Naraku of Konoha village, but I found this sword. Do you want to return it to Kirigakure? Big Knife, Samahata. Momochi Zabuza looked at the broken sword Samahata with shining eyes, full of desire. Although Zabuza already had a beheading sword, it did not prevent him from wanting to get Samahata. After all, it was the symbol of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Moreover, Zabuza knew very well that each sword of the 7 ninja swordsmen had special powers. If Samahata fell into his hands, his strength would definitely increase dramatically. Zabuza even had the confidence to challenge the weaker members of the Akatsuki organization. But Zabuza just opened his mouth in the end and didn't directly say what he wanted to say. After all, he had just joined the Akatsuki organization and had not made any contribution, so he had no right to speak. Kakuzu's eyes lit up and he became very interested, but he was not going to use Samahata to fight. Instead, he wanted to sell Samahata. Give me the Samahata and I'll sell it. Don't worry, Kirigakure will definitely do everything they can to buy it back. They'll definitely bleed a lot this time, huh? At the end, Kakuzu couldn't help laughing. Black Zetsu glanced at Kakuzu and said nothing. He won't buy it. Now Kirigakure's 4th Mizuka Jigura is under the control of Illusion, so he has no intention of buying Samahata. Of course, if the other ninjas in Kirigakure wanted to buy it, they had to pay for it themselves, since Black Zetsu didn't have the money anyway. Ahem. Momochi Zabuza finally couldn't bear it anymore, coughed, and said, Kirigakure has a special method that can summon back the 7 swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen without masters. Yeah. Kakuzu looked at Zabuza Momochi with disdain. Did he really think that he had lived in vain all these years? It's just a summoning contract of a knife. There are many ways to solve it. No need to sell it for now. Tendo Pain didn't care where Samahata went. Although this sword could indeed enhance the strength of a ninja, he hadn't figured out how to deal with it yet. Put Samahata away first. Kakuzu and Momochi Zabuza looked disappointed. This Akatsuki meeting ends here. As the official competition of the Chunin exam draws closer, Konoha village becomes more lively. Daimyo and nobles from some countries had already arrived in advance and were resting in the residences prepared in Konoha village, waiting for the competition to begin. In secret, the ninjas of Sunagakure and Odogakure have crossed the border defenses of the Fire Country and gathered at a secret base near Konoha village. The secret base was a gathering point prepared by Orochimaru in advance. After all, if they rushed to Konoha village now, they would be easily discovered, causing the Konoha collapse plan to fail. The base not only has supplies, but also a large number of ninja tools and weapons. This is the key to the threat traders pose to all forces. Orochimaru understands the border defenses of the Fire Nation, the configurations of various organizations in Konoha village, and even many of the Konoha shinobi were trained by him personally. This is also the reason why no one noticed when Sunagakure and Sound Village mobilized ninjas. Orochimaru played too many roles in it to make the Konoha collapse plan come true. Of course, Konoha village is not completely ignorant. After all, Orochimaru's whereabouts have been exposed, and coupled with Shihouin Naraku's reminders and preparations, Konoha village has been alert this time. Just like that, time passed by little. The third official round of the Chunin exam is about to begin. A large number of people gathered towards the conspicuous examination venue in Konoha village, and the entire street was almost blocked. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sunagakure 4th Kazekage have already gone to the examination venue. Daimyo and nobles from various countries have also taken their seats at the venue, waiting for the competition to begin. The entire examination venue was extremely noisy. Even though the competition had not yet begun, the sounds of cheering, and playing could be heard. Where's Kakashi? Where's Naraku? Why haven't they come yet? Might Guy looked around at the many figures in the audience, but he didn't see Shihouin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi. Everyone was there at the meeting the day before yesterday, right? Oh, I almost forgot. Something might happen today. Oh no. Might Guy slammed his head. I actually forgot the most important thing and brought Xiao Li here. Rock Lee's surgery was perfect, but he is still in the recovery period. In order not to miss the exciting Chunin exam, he begged Might Guy to bring him to the exam venue. It's okay. It won't happen anyway. And I'm here to protect Xiao Li. Xiao Li can't miss such a battle full of youthful energy. Might Guy actually didn't want Lee, who hadn't fully recovered yet, to come to watch the game, but there was no way. The fight between Hyuga and Uzumaki Naruto was not to be missed. Lee regarded these two as his opponents and would come even if he had to crawl. Of course, even if an accident occurs, with Might Guy's strength, protecting his students is not a problem at all. Whoa. Amid the applause that resounded through the sky, Konohagakure 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sunagakure 4th Kazekage Raza appeared together. After some greetings, the two of them sat down in the high seats safely. Cheers rang out instantly, and the candidates came out one by one. The game is about to begin. Compared to the lively atmosphere of the examination venue, the outskirts of Konoha village seemed unusually quiet. On a rooftop, Shihouin Naraku and Narashikaku were looking out at the examination hall where noisy sounds were coming from. With such a big commotion, it seems the exam has already started. Well, it's a shame I can't see the competition. Shikamaru seems to be one of the candidates. Aren't you worried? Narashikaku touched the scar on his face and smiled bitterly. Shikamaru, I hope he won't give up the game. He's not that motivated. Ha. Shikamaru's personality is very similar to Shikaku's senpai's. Shihouin Naraku couldn't help but laugh, but he quickly put away his smile and said, I have already made arrangements here. If the enemy really shows up, it will be no problem to keep them at the periphery. Narashikaku also spoke with a serious face. If the war begins, the Konoha village Jōnin will immediately enter the blocking front line. The civilians of the village will be guided into the shelter by someone, and the Chunin will also help. After the civilians enter the shelter, in addition to the necessary protection, some of the other ninjas will support the front line, and some will go to protect the Hokage. Well, Umbu has already sent people to protect the key facilities of the village. Shihouin and Naraku look towards the secluded forest outside Konoha village. The Umbu will hold off the first wave of enemies. I hope the Jōnin support can come quickly. There are too many key areas that need to be protected. Now it depends on how quickly the Jōnin can gather. At first, I didn't believe that war would break out. Naraku Shihouin sighed. Now it seems that war is inevitable. There is no eternal peace. Shihouin and Naraku smiled. Do you think there are enough people at the exam venue? Naraku Shihouin looked at the examination venue in the distance and said, Kakashi and the others are here, and the Hokage is in charge himself, so it should be fine. As expected, the most intense battle will be maintained outside the village, and the commotion will not affect the examination venue. Really? That's good. I'll leave this to you. I'm leaving now. Good. After a few rises and falls, Shihouin and Naraku's figure disappeared between the buildings. Naraku Shihouin took a look and then turned and left. Swish! A figure flashed by. The root organization's base always maintains constant darkness, hiding everything in unknown corners. Shimura Danzo, leaning on a cane, sat in his seat of power. As if hearing cheers coming from the exam, Shimura Danzo raised his head. His cloudy eyes seemed to see something, but also seemed not to see anything. Finally, he closed his eyes and waited quietly. Faintly, Shimura Danzo exuded a sense of sadness, as if he was mourning for a close friend. But this sadness disappeared in an instant, and Shimura Danzo is still the ambitious conspirator. At this moment, there was a pair of bright eyes watching this scene in the darkness. In the air, above the vast base of the root organization, on a beam, Shihouin Naraku was standing, staring at Shimura Danzo. Shihouin Naraku leaned against the beam with his arms folded across his chest, standing there for a long time without saying a word. No one knew how long he stood there, and no one knew when he appeared there. Everyone is waiting quietly. Although the purposes and expectations are different, perhaps the results are the same. Inside the examination venue, the battle between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji has ended. To many people's surprise, the winner was Uzumaki Naruto. Although the sudden leak of Nine-Tails chakra made many people sweat, the audience still gave Uzumaki Naruto a big round of applause. The next battle was between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara, but because Sasuke was late, the match was temporarily postponed. The third match was originally between Kankuro and Aburame Shino, but Kankuro wanted to conserve his strength and simply conceded defeat. The fourth match was between Akimichi Choji and Toss, who advanced directly from the qualifying round, but Toss did not show up, resulting in Akimichi Choji, who was nervous during the match, being directly declared the winner. To prove his strength to Orochimaru, Toss challenged Gaara privately and was killed instantly. The audience at the scene was unaware of the hidden truth and immediately started to make a commotion when they discovered that 3 consecutive games had not been held. Genma Shiranui was also a little surprised, but he really didn't expect such a thing to happen, and he was almost stunned for a moment. Fortunately, the 5th game went smoothly. The lazy Nara Shikamaru originally wanted to give up, but now there have been accidents in 3 consecutive games. How could everyone let him give up? Uzumaki Naruto even slapped Shikamaru into the center of the venue and forced him to take the exam. In desperation, Nara Shikamaru could only cheer up and fight with Tsunagekyu's Temari. He made full use of his clever brain, projected his image into Temari's mind, and then raised his hand to admit defeat. This bold move once again shocked the audience. Although the reason why Shikamaru raised his hand to admit defeat was because his chakra was at its lowest point and he would definitely lose if he continued to fight, it would be better for him to just admit defeat. Shikamaru was helpless in the face of everyone's complaints. Fortunately, Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke appeared on the stage in a cool manner and attracted everyone's attention. Now, the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara begins smoothly. The tentative fight between the two ended quickly, as Gaara used the sand to surround himself, forming a perfect defense. Sasuke brazenly released the Chidori taught by Hatake Kakashi, which directly broke Gaara's defense and injured his shoulder. The injured Gaara involuntarily leaked a trace of one-tail Shikaku's aura, which aroused the vigilance of many people. Gaara cried out in pain, the sand that had been protecting him starting to fall away. The audience stared at Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara, who were confronting each other, and suddenly a white feather slowly fell in front of their eyes. Then, one after another, dense white feathers blocked everyone's vision. People who saw the feathers felt sleepy unconsciously and soon fell into a deep sleep. Nirvana Vihara technique. The appearance of feathers is the effect of a large-scale illusion. The ninjas who were familiar with illusions were prepared and broke the illusion in an instant. The battle begins. Illusions are a sign of the beginning of war. At the same time, several smoke bombs exploded at the seats where 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and 4th Kazekage Raza were sitting, and a large amount of smoke instantly covered the seats. In the audience, a large number of sand ninjas and sound ninjas threw away their disguises and rushed towards the location of the Konoha shinobi. This is the horror of Orochimaru. Except for Orochimaru, who was familiar with Konoha village, no one could bring such a large number of ninjas into the examination venue, while Konoha village was on guard. This is also where Orochimaru's confidence lies. He is not worried at all that Konoha village knows of his existence and plans, because Orochimaru knows very well what loopholes the corrupt Konoha village has. Examination venue. The sudden outbreak of riots shocked many people, but not the Konoha shinobi, who were well prepared. Faced with the oncoming sand ninja and sound ninja, the Konoha shinobi rushed forward without hesitation, and the battle instantly turned into the most brutal fighting state. At the same time, the sand ninjas who were ambushing outside the examination venue also rushed into the venue after eliminating the Konoha guards. There was a problem at the exam venue, and the ninjas on guard outside Konoha village discovered it immediately. But the mission of these ninjas is not to rescue the examination venue, but to defend all the defense lines of Konoha village to prevent enemy raids. Sniff, sniff. The signal is here. Charge. A large number of sand ninjas and sound ninjas gathered outside Konoha village and joined together to raid Konoha village. On the other side, in a secluded forest, several sand ninjas bit summoning scrolls in their mouths and quickly formed seals with their hands. The summoning formation spread instantly, and the lines entangled and intertwined with each other. A huge summoning formation was formed in the blink of an eye and began to emit a brilliant glow. Hiss! Boom! Completely unexpectedly, smoke suddenly exploded in 3 locations in the forest outside Konoha village, and a total of 3 huge, 3-headed snakes hissed and rose up. Their huge bodies crushed the trees, and the 3-headed giant snakes rushed towards Konoha village. Along with the giant snake's sudden attack, a large number of sand ninjas appeared, brandishing their weapons with grins on their faces. In an instant, Konoha village was caught in a dilemma both internally and externally. More importantly, even the safety of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was in question. The thing we least want to see has happened. The Sand Ninja has torn up the peace treaty and started a war. Naraku narrowed his eyes and looked at the 3-headed giant snake rushing towards him. The huge snake body formed a very obvious gap on the road. Lord Shikaku, the 3-headed snake, has appeared at the east, west, and north gates, and a large number of sand and sound ninjas have raided the gates. No enemies have been spotted at the south gate yet. What about Hokage-sama? There is no confirmed news yet, but the 3rd Hokage-sama is suspected to be held hostage by the 4th Kazekage. In this case, Naraku looked at the 3-headed giant snake and gave a decisive order. The specific situation is unknown. The guards at the south gate continue to be on guard, and they are not allowed to leave until new orders are issued. Yes, the guards at the east, west, and north gates immediately launched a counterattack and coordinated with the Umbu members to stop the giant snake. We must not let the enemy and the giant snake enter the village. Yes, Naraku, we haven't found any trace of Lord Naraku yet. Narashikaku was stunned. Why didn't he show up at this time? Notify the ninjas who are protecting the civilians entering the shelter and tell them to speed up. Yes, the examination venue is filled with elite Jōnin led by Kakashi. The third Hokage is not so easy to be held hostage, so there is no need to worry for the time being. Narashikaku's mind raced, and he quickly focused on the task of preventing the enemy from entering Konoha village. According to the battle plan prepared in advance, the mission of Narashikaku and Shihouin Naraku is to defend the outer defense line of Konoha village while protecting civilians and prevent the enemy from entering the village. But where did Naraku go? Sniff, sniff. Boom, boom, boom. Umbu members stood in front of the three-headed giant snake, and hidden weapons with detonating tags attached to them stabbed into the body of the giant snake one by one, exploding instantly. But these explosions did not cause any harm to the three-headed giant snake. These attacks instead angered the three-headed giant snake, causing it to roar wildly, opening its huge mouth and instantly swallowing several Konoha Umbu. No, this is not the right snake. The experienced Umbu ninja immediately noticed something was wrong. The three-headed giant snake that was summoned in front of him had obviously been strengthened by some special method. Keep attacking, don't stop. Several powerful sand ninjas suddenly appeared and attacked the Konoha Umbu that was attacking the giant snake. Under attack from both sides, it is difficult for Konoha Umbu to attack the three-headed giant snake with all its strength. Damn it, these sand ninjas did this on purpose. They don't want us to kill the giant snake. At this time, Yamanaka stood up and directed everyone to fight back. The rest of you continue to attack the giant snake, and you class will work with me to kill these sand ninjas that are in the way first. Hold on, everyone. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Yes, ninjutsu and hidden weapons were flying together. Flames and lightning flashed all over the sky, and the battle instantly entered a white-hot state. Yamanaka, you look back. Where did Lord Naraku go? Where is Shihouin Naraku? Before the Konoha collapse plan began, Shihouin Naraku had already infiltrated the Root Organization's base. At this time in the Root Organization base, Shimura Danzo was waiting for the good news of his old friend's death, and then he would appear like a hero and become the new Hokage amid cheers. Is there anyone in Konoha village right now who is more suitable to be the fifth Hokage than Shimura Danzo? No. What is the samurai's fault? What is Hitaki Kakashi's fault? I don't understand what politics is. What's the point of being able to fight? Fighting is useless. According to Shimura Danzo, the only obstacle to him becoming the fifth Hokage is Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this case, the only option is to let Sarutobi Hiruzen die. Boom, boom, boom. A huge roar was heard from outside, and the constantly shaking ground also caused the base to shake slightly. Shimura Danzo opened his eyes and looked outside, but he did not move. The next second, Zhong, a cold light suddenly appeared, instantly illuminating the dim base. Shimura Danzo's heart was filled with alarm bells, and his hair stood on end. He fell backward, falling to the ground with the chair, then rolled over at a speed that was not suitable for an elderly person, and avoided the sudden attack in a panic. Swish! Swish! Two figures stood in front of Shimura Danzo in a hair's breadth, and then several root ninjas jumped out, aiming their weapons at the figure that slowly walked out of the darkness. Danzo-sama's reaction to dodge the attack just now was really quick. A teasing voice sounded, and Shihouin Naraku walked out slowly with a black straight blade knife in his hand, looking at Shimura Danzo with a smile on his face. Shihouin Naraku? Konoha village is in crisis. As a high-ranking official in the village, why are you running to the Root Organization's base instead of leading people outside to resist? Shimura Danzo frowned as he spoke, and at the same time, he quickly lifted up his black and gray robe, revealing his right arm that was sealed by a sealing vessel. Shihouin Naraku seemed not to notice Shimura Danzo's actions and slowly approached. I am here by order of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to slay Shimura Danzo. You're lying. Even though he had sent someone to assassinate Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo didn't believe that the other party would want to kill him. This was absolutely impossible. The two of them have a friendship that lasts for decades. They are friends. Shimura Danzo still believes that no matter what he does, no matter how big a mess he makes, Sarutobi Hiruzen will forgive him. And the worst that would happen is that he would be dismissed from his position, or at worst his life would be saved. Bang! Bang! The sealing vessel that Shimura Danzo usually used to seal his right arm fell to the ground, and the crisp sound echoed in the base of the root organization. It doesn't matter whether Shihouin Naraku really came here on the orders of Sarutobi Hiruzen. What needs to be done now is to decide life or death. A life and death struggle. I live and you die. Those who survive dominate everything. Take the root, the wind, and buy me some time. Yes. Yamanaka Fong and Aburame took the order, but the two did not rush directly towards Shihouin Naraku, but waited for an opportunity to attack. Shimura Danzo lifted the bandage on his head, revealing a scarlet pupil in his right eye. A blade-like pattern appeared in it and slowly rotated. Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan that once belonged to Uchiha Shursui. This houses the most powerful illusion in the ninja world, distinguished heavenly gods. Shimura Danzo forms seals with both hands, making final preparations before battle. The pale white arm with Hashirama cells is studded with 11 Sharingans, which has certainly increased Danzo's strength, but has also brought him a heavy burden. If he doesn't want to collapse, physically or mentally, Danzo must maintain his physical and mental balance before every battle. Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Teijin both knew that Shimura Danzo needed time, and they had to buy it for Danzo. Superior! This sound was like an order. The ninjas protecting Shimura Danzo raised their blades and rushed towards the location of Shihouin Naraku. Sniff, sniff. Hidden weapons swept in like a rainstorm, appearing like stars in Shihouin Naraku's eyes. These hidden weapons blocked all directions of Naraku, leaving him no room to dodge at all. Shihouin Naraku's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he swung the Kirigara in his right hand. And instead of retreating, he advanced, walking slowly towards the sky, full of hidden weapons like a rainstorm, alone with a sword. Sniff, sniff. Ding, ding, ding. Countless hidden weapons whizzed down, creating sporadic sparks on the ground. Shihouin Naraku walked in the net formed by hidden weapons, pacing forward at a very slow pace, but he never stopped. In the process, the hidden weapons that rained down like raindrops seemed to avoid him actively, and none of them fell on Naraku. The pupils of the ninjas who were rushing over quickly constricted as they watched such an outrageous scene in complete disbelief. Everyone could understand Shihouin Naraku dodging hidden weapons or using a sharp blade to knock them away, but no one could accept what was happening now. Everything that was happening before his eyes seemed to be mocking the hidden weapon-throwing skills that the Root Organization's ninjas had practiced for many years as a joke. How was that possible? Yamanaka Fong stood there, watching this horrifying scene. Not good. It seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. At this time, Shihouin Naraku had already walked out of the rain curtain formed by countless hidden weapons. Kurikara's black blade slightly tilted, and Naraku disappeared from everyone's sight. Puff! The sharp blade pierced the heart of a ninja, who suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Shihouin Naraku suddenly appeared and turned his head to avoid the attack of another ninja. He quickly drew his sword, and the sharp blade cut through the air. A whimpering sound was heard, and a tiny invisible line appeared on the neck of the ninja who attacked Naraku. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Fire style, dragon fire technique. In the blink of an eye, 2 ninjas died, but these ninjas were carefully trained by Danzo with resources. When they reacted, They immediately formed hand seals and released fire style to attack Naraku. A scorching breath spread out, and a straight flame with supreme power and speed gushed out. Shihouin Naraku raised his eyes, facing the incoming flames. Kurakara rolled slightly, and the two ninjas on the opposite side instantly lost control of the fire style. The fire style that was originally intended to attack Shihouin Naraku turned into a blazing flame that covered Kurakara's blade, looking beautiful and dangerous. Is your breathing becoming more rapid? The god of fire Kagura, Billow Ocean, Kurakara's pitch-black blade drew an extremely beautiful circle in the air. Flames splashed, and a beautiful ring carrying an aura of destruction fiercely bombarded the two ninjas who were releasing fire-style ninjutsu. As soon as the screams were heard, the violently burning flames burned the two ninjas to ashes. So fast, in a blink of an eye, there was only one ninja left attacking Shihouin Naraku. His pupils trembled violently, and he formed seals with his hands quickly, trying to release ninjutsu to attack Naraku. Lightning style, pseudo-dark. Shihouin Naraku's free left hand formed a seal at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In a flash of lightning, a sharp lightning spear pierced the ninja's chest, and the opponent's pupils dimmed instantly. Why so fast? The ninja could no longer resolve the doubts in his heart. Why was Shihouin Naraku's hand seal formation so fast? Why did he release the lightning style after completing only one hand seal? With doubts that could never be solved, the ninja's consciousness fell completely into darkness. Yamanaka Fong and Aburame Tsugen, who had been waiting for an opportunity to take action, saw the horrifying scene before them, and their hair stood on end. The ninjas who attacked were not much weaker than the two of them, but they were killed by Shihouin Naraku in such a short time. Speed, attack, swordsmanship, ninjutsu, hand seals. Shihouin Naraku's quality completely and thoroughly crushed everyone present. Otherwise, this result would not have been possible. Yamanaka Feng's face was solemn. Take the root. You know my secret technique. You must make the opponent stop in order to succeed. Yes, I know. Aburame Tine had already taken off his shirt and thrown away his gloves. His entire body was stained with a very horrible color. This change is because Aburame's body is inhabited by horrifically toxic nano-sized poisonous insects called phosphorus worms. If other people are infected with these poisonous insects, they will soon die because their cells are destroyed. So under normal circumstances, Aburame will wear special protective clothing that covers the entire body to prevent others from accidentally being infected by poisonous insects. Now facing the extremely terrifying enemy, Shihouin Naraku, Aburame has no other choice but to release the poisonous insects. At this time, Aburame's entire body was covered with breeding phosphorus bugs, which dyed his exposed skin purple-black, making him look extremely terrifying. Aburame clenched his purple-black palms. I am very proficient in the body flicker technique. With the help of the phosphorus bugs, I will definitely be able to force the opponent to retreat. Seize that opportunity. Rest assured, Yamanaka Fong opened his hands towards Shihouin Naraku, ready to release his spiritual power at any time. The Yamanaka clan excels at controlling the minds of their enemies. This family's secret mind transfer technique can transfer one's own spirit to the enemy to achieve the effect of control. However, when releasing the heart turn technique, the mental force can only move in a straight line, and if it fails to hit the target, the spirit will not be able to return to the body within a short period of time. Therefore, the Yamanaka clan ninjas are best suited to working with other ninjas, especially those who are good at restraining their enemies, such as the Nara clan. The Yamanaka clan's secret techniques are difficult to hit the enemy due to the linear movement of mental energy, and they are also aware of their own weaknesses. Therefore, based on the mind-turning technique, the mind-turning clone technique was developed. The mind-turning clone technique can not only control the minds of two people at the same time, but can even turn the mental power. The mental power that can turn corners greatly increases the possibility of hitting the enemy. Yamanaka Fong understood that even with the cooperation of Aburame's rooting, It would be difficult for the mental power of the heart-turning technique to move in a straight line to hit Shihouin Naraku. Therefore, the only choice for Yamanaka style is the mind-transforming clone technique. But if you want to hit Shihouin Naraku, you still need the cooperation of Aburame's rooting. Get on it. Aburame no longer hesitated and launched the body flicker technique. He disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Shihouin Naraku, stretching out his purple-black hands. It looks like you've finished your discussion. Shihouin Naraku stood in place, holding his sword in front of him with his right hand. The pitch-black blade instantly cut off Aburame's hands. At the same time, Kurikara's sword was stained with rapidly multiplying phosphorus bugs. With a bang, Aburame's hands that fell to the ground turned into dense swarms of poisonous insects. We've fallen into a trap. The Aburame, take Jin in front of Shihouin Naraku, is a special insect clone that is rushing towards him. Aburame's true form suddenly appeared behind Naraku. A large number of phosphorus bugs gathered between his hands, and then he blew them out in one breath. The phosphorus bugs covered Shihouin Naraku like poisonous mist. This poisonous fog, which is formed entirely by poisonous insects, will kill anyone who inhales it. On the other side, Yamanaka Fong also found an opportunity and attacked Naraku with his mental power. In just a moment, Shihouin Naraku seemed to be in dire straits. Good job. Shimura Danzo was very satisfied with the performance of his two subordinates. As for the dead ninjas, they were all useless waste. In the center of the siege, Shihouin Naraku's eyeballs moved. A cluster of jumping flames flickered, and his eyes were as beautiful as the sunset in the sky. Fire style, burn. Boom! Crazy flames shot up into the sky in an instant, igniting everything around. Poisonous insects and spiritual powers were all ignited by the red flames and burned to ashes in an instant. The terrifying wind pressure crushed everything, and the flames followed closely behind, burning the surroundings with a sizzling sound. Boom! The moment the fire hurricane was born, it released a powerful force that was enough to destroy the world. There was a deafening roar. A scarlet light came into view, and a horrific explosion followed. Because the explosion occurred in the base of the root organization, time seemed to stand still. The next second, a shock wave appeared, and with nowhere to vent its power, it echoed back and forth in the base, venting its anger wantonly. Gravel with chips, flames, light. The shock wave crushed everything in sight and swept through the interior of the base mercilessly. Countless cracks appeared on the reinforced walls of the base. The earth shook violently, and the dust it raised was like a raging tornado. Finally, this terrifying force found a channel to unleash. Boom! The rising flames, carrying smoke and dust, rushed up into the sky, instantly destroying the buildings on the windward side of the organization's base, forming an extremely spectacular giant pillar of fire between heaven and earth. The shock wave was like a fast-moving wave, sweeping in all directions. A strong wind suddenly arose, blowing away everything in sight. At this point, everyone fighting in Konoha village saw such a conspicuous scene. This scene, which looked like a volcanic eruption destroying the world, scared a large number of people. What's this noise? Why would anyone fight in that position? Damn it, who caused this big thing? Is Konoha village really going to be destroyed this time? Both sides of the war looked at the horrific scene that was like a volcanic eruption in horror. They could not imagine what kind of ninjutsu could have such a scale and power. It seems like that is the root organization base. At this time, only a few people in Konoha village who knew the situation were looking at the sky, full of flames, thoughtfully. After a long time, the shock wave dissipated and the giant pillar of fire disappeared. With the root tissue base as the center, the place was cleaned up thoroughly, as if a big cleaning had just been completed. Pooh! In the deep pit, Shihouin Naraku dusted himself off, stood up from the ruins, and felt like there was dirt in his mouth, so he spat several times. Looking around at the ruins, Shihouin Naraku scratched his head. It seems that I went a little too far. My strength grew too fast. I forgot to take back some of my strength. I don't know what the situation is like outside, but I don't think it will be much better. It looks like after the war, Tenzang will need to spend a lot of effort to rebuild the damaged buildings. Shihouin Naraku looked around here. The root organization base that Shimura Danzo had spent a lot of money and effort to build was completely destroyed. The energy explosion just now was too outrageous. It destroyed the base and even caused the ground to sink. At this time, the root organization base turned into a bottomless pit. Shihouin Naraku stood at the bottom of the pit, looking up at the sky. That's outrageous. If it were any deeper, the sunlight wouldn't be able to get in. Hey, where's Danzo? He's not really dead, is he? The fire energy released by Shihouin Naraku just now was extremely powerful and instantly crushed Aburame, Togen, and Yamanaka foam, who had no time to react. In an environment of concentrated energy explosion, the two had no chance of survival and could only watch themselves being burned to ashes. As for the poisonous insects, what poisonous insect? Where did this poisonous insect come from? Under the flames, all beings are equal, and the poisonous insect have long been burned into the air and disappeared. But Shihouin Naraku also knew very well that Shimura Danzo was definitely still alive. After all, a Sharingan with a full arm was still able to save Shimura Danzo's life in that environment. Suddenly, a gleam flashed in Shihouin Naraku's eyes. Call out! Shihouin Naraku's figure leaned back directly, and in an instant an airflow that was invisible to the naked eye swept past and hit the ruins behind him, and a deep crack appeared. Swish, swish, swish. Just after dodging one attack, several sickle-like sharp slashes formed by wind-style chakra appeared, aiming at Shihouin Naraku's vital points. Wind-style, vacuum, wave technique. Clang, clang, clang. Kurikara's pitch-black blade slashed in the air, cutting off all the transparent, sickle-like attacks in the nick of time. Then, the ground beneath Shihouin Naraku's feet exploded, and he rushed toward Shimura Danzo, who suddenly appeared. Wind-style shuriken. Looking at the rapidly approaching Shihouin Naraku, Shimura Danzo pulled out several shurikens, injected wind-style chakra into them, and then swung them violently in the direction of Naraku. The wind-style chakra emanated from the rapidly spinning shuriken, forming an extremely sharp ring that rotated and cut. Clang! Shihouin Naraku held Kirigara tightly in one hand, dodged a wind-style shuriken, and at the same time, the blade cut into the center of the ring of a wind-style shuriken, and then suddenly exerted force, and the wind-style shuriken was thrown back with sparks flying. The wind-style shuriken cut through the air at an unpredictable speed and slid past Danzo. Puff! Shimura Danzo's right arm, studded with Sharingan, was severed and fell to the ground with a thud. Swish! Shihouin Naraku appeared in front of Shimura Danzo, whose right arm was cut off, and the blade cut through the air, directly beheading the opponent. Forehead. The moment the body was separated, Shimura Danzo closed his eyes unwillingly. The next second, Shihouin Naraku blocked at his side with Kurikara in his hand, and with a ding sound, an air pellet like a bullet hit the blade. At the same time, the fallen Shimura Danzo disappeared like a dream, and then appeared dozens of meters behind Shihouin Naraku like a flash. There was no scar on the body of Shimura Danzo, who appeared again, as if all the attacks from Shihouin Naraku just now had hit nothing. Damn it! Seeing Shihouin Naraku defending against the surprise attack, Shimura Danzo stared at him with a gloomy face. What do you think of the base that I worked so hard to build? Ruins. Shihouin Naraku turned around, and it was not surprising at all why Shimura Danzo was able to come back to life. But in Shimura Danzo's eyes, Naraku's calm demeanor was like a huge storm. He knows Izanagi. Shihouin Naraku definitely knows Izanagi. Izanagi is one of the most powerful eye techniques of the Uchiha clan. It can be activated as long as you have the Sharingan. The function of this eye technique is to turn all the things that are unfavorable to you into something that never happened, and only choose the reality that is beneficial to you. Even resurrection from the dead can be reversed, which is why Shimura Danzo was resurrected even though Shihouin Naraku killed him. Of course, this powerful eye technique will naturally have backlash, which will directly result in blindness. But Shimura Danzo has a total of 11 Sharingans, including the Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye, which means that he could be resurrected at least 11 times, and this is still an underestimation. As long as Izanagi is alive, Danzo can be resurrected infinitely. With one, I'm making him invincible for 1 minute. He can last at least 11 minutes without dying. Shihouin Naraku's eyes swept over Shimura Danzo's right arm. He saw clearly just now that the 4 Sharingan on it were already closed. Excluding the time when Naraku killed Danzo just now, that means Shimura Danzo died at least 3 times in the previous explosions of flame energy. This is normal. The previous energy burst was indeed powerful. Shimura Danzo was lucky to have only died 3 times. Sure enough, Shihouin Naraku knew Izanagi. Shimura Danzo saw the look in Naraku's eyes as he glanced at his right arm, and this action confirmed that the other party really knew Izanagi. This is not good news for Danzo. The biggest trump card has been revealed, and the hope of winning has been reduced by more than 1 level. Damn it, how did Shihouin Naraku know about Izanagi? He shouldn't know. Shimura Danzo looked at the base that had become a ruin, and the roar in his heart grew louder and louder, especially since he lost 3 Sharingan in the previous attack that destroyed the base, which made Danzo even angrier. 3 chances to resurrect were wasted before the battle even started. This is unacceptable to anyone. The flames burned to death once. The shockwave crushed him to death, finally buried alive by the ruins. Shimura Danzo also knew that with the devastating attack just now, he was lucky to have only lost 3 Sharingans. What worried him more now was that, even though Shihouin Naraku had already released such a terrifying attack, his breathing was still steady, his movements were powerful, and his speed was accelerating. It didn't look like he was consuming a lot of energy at all. Danzo couldn't believe it at all. Shihouin Naraku still had some strength left. What are you thinking about? If you don't come, I will come. Before he finished speaking, Shihouin Naraku appeared in front of Danzo, as if teleporting, with flames igniting on the blade of Kurikara. The god of fire Kagura, Yangwatu. With the help of the powerful explosive power of fire, Shihouin Naraku's body was shining with a ring of orange-red flames, and the flames licked and emitted a scorching high temperature. The pitch-black tip of the knife with flames pierced Danzo's heart. Wow! Shimura Danzo couldn't help but spit out blood. The next second, Danzo's figure disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he was standing behind Shihouin Naraku to the right. 5. Wind-style vacuum sphere. Shimura Danzo continuously spewed out the wind-style chakra gathered in his throat towards where Shihouin Naraku was, firing bullet-like air pellets like a machine gun, bombarding continuously. Shihouin Naraku hadn't yet reacted to the swift attack. He quickly flipped in midair, infused his left foot with lightning-style chakra, and stomped on the ground. The earth exploded instantly, air waves surged, and countless cracks spread out. Call out! In an instant, Shihouin Naraku's figure tore through the air, and there was a deafening thunder around him. He appeared in front of Danzo again, and his blade whistled and drew a beautiful round dance of fire. The god of fire Kagura, round dance. With a whoosh, Danzo's body was separated. 6. In another instant, Danzo appeared, kunai in hand, appearing in midair, and stabbed at Shihouin Naraku. Fire style, head hard. A small fireball rolled down under Shihouin Naraku's feet. The moment it hit the ground, it suddenly expanded and burned, enveloping both of them. The raging fire devoured everything and erupted into a sea of fire. 7. Izanagi transformed the result that was not favorable to him. Shimura Danzo ignored the still, fiercely burning sea of fire, endured the pain of being burned all over his body, and aimed a right, I snatched from Uchiha Shursui at Shihouin Naraku, who never bowed his head. Sharingan illusion activated. The moment the illusion was activated, Shihouin Naraku's figure suddenly stopped. I got hit. Shimura Danzo had never heard of Shihouin's expertise in illusion, so when he saw this scene, he did not have any doubts at all. Of course, Danzo did not directly use the ability of the Uchiha Shursui Mangekyo Sharingan, distinguished heavenly gods, because he felt it was unnecessary. Go to hell. The kunai pierced the Shihouin Naraku mercilessly, but Danzo was stunned as he felt no resistance in his hand. Phantom? When? Shihouin Naraku, who had already jumped up, was behind Danzo's head. Kurakara drew a straight line, splitting the opponent in half from head to toe. 8. Shimura Danzo, who appeared again, felt panic for the first time. Why didn't the illusion work? Could it be that Shihouin Naraku was also good at illusion? I've never heard of such information. Yeah, Shihouin Naraku was never good at illusions, but he is immune to illusions. The figure of Shihouin Naraku in the pupil was getting closer and closer. Shimura Danzo had already seen the murderous intent in the other party's calm eyes, so he released the most powerful illusion in the ninja world without hesitation: distinguished heavenly gods. The illusion of the distinguished heavenly gods enveloped him, but Shihouin Naraku did not stop. Instead, his speed increased until the blade cut Shimura Danzo's throat. 9. Distinguished heavenly gods. In the first second after Shimura Danzo was resurrected, he once again aimed the Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye at Shihouin Naraku, and Izanagi refreshed the cooldown of distinguished heavenly gods, and the strongest illusion in the ninja world was activated again. Puff! Blood splattered and spilled onto the ground. 10. Shimura Danzo, who was resurrected for the 10th time, gasped for breath and did not launch another attack. Instead, he stared at Shihouin Naraku with his eyes fixed. Why? Shihouin Naraku waved Kirigara casually and tilted his head to look at Shimura Danzo, whose eyes were bleeding. Why? Shimura Danzo's face was distorted, and he screamed madly. Why didn't the distinguished heavenly gods work? Oh, that's what you're asking about. Shihouin Naraku smiled slightly and looked at Danzo calmly. I am naturally immune to illusions. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are kidding me. How can such a thing be true? Shimura Danzo lost all reason and screamed madly at Shihouin Naraku, totally unable to accept such an answer. The smile on Shihouin Naraku's handsome face disappeared, and he gradually regained his composure. You look so ugly like this. Let me see you off for the last time. The pitch-black tip of the knife stabbed towards him with lightning speed, leaving Shimura Danzo no time or space to dodge. It's broken. There's no time to set up the spell to bind Shihouin Naraku. Too fast. At the critical moment, Shimura Danzo burst out with all his strength and dodged the blade, but Kurakara cut his pale right arm. With style, thrusting spear, Danzo's right arm expanded rapidly, and an extremely thick tree grew up in an instant. While defending against being cut, Kurakara was locked in the tree, and the outstretched branches quickly wrapped around Shihouin Naraku. Instinctively, Shihouin Naraku quickly retreated and avoided being entangled by the tough branches. With a click, Danzo controlled his petrified right arm to detach from the tree, then stained his fingers with his own blood and cast the summoning spell. Summoning technique. Boom! A huge nightmare taper was summoned. It looked like an elephant, but had a much larger body. Its claws stepped on the ground, causing violent vibrations. Woo! The nightmare taper roared, and a large amount of smoke came out of its long nose, and then it opened its big mouth towards Shihouin Naraku. The next second, a huge suction force came. A large amount of gravel, with chips and debris, were swept into the air by the strong wind, and finally all fell into the bottomless mouth of the nightmare taper. Shihouin Naraku's body was involuntarily pulled and flew into the mouth of the nightmare taper. Now that you have no weapons, I wonder how you can escape. Wind style vacuum ball. Shimura Danzo formed seals with his hands and spewed out a violent wind ball from his mouth, smashing towards Shihouin Naraku like a powerful rocket launcher. With a pull and a push, Shihouin Naraku accelerated and fell into the bloody mouth of the nightmare taper. The wind helps the fire. Idiot! With a loud bang, Shihouin Naraku's body exploded with orange-red flames, as if a huge fireball had exploded in the bloody mouth of the nightmare taper. A strong wind swept up, instantly pushing the scorching flames higher. A huge ball of fire spread out and wrapped around the huge body of the nightmare taper, burning madly. The nightmare taper roared in pain, and the smoke dispersed in an instant. Summoning was lifted and the nightmare taper disappeared. What kind of fire-style jutsu is this? Shimura Danzo looked at Shihouin Naraku's transformation into flame and could not understand. Could it be a ninjutsu similar to lightning style, chakra mode? The wind style just now had hit Shihouin Naraku, but it had no effect at all. How is this done? Danzo knew that if he couldn't figure out what was wrong with Shihouin Naraku, he would be dead today. Of course, how could the ninjas in the Hokage world possibly think of the elementalization of the Maramara fruit? What comes to mind most is ninjutsu that can have a similar effect. For example, the Kirigakure clan's hydration technique. This secret technique can turn oneself into liquid and become immune to general physical attacks. But the hydration technique has a very obvious weakness, and that is lightning-style ninjutsu. The paralysis effect produced by lightning-style ninjutsu will prevent the hydration technique from taking full effect, leaving a very fatal flaw. Shimura Danzo quickly thought of the hydration technique. There are indeed many similarities between the two, except that one is water and the other is fire. Since it is fire style, it will definitely be restrained by water style. This is a problem. Danzo himself is not good at fire style. What he is best at is wind style. What's outrageous is that the wind style that Danzo is good at will actually enhance the power of fire style ninjutsu, while the water style that he is not good at will restrain fire style ninjutsu. Of course, not being good at it doesn't mean that you don't know any water style ninjutsu. Bang! Shihouin Naraku fell from midair, his feet stepping on gravel. The flames on his body extinguished little by little. He raised his eyes and calmly watched Shimura Danzo quickly form hand seals. This seal is water style. It seems that Danzo has figured out. Water style, water dragon bomb technique. I am a second Hokage student. Don't look down on me. Shimura Danzo roared, summoning a water dragon in the form of a stream, roaring and charging towards Shihouin Naraku. Really? But you don't look like it. Compared to the fire style ninjutsu, Danzo's water style not only involves more hand seals and is slower, but the water dragon's momentum is also far inferior. Earth style earth flow wall. Shihouin Naraku suddenly took a step forward and landed his right foot. Immediately afterwards, there was a rumbling sound in front of him, and several extremely hard earth walls rose from the ground, blocking the water style ninjutsu. Boom! The moment the water dragon hit violently, several earth walls shook violently. Although it seemed dangerous, there was not even a single crack on the earth walls. Do you really think I only know fire style? With Shihouin Naraku's current fire style proficiency, this level of water style wouldn't cause any trouble at all. A bottle of water can never put out a fire that is big enough to set the forest on fire. The main reason is that the water style jutsu released by Danzo is too bad. Shihouin Naraku can easily block it by simply releasing an earth style. So why not do that? Save yourself from getting splashed with water. Shimura Danzo reached out to grab Kurakura, who was restrained by wood style, trying to take the straight blade in his hand. Danzo, who had seen and experienced firsthand how sharp the knife was delighted. Without this knife, Shihouin Naraku's strength would surely be weakened. He is indeed not good at water-style ninjutsu. Just now, an ordinary water dragon bomb technique consumed more chakra than releasing 2 wind-style ninjutsu. Besides, Shimura Danzo himself has only learned a few water-style ninjutsu. So Danzo planned to have a taijutsu battle with Shihouin Naraku. According to him, if Naraku didn't have the advantage of weapons, he would not be his opponent in a taijutsu battle. And now that he has grabbed Kirigara, Danzo believes that he can definitely crush Shihouin Naraku's close combat strength. He is very confident. Call. Just as Shimura Danzo's palm was about to grasp the hilt of Kurikara's sword, a cluster of flames suddenly ignited from the entire sword, and the flames licked and instantly ignited Danzo's pale right arm. This sudden change shocked Danzo. The flames wrapped around his arms and spread rapidly, instantly igniting his entire body, causing Shimura Danzo to scream in agony. The pain of being engulfed by flames went straight into Danzo's heart and lungs. How dare you? Shihouin Naraku did not wait for Shimura Danzo's attack and was still wondering. So he jumped onto the earth wall and saw a scene that surprised him. Kurakara is Zanpakuto. My Zanpakuto. How can I let you use it? Engulfed in fierce flames, Shimura Danzo wailed in pain as he felt his body being burned to ashes bit by bit. When the wind blew away, nothing was left. 11. Shihouin Naraku clenched his right hand, and with a swish, Kurakara jumped up from the burning tree, spun rapidly in the air, and landed in Naraku's palm. A familiar touch came, and Shihouin Naraku waved his hand casually, and a crack appeared on the ground instantly, which was bottomless. No one can touch my sword. Shihouin Naraku slowly turned around, staring at the resurrected Shimura Danzo. At this time, Shimura Danzo was in a miserable state. Standing at a close distance, his right eye had turned gray and he was completely blind. It took Shimura Danzo a lot of effort to snatch this Mangekyo Sharingan, which possesses the most powerful illusion in the ninja world from Uchiha Shursui. Now this eye is blind and useless. Shimura Danzo was reluctant to use this Mangekyo Sharingan to release Izanagi, but if he didn't do so, he would die a miserable death. He had never thought that someone could kill him 11 times in such a short period of time. This is like a ridiculous drama. Although he died for the 11th time, it was because of his own stupidity that he insisted on taking the Zanpakuto Kurakara, which belonged to Shihouin Naraku. Danzo touched his blind right eye and the 10 Sharingans on his right arm that all had their eyes closed. He knew in his heart that everything was over. Even if I could escape today, I would never get back the strength I had worked so hard to gain throughout my life. Danzo originally thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would die before him, but now it seems that the outcome is exactly the opposite. Shihouin Naraku looked at Shimura Danzo's sorrowful expression, and a flash of fire appeared on Kurakara's blade. It seems that Lord Danzo has figured it out. Today is the day you die. Why do you hate me so much? There is no hatred between us except the struggle for power. Shimura Danzo had long forgotten what he had done, so he was very confused as to why Shihouin Naraku wanted to kill him. Really, Kurakara tapped the stone at his feet with the tip of his knife. Shihouin Naraku was not surprised by Danzo's doubt. You wanted to bring me into the root organization at the beginning. It seems that a small person like me is not in Danzo's heart. What? Shimura Danzo was shocked. He thought the problems between him and Naraku were caused by the struggle for power. I want you to join the root organization. That's to promote you and look up to you. The Shihouin clan was so weak back then that it was impossible for them to train a genius like you. I'm thinking about you and all of you. You actually hate me for this? Shihouin Naraku understood why Danzo thought so. Yes, Lord Danzo is doing this for our own good. It's a pity that Lord Danzo, who is so high up, has he ever thought about whether others need your support? Danzo-sama's favor. The others should accept it with gratitude. What's more, the genius that Lord Danzo values is just a member of small family. How dare I refuse your kindness? Right? For many people, Danzo's optimism is something they want to reject, but dare not. For example, Aburame Shino, who has turned to ashes. Danzo originally had his eyes on Aburame Shino and wanted to recruit him into the root organization. Aburame Shino's father was unwilling but did not dare to refuse. At the critical moment, it was Aburame who took the initiative to step forward and replace his friend Shino to join the root organization. He was trained by Danzo to be an emotionless killing machine. It's not that the ninja family didn't want to refuse, but because of Danzo's power, they had no choice but to let their own ninjas join the root organization. Ninjas who join the root organization basically can no longer gain the trust of their family members. because with Danzo's personality and methods, he can only brainwash his subordinates and turn them into killing machines loyal to him. Shimura Danzo finally understood at this moment that everything started from that time. After being rejected by Shihouin Naraku and the Shihouin clan, he transferred the head of the Shihouin clan, Shihouin Haramoto, to the front line because of his damaged face, which must have further angered the other party. Everything I do is for the development of Konoha Village. The Root Organization is the training institution for the Umbu, and has trained countless talents for the Umbu, so that Sarutobi Hiruzen can sit firmly on the position of Hokage. The prosperity of Konoha Village is all thanks to me. You just see that I am powerless and useless, so you are so brazen as to attack me. You are the sinners of Konoha Village. A mocking smile appeared on Shihouin Naraku's handsome face, and his eyes were fixed on Shimura Danzo's hysterical shouting. Training talents for Konoha Village? No, you're just training loyal subordinates for yourself. From the beginning to the end, you have been inflicting pain on others in order to achieve your own ambitions. It's all for you. Before he finished speaking, Shihouin Naraku rushed out like an arrow from a bow, and the black blade of Kurakara cut through the air, emitting a chilling aura like an ice blade, and came towards him. How could this old man be wrong? The old man is not wrong. That's right. Facing the rapidly charging Shihouin Naraku, Shimura Danzo grinned and tore open his shirt, revealing the seals engraved on his body, preparing to activate the 4-symbol seal. Shihouin Naraku, go to hell with me. The 4-symbol sealing techniques is an extremely dangerous and overbearing sealing techniques. When it is activated, a large amount of blood will gush out, and then it will expand into a spherical shape, instantly sealing all objects within a few hundred meters and taking them to the underworld, making it impossible to escape forever. This is Shimura Danzo's trump card. Snort. Shihouin Naraku saw Shimura Danzo's move at a glance. Being familiar with the plot, he already knew that the other party had this trump card. Whoosh! Shihouin Naraku's speed increased again, and instead of moving away, he accelerated towards Shimura Danzo. Just as Danzo was about to activate the 4 sealing techniques with a sly grin, Shihouin Naraku's eyes suddenly opened, and a terrifying and huge pressure instantly descended, crushing Danzo's body, causing his movements to stagnate. Conqueror's Haki. The sudden burst of momentum, carrying the power of wind and thunder, forcibly suppressed Shimura Danzo, causing him to fall into a trance for a moment. Swish! Kurakara's blade whimpered in the air and quickly passed across Danzo's neck, as smooth and light as a blade passing through flowing water. Forehead. Shimura Danzo's only remaining left eye regained sight, but it was too late. He tried to open his one eye wide, wanting to say something, but no sound came out between his lips. With a bang, Shimura Danzo's body was separated and fell heavily to the ground. No movement. Die. Shimura Danzo, former assistant to the Konohagakure Hokage and leader of the Root Organization, died in the ruins of the Root Organization's base. This is indeed a big drama, full of absurdity. Shihouin Naraku held the Kurakara in hand and stood in place, with the observation haki fully activated, sweeping across the bottom of the deep pit. After a while, Shimura Danzo's torn body was still lying on the ground, with a large pool of blood. It looks like Danzo Sharingan is really exhausted. Sheathing his sword, Shihouin Naraku took out some information he had taken from the number 0 training ground and threw it next to Shimura Danzo's body. In fact, Naraku doesn't care whether other people in Konoha Village know that he killed Danzo. His current behavior is just to throw dirty water on Danzo and let him bear the final blame. It can't be considered as throwing dirty water. After all, Danzo really did these messy things. After the battle is over, you can throw down 1 or 2 bodies from Sunagakure and Odogakure, just to make it look good. Shihouin Naraku almost laughed out loud at the thought. Anyway, laughing next to the dead Shimura Danzo was a bit too much. All merits will be laughed away. Shihouin Naraku looked up at the sky. At this time, the root organization base had completely turned into a deep well-like pit, and he was standing at the bottom of the pit. Roughly speaking, this deep pit is about the height of more than 20 floors. It was mainly the energy explosion at that time that caused the collapse of the base. Bang! Power exploded under his feet, dirt and gravel flew everywhere, and Shihouin Naraku rushed out from the bottom of the pit like a cannonball, flipped over, and stood firmly on the ground. Boom! Stop this giant snake. Go ahead. We must not let the enemy enter the village before reinforcements arrive. Damn it, why is this snake not hurt at all? Kill the ninjas from Sound Village first. They're causing trouble, and we can't concentrate on dealing with the giant snake. Shihouin Naraku had just rushed out from the bottom of the pit, and before he could stand firm, he heard all kinds of noises. After adjusting to the sudden brighter light, Shihouin Naraku looked around. At the examination venue in Konoha, there were obvious sounds of frantic fighting and even smoke rising up. At the top of the tallest building, a very conspicuous barrier stood there. Boom! The ground shook. Shihouin Naraku turned around and saw a three-headed brown snake rushing towards the village in the distance. Although there were a large number of UNBU members blocking it, it was obvious that the amplified summoning giant snake was not so easy to deal with. Looking more closely, there were three giant brown snakes attacking the east, west, and north gates of Konoha village respectively. The north gate is guarded by Naraku and his men, and it seems that the giant snake is about to be killed. The east gate was manned by many UNBU members, with the assistance of other ninjas. Although they could not solve the giant snake in a short time, they could barely prevent the giant snake from approaching Konoha village. Only at the west gate, the summoning giant snake was about to break through the defense of the Konoha village ninja and enter Konoha village. As for the south gate, which was not attacked by the summoning giant snake, it was actually the most dangerous place, because there are more than 100 Sunagakure elite ninjas at the south gate, attacking crazily. In a nutshell, apart from the battle inside the examination venue, Konoha was not breached by the enemy, but the situation was already precarious. Now that he had figured out the specific situation, Shihouin Naraku moved his feet and prepared to reinforce the west gate first, kill the snake, and then go to the south gate. The next second, observation haki swept by. Shihouin Naraku turned in a direction and rushed towards the east gate. At the west gate, the few ninjas of Konoha village stared in panic at the giant brown snake raging before them. Damn it, I can't stop it. There's nothing we can do without reinforcements. Summoning technique, stage, collapse technique. The loud voice echoed in the air, and the Konoha village ninja was stunned. Boom! A huge toad with two swords on its back fell from the sky and smashed hard on the three-headed brown snake. The snake bared its ferocious fangs and roared, spurting out a lot of blood. Under such terrifying force, the giant brown snake was crushed and died instantly. Sorry, I'm late. Toad Sage Jiraiya stood on the toad's back, his red coat fluttering in the wind. See, Jiraiya-sama? Jiraiya, one to Sannin? Jiraiya stood on the back of the huge toad, but his eyes were looking towards the east gate. Boom! Hold on. This snake must not rush into Konoha. Damn! What the hell is wrong with this snake skin? The giant snake has been amplified by special means. Intensify the attack to break through its defense. Superior. At the east gate, dozens of ninjas from Sunagakure and Odogakure were lying dead on the ground. Several UNBU members and Konoha shinobi also lost their lives. There are also many injured ninjas receiving treatment from medical ninjas. There is no way. The ninjas from Konoha village need to deal with the summoning giant snake and the enemy ninjas at the same time, so it is normal to suffer some casualties. Even if the medical ninja had not been present, the number of Konoha shinobi killed or injured would have been more than this. Get out of the way! A calm and familiar voice rang out in the fierce battle. All the UNBU members were stunned, and then they quickly retreated with the other Konoha ninjas. Boom! A scorching breath descended from the sky, orange-red flames gushed out, and a crazy breath of destruction crushed over. The next second, A giant flaming fist that pierced the sky and the earth slammed into the body of the summoning giant snake. Fire fist. The shot hit the target perfectly. The brown summoning giant snake hissed in the madly burning flames, but was burned to ashes in an instant. Swish! At this time, Shihouin Naraku's figure appeared on the battlefield, with flying clothes and shining flames. Naraku is adult. Lord Naraku is here. Great! Lord Naraku is here. Shihouin Naraku glanced around and quickly gave orders: continue to treat the injured and leave another team of ninjas to guard the east gate. Do not leave without my order. Yes. Other ninjas, come with me and support the south gate. Let's go. Yes. As soon as they arrived at the east gate and dealt with the summoning giant snake, Shihouin Naraku quickly left with the Umbu ninjas to support the south gate where the most enemies were. The reason why he did not support the south gate where the situation was the most dangerous first was, firstly, because the damage caused by the summoning giant snake was too great, and secondly, because the civilians in the village had already been evacuated. Even if the south gate was breached, the enemy would face even more dangerous street fighting. Therefore, Shihouin Naraku chose to deal with the summoning giant snake first, and then support the south gate. Led by Shihouin Naraku, many ninjas formed a river-like team and rushed towards the south gate. On the way, the support Jōnin who were responsible for covering the evacuation of civilians to the shelter arrived, and the two sides joined together and headed towards the south gate. Too late. Observation Haki scanned the location of the south gate and immediately discovered that the Sunagakure ninja had broken through the south gate's defenses and entered Konoha village. Clang! The Kurikara was unsheathed instantly, and the super limit state was activated. A large breath of oxygen was inhaled into the body. Shihouin Naraku felt his heart beating wildly and the blood rushing in his veins. Shihouin Naraku turned into a white line while running. His feet stepped on the flames, and he traveled thousands of miles in an instant, leaving the strong wind behind him. Boom! At the south gate, continuous attacks by more than 100 Sunagakure elite ninjas finally broke the defense line held by the Konoha shinobi. Go in. Hurry. Don't let the people of Konoha block the gap. Go. Damn it. Where is Shikaku? What the hell went wrong with the plan? Don't talk nonsense, just rush in first. One after another, Sunagakure ninjas rushed into Konoha village. But before they could be happy, they saw a violent figure rushing towards them like a meteorite. What? People! Careful! The Sand Ninja leader saw a pair of eyes as bright as sparks in the flame that looked like a meteorite. As if a meteorite hit the earth, Shihouin Naraku suddenly exploded into a fireball, and the waves of fire spread out instantly, engulfing everything around it. The ground was undulating like the sea, making it impossible for others to stand firmly. The subsequent shock wave crushed all obstacles along the way. Boom! It was not until this moment that a deafening sound exploded in the air. Puff! Ah, what's going on? I can't see anything. It hurts. A dozen elite Jōnin died in this wave of contact, and many more cried out in pain. Whoosh! Shihouin Naraku has entered a state of hyperlimit, and every move he makes seems like teleportation. Every swing of Kurikara's blade will take a life. In his eyes at this moment, the Sand Ninja's movements were slow and sluggish, as if they were suspended in place waiting to be killed by him. No one can keep up with his movements. Even if there were occasional reactions from powerful Sand Ninjas, they would find in horror that what they had hit was only the afterimage of Shihouin Naraku left behind. He is too fast, let alone resistance. Most of the Sand Ninjas couldn't even catch sight of Shihouin Naraku. A cluster of beautiful, shining flames flashed through the air, a hot breath descended, and flames flowed like water. The god of fire Kagura, the dragon of the halo, the head dance. Roar! A roar! A giant flaming dragon with flying scales and claws appeared on the battlefield. The fire dragon twisted its body and danced in the air, crushing and devouring at will with its mighty power. Everything was crushed. Everything is crushed. Everything is destroyed. The mighty fire dragon roars and soars into the sky. This is a beautiful sight created by Shihouin Naraku's high-speed slashing. The Sunagakure elite ninjas who broke through the South Gate's defenses were like a torrent, sweeping away everything, and were about to break into the Konoha village. But at this moment, Shihouin Naraku arrived and killed them with his powerful strength. In just a blink of an eye, the torrent was chopped apart, and the vanguard of the Sunagakure ninja was all killed. No one survives. In the blazing sea of fire, Shihouin Naraku's body was leaping with orange-red flames, and the straight blade sword in his hand was shining with flames. Conqueror's Haki came with a hurricane. With the strength of one person, he can fight against thousands of enemies. Such a horrifying scene, as if a mountain range was pressing down on their shoulders. The remaining sand ninjas retreated in fear, not daring to move forward. Is this a human or a ghost? No, don't be afraid, go ahead. Go ahead, Master Kazekage is still inside. Go. We must rush in. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Under the ultimate fear, and with the encouragement of the Sand Ninja leader, a large number of ninjas mustered up their courage and rushed forward with bloodshot eyes. They must break through the defense of the person in front of them. There is no other choice. The fourth Kazekage is still inside Konoha village, waiting for their support. In this battle, never retreat. Wind style, hidden weapons, poisonous smoke, and gravel gathered into a torrent strong enough to destroy the earth, rushing towards Shihouin Naraku. Bring it on. Taking a deep breath, Shihouin Naraku tightened Kirigara in his right hand, tilted the blade slightly, and instantly rushed towards the Sand Ninja. His left hand formed seals at a speed that was indistinguishable to the naked eye, and the chakra in his body flowed faster through his meridians. Flames fell from the sky. Thunder flashes and strikes. The high-pressure wind ball exploded. Boom! After a moment of silence, a huge roar resounded between heaven and earth, and a blazing golden light flashed, blinding people's eyes. The sky was dark. The sun and moon lost their radiance. A hurricane swept up sand and dust into the sky. Smoke and dust wrapped in flames crossed the sky and the earth, and a huge shock wave swept in all directions. The Konoha shinobi who came to support cried out in surprise and tried to steady themselves, but under the bombardment of such violent winds and shock waves, they were blown away and disappeared. The roaring fire tornado raged wildly, uprooting the walls and gates of Konoha village, crushing them in midair and burning them to ashes. The ground collapsed, and a bright light lit up between the gloomy sky and earth, and the scorching flames ignited and melted everything. Boom! The exploding thunder twisted in the air, the lightning flashed and rolled, and the lightning gathered into a ball like a giant snake in the twisting and fell rapidly to the ground. The white light flashed for a moment, and the power of thunder, strong wind, and fire exploded violently at the same time. The terrifying power was superimposed, and circles of shock waves spread in all directions, and a huge circle of explosion suddenly appeared in the world. Within a radius of several miles, all the buildings were shattered and disappeared. The ground suddenly collapsed to form a huge, deep pit. Smoke, dust, and fire filled the air and did not dissipate for a long time. Time passed slowly, and it was unknown how long it took for things to gradually return to calm. Cough, cough, cough. The Konoha shinobi who came to support looked at everything around them in horror. Everything within a radius of several kilometers has disappeared. The original buildings and walls are nowhere to be found. The place has completely turned into a white land and has been cleaned up thoroughly. As for the South Gate, where does the South Gate come from? There is no South Gate here at all. Gulp. The Konoha shinobi couldn't help but swallow, trying hard to suppress their inner panic. Let's go and support the master. Yamanaka Yu reacted quickly and immediately ordered the ninjas to provide support. But it looks like this. Lord Naraku really still needs our support? We should be the ones holding back. Naraku is adult. Adult. Naraku is adult. The Konoha ninjas quickly rushed to the location of the original South Gate, where a huge, deep pit appeared. Smoke rose, and the ground was covered with limbs and blood. Puppet fragments were scattered, and occasionally the painful howls of survivors echoed across the battlefield. Shihouin Naraku sat on a hill of corpses, leaning on his sword, and calmly watched the extremely cruel battlefield. Between movement and stillness, a strange and poignant picture was formed on the bloody battlefield. "Nah, Lord Naraku, are you okay?" Under the urging gazes of the others, Yamanaka, you mustered up the courage to move forward, but her voice was so low as if she was whispering. Shihouin looked up at the Konoha shinobi who came to support him and said in a steady voice, "You're a little slow." The Konoha shinobi lowered their heads in shame, not daring to look Shihouin Naraku in the eye. Although the truth is that the boss is too fast as a subordinate, letting the boss fight the enemy alone is a mistake no matter how you look at it. On the battlefield filled with smoke, Shihouin Naraku sat on a pile of corpses like a hill, leaning on his sword and looking down at the Konoha shinobi. A terrifying pressure like a mountain made the Konoha shinobi dare not make a sound at all. It took a long while for the pressure to dissipate. The Konoha shinobi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Several of Sunagaku's ninjas escaped ahead of time. You lead a squad to pursue them. All of the other ninjas are injured and can't get far. Yes, Yamanaka, you received the order and immediately set out in pursuit with a team of ninjas in good condition. All ninjas who have participated in the battle before, stay here, clean up this place, and set up defenses. Those who have not fought, turn around and go to the exam venue to provide support immediately. Find Hokage-sama or Hitaki Kakashi and tell them what's going on here. After saying this, Shihouin Naraku waved his hand. Yes, the ninja team, which had never participated in a battle and was in good condition, immediately turned around and headed to the examination venue. Shihouin Naraku ignored the ninjas who began to quickly clean up the battlefield and looked up at the top of the tallest building in the examination venue, where the barrier was still standing. But one could vaguely see that a small forest suddenly appeared in the barrier, and the thick tree trunks filled the entire barrier. It was difficult for people outside to see clearly the battle taking place inside the barrier. The pupils dilated slightly, and an invisible sense of perception spread out instantly. Observation right. Shihouin Naraku immediately saw the battle at the examination venue. The Konoha shinobi, led by Hitaki Kakashi, were still fighting with the Sunagaku and Otogaku ninjas. Because the civilians were safely evacuated to the shelters, the Konoha shinobi who had allocated their energy to provide support had already arrived, and with these reinforcements, victory had already tilted towards Konoha. If the reinforcements Shihouin Naraku had just sent would arrive, the battle would be over quickly. Then observation haki immediately probed into the barrier, and Shihouin Naraku immediately saw the situation of the battle. Inside the barrier, there were 4 figures engaged in a fight, and according to observation haki's perception, 2 of them did not look alive. These 2 should be the puppets that were summoned by impure world reincarnation. First Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Wait, why is there still someone standing inside the barrier? Shihouin Naraku was surprised to find that there was an extra person's presence inside the barrier, but the other person's life state seemed unstable, as if he would die at any time. Who is this person? Why is he in the barrier? I have a vague feeling that the other person is seriously ill and dying. Kagaya Kimimaro. This unexpected discovery made Shihouin Naraku a little surprised. He always thought that Orochimaru would fight Sarutobi Hiruzen one-on-one, but he didn't expect that this time it was not a master-disciple duel, but a group of people beating up the 3rd Hokage alone. But looking at the current battle, was Kagaya Kimimaro eliminated early? In observation haki's perception, Kagaya Kimimaro was lying half-dead on the side, and did not participate in the master-disciple duel between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen at all. If that's the case, then the ending shouldn't change much. No, with one more person, the ending will definitely change. Kagaya Kimimaro is too loyal to Orochimaru and will definitely help Orochimaru as long as he is alive. So this time, Orochimaru has a good chance of escaping having his hands sealed. Shihouin Naraku was stunned, then stood up immediately. At this time, Yamanaka, you had already brought back the escaped Sunagakure ninja. After all, these Sunagakure ninjas were seriously injured when they escaped, so they were easy to capture. You, take your men to defend here. Yes. Yamanaka, you nodded and looked up to find that Shihouin Naraku was gone. She looked at the white ground around her and felt a little tingling on her scalp. How could she defend against it? The gate and the wall disappeared completely. How to defend? However, after taking a look at the sand ninja he had just captured, Yamanaka, you immediately gained confidence. In fact, their capture operation did not encounter any obstacles. The sand ninja was already injured and was frightened by Lord Naraku's powerful fighting ability, so he had no spirit to resist at all. Therefore, unless there are any unexpected circumstances, there will be no more attacks. Besides, Odogakure is just a small ninja village with few elite ninjas, and they had been consumed in the war long ago. Sunagakure's main force was at the south gate. After being annihilated by Lord Naraku alone against thousands of enemies, there were no other ninjas to be dispatched. Besides, there are quite a few sand ninjas involved at the examination venue. The outer defense is just a show at best. We just need to wait for the war to end. Yamanaka, you walked to the deep pit near the south gate and smacked his lips in amazement. Lord Naraku is so powerful. Is this really something a ninja can do? How horrible! Luckily, I surrendered to Lord Naraku in advance. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Going back a little in time, the sounds of fighting inside the examination hall could be heard all around. Hatake Kakashi withdrew his palm, which was flashing with lightning, from the enemy's chest and breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the opponent's life force disappear. How on earth did so many people sneak into the village? My guy kicked his enemy to death, and he and Kakashi leaned back together in confusion. Don't forget, Orochimaru used to be a high-ranking official in Konoha village. Hatake Kakashi breathed. He knows the village too well. Who knows what he will do? Glancing at the battle scene in the audience, Hatake Kakashi reluctantly felt relieved. The support came just in time, otherwise the losses in Konoha village wouldn't be as severe as they are now. However, the battle here is not the most important thing. The more critical thing is the defense line outside the village. If it is broken through by the enemy, it will be a big disaster. Boom! A roar that resounded through the heavens, and earth exploded in the air, and a hurricane swept in. The ground was heaving, and the shock waves hit the towering walls of the examination hall. The horrific vibrations almost overturned the entire hall. What's going on? What happened? Whether it was the ninjas from Konoha or the enemy sand and sound ninjas, they all stopped their actions and looked at the mushroom cloud rising in the distance with horror, covering the entire sky. Crack! Amid the violent shaking, the buildings above the auditorium surrounding the venue began to collapse, and large chunks of rock fell from the sky, smashing down on the heads of the people trapped in the illusion. Protect the civilians! Hatake Kakashi shouted, and the powerful penetrating force of Raikiri instantly shattered a huge rock. My guy flew in the air, shouted loudly, and kicked 2 huge pieces of building debris to pieces. The other Konoha shinobi also reacted immediately. The people in the audience were either their own civilians or civilians of allied countries with whom they had good relations. They must not allow too many casualties to occur at this time. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru, who were fighting inside the barrier, stopped in shock, feeling the shaking roof. Orochimaru! Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted coldly, his old eyes staring at Orochimaru with murderous intent. What did you do? What did I do? Orochimaru sneered. Of course we're destroying Konoha village. Are you kidding? On the roof of the building that was shaking violently, Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Orochimaru. In fact, Orochimaru was also a little confused. Even the summoning giant snake could not make such a noise. What was happening outside? He did not have time to think about it, because the furious third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had already raised the Vajrarui stick and smashed towards him. Orochimaru, I will not let you leave today. No one can harm Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who fell into a violent state, temporarily suppressed Orochimaru, and even the Senju brothers who came from impure world reincarnation had no time to fight back. As the heaven and earth shake, the decisive battle between master and apprentice begins again. No one thought that this kind of noise was caused by Shihouin Naraku fighting alone against more than 100 sand ninjas, creating a terrifying scene. After a long time, the shock waves and hurricane force winds dissipated, and the buildings of the examination venue stopped shaking. The brutal fighting started again. Hatake Kakashi looked worriedly at the place where the mushroom cloud rose. That was where the outer defense line of Konoha village was located. There was an accident at the defense line that Naraku and Shikaku were in charge of. It shouldn't have happened. The outer defense was decided in advance. Even if the war launched by Orochimaru was large in scale, it wouldn't have caused such a commotion. Hatake Kakashi was worried that the enemy would break through the defenses and enter Konoha village, which would cause great losses. Street fighting is a very brutal mode of warfare. Considering the post-war issues, it would be most cost-effective if the enemy could be kept outside the village. But before Kakashi could continue thinking, the Sand Ninja attacked again. Swish! Hatake Kakashi's scarlet pupils rotated the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and his body suddenly squatted down, avoiding the extremely tricky attack. Chakra, scalpel! Kakashi narrowed his eyes and looked at the Sand Ninja with his face covered. Although he was not good at medical ninjutsu, his friend was the big boss of the Konoha village medical department, so Kakashi was still very familiar with this move. The key is the opponent's attack style, which has a bit of umbu flavor and also has a vague feeling of corpse disposal team. No way. Could the other party be from the Konoha village medical department? Could it be Orochimaru's secret agent in Konoha village? Medical? Spy? An idea flashed through Hatake Kakashi's mind, and he immediately shouted, "You are actually Orochimaru's secret agent, Yakushi Kabuto." Yakushi Kabuto did not reveal his disguise, but did not deny Kakashi's guess. Instead, he laughed softly. "As expected of you, Kakashi-senpai. You can see through such a secret disguise. Lord Orochimaru really recognizes your ability, Kakashi-senpai." Hatake Kakashi found this very troublesome. This was Orochimaru's problem, who knew how many hidden tricks the other party had deployed in Konoha village. You even managed to keep Naraku in the dark. You are indeed an excellent spy trained by a walking Miko. Yakushi Kabuto's smiling face under disguise suddenly turned gloomy. The walking shrine maiden was the name that Yakushi Nono earned as a spy. For Yakushi Kabuto, who was deeply cared for by Yakushi Nono, this undoubtedly touched upon the memory he least wanted to recall. After all, Yakushi Nono was regarded by him as a mother-like figure, but in the end she died indirectly at the hands of Yakushi Kabuto himself. I heard that Senior Kakashi lost to Lord Naraku's powerful strength. Yakushi Kabuto looked at Hatake Kakashi coldly. So before fighting Lord Naraku, I want to see how strong I am. Before he could finish his words, Yakushi Kabuto rushed towards Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi was not afraid at all and went forward to fight back wielding a kunai. Ding, ding, ding. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew, and the two figures kept crossing each other in midair. The physical confrontation may not seem grand, but the difference between life and death lies in a hair's breadth. If you are not careful, you will die at the hands of the enemy. Bang! The figures of Hatake Kakashi and Yakushi Kabuto crossed each other and stood on both sides. Not surprisingly, the two ended up in a 50-50 tie. Phew! Naraku's teaching skills are really impressive. He actually trained an elite Jōnin. The strength of the younger generations has actually caught up, and Hatake Kakashi secretly groans. There was so much commotion at Naraku's position just now that he definitely couldn't come over to support, but the enemies here at the exam venue are all elite ninjas. Plus, there is Yakushi Kabuto, who is familiar with Konoha village, and the enemy leader Tsunade Kirbaki. The battle can't be stopped in any time. Kakashi, do you need my help? White guy jumped to the side, gave himself a thumbs up, and White Fan dodged. No, you have other enemies to deal with. Hatake Kakashi shook his head, his eyes fixed on Yakushi Kabuto. I'm fine. I should be able to hold on. Yakushi Kabuto glanced across the examination venue. According to the time, Sunagekyu's large reinforcement force should be arriving soon. Apart from the big explosion just now, the interior of Konoha village was very quiet, almost too quiet. So something happened to the reinforcements? Suddenly, Yakushi Kabuto's eyes fixed, as if he had seen something unexpected. He turned over and jumped off the audience seats without hesitation, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yakushi Kabuto's decisive action stunned Hatake Kakashi, who failed to seize the opportunity to stop him. At this time, figures jumped onto the wall of the examination venue and joined the battle. Eliminate all the enemies. Don't leave anyone behind. Don't release large-scale ninjutsu. It will affect other civilians. The addition of this new force from Konoha immediately changed the battle situation at the examination venue. These are all Konoha shinobi. Hatake Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder Yakushi Kabuto retreated so decisively, completely disregarding the lives of other friendly forces. This is Hatake Kakashi's misunderstanding of Yakushi Kabuto and Orochimaru. They did not regard Sunagekure and Otogeikure as allies at all. They were just tools at best. You should also be the team covering the villagers' evacuation. According to the plan, half of this ninja team will support the examination venue, and the other half will support the outer defense position. Why did you run here? A support ninja appeared beside him, and Hatake Kakashi immediately asked his doubts. This group of reinforcements could indeed help solve the stalemate at the examination venue, but the outer defense of Konoha village was equally important. This is Lord Naraku's order. The battle outside Konoha village has ended. Sunagekyu's elite ninja force of more than 100 people has been eliminated by Lord Naraku. Except for the necessary guard and alert ninjas, everyone else has been sent by Lord Naraku to provide support. Good news. Hatake Kakashi was relieved after hearing this. This way, the pressure was much less. Wait, you said Naraku dealt with Sunagekyu's army of 100 men? One person. He's alone. Did he really take down a large army of 100 people by himself? What about you? Just watch Naraku fight the enemy alone. Hatake Kakashi's series of questions made the ninja, who was reporting the situation, lower his head in shame. Sir Naraku is too fast. We can't catch up. By the time we arrive, the battle will be over. Actually, it's not that they didn't help at all. At least they were the ones who cleaned up the battlefield. So Lord Naraku didn't have to get involved.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.